I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, man, they wanna take up.
Peace, y'all. What's going on this beautiful Saturday? So I ain't gonna hold y'all up. I'm gonna get right to it. Right. So the title of this is Dane Calloway's Deception of History. So what is deception? The act of causing someone to accept as true or valid what is false or invalid. The act of deceiving. Right? Restoring to falsehood and deception. Use deception to leak the classified information. B, the fact or condition of being deceived. 2, something that deceives, trick. Fooled by a scam artist, clever deception. So the point today is to show certain things that Dane Calloway likes to do to deceive his audience. So I just chose a couple of his most popular videos from over the years. So let's go.
But an indoctrinated form of manipulative pseudo-storytelling that was cultivated by the likes of a self-proclaimed prominent but yet fictitious bigoted scientist named Melville Jean Herskovits, an anthropologist of the early 1900s. Melville is solely responsible for expanding the lies of storytelling, in which in turn it was later considered to be American history, by completely reversing the records of historic information and also creating a fictional story about African slaves immigrating to the Americas by way of the Spaniards during the 1500s. This story was later known as the Middle Passage. However, prior to Melville's fictional story, no information existed in history that clearly mentioned that the so-called Negroes of the American lands came from Africa. For example, according...
So he said, before Melvin J. Herskovits, there's no examples or no history of the American Negro or this transatlantic slave trade he called the Middle Passage. Right. So here is a news article from the Derby Mercury. This is out of England, February 14th, 1788. Mind you, Melvin J. Herskovits is born in 1895. So the claim is nobody was talking about this before Melvin J. Herskovits. So let me click on it, make it bigger. So remember, this is 1788. It says a short history of the African slave trade. Of the African trade. And mind you, I put all the sources in the description. Every source on the show is in the description. Right? The limits of the African trade being so extensive and the advantages resulting from it to great, it is necessary towards fully understanding the subject as well as interesting to future adventures. To insert a brief account of the trade in general, and particularly of those Royal African companies which broke one after the other, and the management of their affairs was in 1750, co-signed over to the present company, or rather their committee. The Portuguese first discovered the coast of Africa in 1454 and built a fort soon after on the island of Arguin, and sometime after another at St. George, Delmina on the Gold Coast, and a third at Longo, St. Paul's on the coast of Angola. So here we go, a history in 1788 them talking about these Portuguese coming to West Africa and then initiating this slave trade. So Melvin J. Herkovitz couldn't be the originator of that. He wasn't born in 1788. He was not born in 1788, y'all. So here we go. Pope Nicholas V and Portuguese slave trade. So here they're talking about, this is the cover of the Crónica dos Feitos de Guinea by Gomez Inés de Zuara, published in 1460. Paris, France, courtesy of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. King Alfonso V commissioned the Chronicle, which was first composed by Zuara in 1453. This is a long time before Melvin J. Herkovitz. The Chronicle documents the early development of Portuguese interest in large-scale slave trading out of West Africa. Like you said, out of West Africa. Let me read this. With Portuguese expansion into the Western Africa in the 15th century, Iberian merchants began to recognize the economic potential of large-scale slave trafficking enterprise. One of the first to record this settlement, according to Portuguese royal chronicler Gomez Inés de Zuara, was a young ship captain named Anton Conclaves, who sailed to West Africa in 1441, hoping to acquire sealskins and oil. After obtaining his cargo, Conclaves called a meeting of the 21 sailors who accompanied him and unveiled his plan to increase their profits. According to Zuara, Conclaves told his crew, "We have already got our cargo, but how fair a thing would it be if we have come to this land for a cargo of such pretty merchandise? We're to meet with good fortune and bring the first captives." Says, and we're to meet with good fortune and bring the first captives before the presence of our prince. That night, Conclaves led a raid party into Cape Blanc, a narrow peninsula between Western Sahara and Mauritania, and kidnapped 2 Berbers, 1 man and 1 woman. Another Portuguese mariner, Nuno Tristão, and members of his crew soon joined Conclaves, although the raid resulted in less than a dozen captives. Zuara imagined in his account that Prince Henry of Portugal responded to this enterprise with joy, not so much for the number of captives taken, but for the prospect of other countless captives that could be taken. Right? So, again, we already have people talking about this trade way before Melvin J. Herkovitz is born. So this is the book they was just referencing. Let me go to the title page. Come on, pop up. As soon as this pop up, I just want to show you the title. Right, so this is the title page, The Conquest Discovery, Conquest of Conquest of Guinea by Gomez Zuara. Right, let's go back to page 51. So remember, he said that the prince would be happy not with just the captives, but what could come basically in the future captives. So I'm gonna show you where that is in this book, where he talks about that. All right, so zoom in. So I'm gonna start here. For just in so far as things are more desired and more numerous, and heavy labors are undergone for them, so much the greater delight do they bring with them when a man obtaineth them. O holy prince, pre-adventurer, they pleasure and delight might have some semblance of covetousness, and receiving the knowledge of such a sum of riches, even as great as those thou didst expand to arrive at that result. And now seeing the beginnings of some recompense, may we think thou didst feel joy, not so much for the number of captives taken, as for the hope thou didst conceive of the others that couldst take. So we understand that he's talking about the the people that the potential people he could take. The potential people. What's good to the chat, y'all? How y'all doing out there, man? I hope y'all being patient with me. All right, so remember what we're doing here. He's talking about how only Melvin J. Herkovitz basically created this history, right? He created this history. So as we can see already, we have from English newspapers in 1788 already I showed. And in 1788, they're talking about how the Portuguese started this traffic. I showed the chroniclers of the time with the book Conquest and Discovery of Guinea. Right. So here is in 1526, we have a king from he's in the Congo, and he's writing a letter to the king of Portugal. Right. So here's the king of the Congo. This is Alfonso. They call him, his real name is Nzinga Mbemba, but he Christianized himself and became Alfonso. And then this is who he's writing. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. I gotta pick this up. I'm back. My bad, y'all. So, like I said, this is King Alfonso. This was King João and King John of Portugal. So let's go back to the letter. Right, annotations. In 1526, the King of Congo, Nzinga Mbemba, who by this time had adopted the Christian name Alfonso I, which I just showed you, began writing a series of 24 letters to the Portuguese King João III, appealing for an end to the slave trade. While a trading relationship had been in place between Portugal and Congo since the 1480s, Alfonso was increasingly unhappy that the relationship with both countries had degenerated into one which the slave trade had become increasingly important. Right? Like I said, I put everything I'm using is in the description. I just want to read a little excerpt from it. So I'm gonna start down here. Many of our people keenly desirous as they are of the wares and things of your kingdom, which are brought here by your people, and in order to satisfy their voracious appetite, seize many of our people, freed and exempt men. And very often it happens that they kidnap even noblemen and the sons of nobles and our relatives and take them to be sold to the white men who are in our kingdom. And for this purpose, they have concealed it. And others are brought during the night so that they might not be recognized. And as soon as they are taken by the white men, they are immediately ironed and branded with fire. And when they are carried to be embarked, if they are caught by our guards, men, the whites, allege that they have brought them, but they cannot say from whom, so that it is our duty to do justice and to restore to the freemen their freedom, their freedmen. But it cannot be done if your subjects feel offended as they claim to be. So here we have a king in Congo writing a king of Portuguese in 1526 about this slave trade that Dane Calloway wants you to believe we only get the stories from Melvin J. Herkovitz in the 1900s. So we see that's not true. All right, what's next? So again, we're talking about the deception of Dane Calloway, right? So he does a lot of things to deceive people, right? He's a trickster. He's a scam artist. So let's go to this.
You There is a big difference between truth
my bad.
and facts. Facts is merely
So I want you to pay attention right here. We're going to look at this. He's showing a news article here, right? And he's talking over the news article. So he's trying to paint a picture that history is being told in reverse, and that, you know, people are challenging this. Like he's going to be talking about, there's a college student who ends up getting into an argument over the slave trade with their professor. But pay attention to the news article that's playing in the background.
controversial information, whereas a person bears the opinion to debate its credibility or not. That's yet another form of belief, whereas truth is non-debatable due to its credibility of always making logical sense. This is why in today's society, most people.
So we see the article that's playing and we hear how he's talking. The title is called "Are African Americans American Indian?" So he's trying to paint a picture that this student here, Kayla Parker, had an argument with her teacher over the slave trade and the facts of it. When that's not that didn't happen at all. At all. What actually did happen, right? And we're gonna look through it a little bit. This is a quick and easy one. You know, this happened in June. Well, I don't know if it was June, but this is back a couple years ago. This article's from 2017, right? So it says University of Tennessee lecturer fired after student alleges racism, retaliation. So if you was paying attention to so here you see the girl Kayla Parker that he was showing, and this is the actual article he got it from, because you can see these are the images that he had playing in the background. So he basically just took this and inserted this video, right? But he's trying to make it seem like, again, he's implying, he's not saying it, but he's giving these visuals, and we know what he's about. He's about this slave trade didn't happen, it happened in reverse or whatever. But in this article, they tell you why the whole thing happened. She had some teacher that, you know, that acted inappropriately. She ended up messaging her on Facebook and said some inappropriate things, and which led to her getting fired. But let's go to where the argument started. It was from a quiz. It said, did quiz diminish impact of slavery? It said the exchange started in February when Parker, remember that's the black student, said she took a quiz in her sociology of family class. One multiple choice question asked about the nature of African American families during slavery. So the question is about African American families during slavery. They're not saying African Americans wasn't enslaved. Parker chose an answer that said black family bonds were destroyed by the abuse of slave owners who regularly sold off family members. The problem is when she answered that, she got it wrong, right? Which started the debate. This is what started the friction between the student and the professor. Says the answer, according to the teacher, was that most slave families were headed by two parents. Right? For this woman, and here's a quote, for this woman to publicly call me a racist, well, that's a quote from the teacher. Outrageous and unconscionable, as promoting racial justice has been a large part of my life's work. But back to the point, he is showing this to make it seem like the argument is about the slave trade not happening, when in fact, the argument is about this question about how slavery impacted the families of our ancestors. And she answered it right. It destroyed family bonds because people were sold off. We actually, I don't know if you've seen this, our last live stream, we had Aboriginal on here who had ancestry from Senegal. And even in that narrative that we were so lucky to find about his ancestors from Senegal, they talk about one of them being sold off and sent away from everybody else. So he's being very deceiving, showing that article in the background. All right. So where we at? All right. So here we go to another claim of Dane Calloway's. We'll show more deception.
In a formal gathering somewhere off the grid at a discreet location, just after his return from crossing the waters, Malcolm X revealed some very vital, unconventional details on what Negroes, or rather African Americans, were truly considered to be as a Negro.
Aborigines, which means what? Black folk. You never find a white aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are aborigines, but you don't like to be called an aborigine.
Malcolm X stated that the rock landed on us after he returned across the waters because he learned new things. He learned that the rock had truly.
So the problem with that is right there. He's deceiving y'all. He's trying to act like Malcolm X had a newfound understanding when he came back from Africa that they were Aboriginal. In fact, that Aboriginal quote is from 1962, right? Malcolm X went to Africa in 1964. That's when he traveled to Africa in the late spring. But since they like to bring up that Aborigine quote, this is the speech. I know it's small, you can't see it, but we're going to zoom in and we're going to get it right. So the speech is Black Man's History, Malcolm X, right? December 1962. So to show you that this is the speech that's in question, here we go right here, right? Let's start here. He says, the white man will even tell you that because he refers to Adam as the first one, he refers to Adamites as those who came from that first one. He refers to the pre-Adamites as those who were here before Adam, right or wrong, those people who were here before Adam, and he always refers to these people as Aborigines, which means black. Which means what? Black folk. You never find a white Aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, and they are also dark-skinned people. You and I are Aborigine, but you don't like to be called an Aborigine. You want to be called an American. Aborigine actually means from the beginning. It's two Latin words, ab, meaning from, origine, meaning from the beginning. And Aborigine is the only term applied to those dark-skinned people who have been on this earth since the beginning of the universe. So he's saying, all right, cool. He's calling black folk Aborigine. But is he saying that we're from America? No. He is not saying that. Because even in this speech, he acknowledges something. So down here, right, he acknowledges the slave trade and saying we came from somewhere else. In the same speech, it says, you and I haven't thought in terms of our forefathers. We haven't thought of our fathers, our brothers are back home. They're back home. Mind you, he's in America. So if home is in America, what is he talking about? Our fathers are in the East. Still not America. We're running around here begging the great white father. You never hear black people in this country talking or speaking or thinking in terms of connecting themselves with their own kind back home. So if he was saying we was from America, what is he talking about back home and in the East? They're trying to make contact with the white man, trying to make connections with the white man, trying to make a connection with a kidnapper who brought them here. Brought them where, Malcolm X? To America. He's talking about America, y'all. This is in the same exact speech where he speaks his Aboriginal talk. Never once does Malcolm X deny us, this transatlantic slave trade, and that's where we come from. Because he's acknowledging it here, right? What does he say? He said, trying to make connections with a kidnapper who brought them here. Trying to make connections with actually the men who enslaved them. the men who enslaved them. You know that's a shame, it's pitiful, but it's true. So when you take Malcolm X's whole speech into context, there's no way, like Dane Calloway is trying to do, there's no way you can make him say that he's saying that we're from America. It's impossible, right? And in fact, like he said when Malcolm X came back from Africa, he was talking about this Aborigine stuff. It wasn't the Aborigine speech, like I said, is from 1962. He went to Africa in 1964. So let's see what Malcolm X was talking about when he came back from Africa in this news article, right? Hate spread by Malcolm X. The recent Carol adventures of Malcolm X are one answer to the thesis that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice. The angriest of this country's Negroes journeyed to Cairo for the African Summit Conference. He wanted the assembled leaders to pass resolution of condemnation against the nation that is his home and the target of his hatred. His account in Cairo of the racial evils in this country was vivid. We were taken forcefully and changed from his mother continent and have now spent over 300 years in America. So again, Malcolm X is not saying you're from America. He's saying, yeah, there's only black people who's originally on the earth. Science doesn't even agree with that, but he ain't talking about your black ass, right? So in chains from his mother continent and have now spent over 300 years in America, suffering the most inhumane forms of physical and psychological torture imaginable, he said. Hold on.
Oh, dear, can I get the open it?
All right, what else did he say? Right, all of these inhumane atrocities have been inflicted upon us by American governmental authorities. We stand defenseless at the mercy of American racists who murder us at will for no reason other than that we are black and of African descent. There's no question Malcolm X knew that we was black and African descent. So why would he say this? Why?
These are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are Aboriginal.
Landed on us after he returned across the waters because he learned new things. He landed on us after he returned across the waters because he learned new things. He learned that the rock had truly landed.
So like I showed you, he went to Africa in 1964. That speech, that Aborigine speech, is from 1962. So he's not right about that. Okay, so here's another speech from Malcolm X. This is from The Ballad of the Bullet, 1964. So where is it? So again, I put everything in the description. My bad, my dog was going crazy for a second. But all right. So again, he used these deception tools, like I showed you. The act of causing someone to accept as true or valid what is false or invalid. The act of deceiving. The fact or condition of being deceived, something that deceives, trick. Right? So I hope y'all can see this. This is Malcolm X in 1964. Right? What does he say? Right now in this country, if you and I, 22 million African Americans, that's what we are, Africans who are in America, you're nothing but Africans. Nothing but Africans. In fact, you get farther calling yourself an African instead of a Negro. Africans don't catch hell. You're the only one catching hell. They don't have to pass civil rights bills for Africans. An African go anywhere he want right now. All you got to do is tie your head up. That's right. Go anywhere you want. Just stop being a Negro. Change your name to Hooga Booga. That'll show how silly the white man is. You're dealing with a silly white man. So he's not saying that the Africans and us are different. He's saying that we are the same. But the white man is so dumb that just because one is a Negro, one is called a Negro, and one is called an African, that makes a big difference. So here, he's going to double down. A friend of mine who's very dark put on a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called. That's enough of killing Dane. Peace, y'all. Peace to the chat. What's going on? I see y'all going crazy already. I don't know what's Sean up to. You up to something? Word. Yeah. That was just a little clip I did from a little while ago, dissecting some of Dane Calloway's foolery. So we're gonna end that Dane Calloway segment with something from each one, teach one.
How?
Some good ass weed.
HAME, pronounced Shame Chataway. Few people know that during the pandemic, the efforts to stamp out the misclassified reparations Ponzi scheme hoax were led by a babbling 12-year-old named Shame Chataway. In the late 1990s, Shame began having visions and speaking in tongues, in the voice of his grandmother, after eating a bowl of turtle soup. As the babbling was deciphered, it was found to be the stories of the ancient history of highly melanated aboriginals of the Olmec province. Babbling was adopted as the dialect of those highly melanated aboriginals of Amurican descent at the turn of the millennium. Chataway was recruited by NASA to be a Stargate pilot and translator for their intercontinental dimensional time travel program. His universal greeting to fellow alien Amuricans is, "I am a just hair too, make you drink a lot." This is
How?
Some good ass weed.
HAME, pronounced Shame Chataway.
Shame Chataway, man. He don't got nothing to offer y'all, man. Nothing. Where we at? That shit pop up there, right there. Yeah, it's the usual from Dane. So we're gonna jump into this clip with about Brother Sanchez. He had a debate, or was supposed to have a debate about the flat Earth and all that. He ends up running. So I'm gonna play like 10 minutes of this. It's kind of funny because he just looking real stupid. These pantsudos is running wild, man. But this clip comes from Chris Harris, MVP. He showed this earlier.
You're right. And so that the water is showing you is basically conforming to that field. It's not visible, but it's physical. It exists in the physical spectrum, just like no different than the levitating devices that they got today, right? Let me show you something. They got all kind of. I don't need to be interrupted. That's why I muted everybody.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished. I apologize.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna let you know when I'm finished. Don't do that. I'm gonna say out of my mouth, I'm done, so we don't have this problem. So check this out, right, y'all. Just like you got objects like this levitating art that they doing today. You can buy this stuff. So ain't no pulling and pulling going on here. And that's what they need to happen with gravity. The truth is that there's an electromagnetic energy field around the object, and the object is sitting upon that. And because that field is invisible, right, it appears to make the thing levitate. You know, I can raise this rock up and I ain't pulling it with any force. You know what I'm doing? Expanding the energy field. And as the energy field gets bigger, the thing levitates higher. So this ain't nothing like gravity. And look, guys, he just can't control himself. But you know what? I hear him in the background.
Do anybody hear anything? Do you hear anything, Noodle? Do you hear anything?
I don't hear nothing.
I don't hear nothing because he knows what he's producing. It's based on ignorance. It's stupid. And it's not working on this channel. Let's go back. Cause listen.
Just rock up and I ain't pulling it with any force. You know what I'm doing? Expanding the energy field. And as the energy field gets bigger, the thing levitates higher. So this ain't nothing like gravity. And look, guys, he just can't control himself. But you know what? I hear him in the background. I wasn't talking about you.
Is anybody else allowed to speak?
See, you know what, man? I'm about to kick dude off because I've been nice to him. Now your boy got to go. It's just me and you.
Give him a chance, please. Give him a chance.
Well, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put his ass in timeout for 3 minutes just to let them know I'm very strict. You ain't gonna blurt out on my shit and be disrespectful because all of my people are on mute right now. And I told Craig that you ain't gonna bring these barbarians over here with they uncivilized ass. All of my people acting good. Look at them. They muted up. They let me go. So boom, now I'm gonna let him see if he could control his childish ass and be respectful. I knew your side would be the first ones get disrespectful. Now I've been a damn good.
Yo, the pseudos always get dramatic. Always. They can't help it. That's their only defense mechanism. They gotta get dramatic. He's saying he was trying to say the guy was saying something when he wasn't even talking. Nobody was talking. He wants to hold the floor forever. So they were streaming this on 2 different platforms. One was on Sanchez platform, and Sanchez erased this video. If you go to Sanchez platform, you could not find this video. He erased it. Right?
Host. I'm letting everybody talk. I'm just trying to explain my argument.
Gish galloping. That's all he been on here doing. Gish galloping. That's all he been doing. And people are saying, when can we talk?
In detail so that you can know where I'm standing, so that you can even argue it back legitimately.
Okay. I mean, but your
I haven't said no one is
like, so I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, no one on my side interrupted nobody. It's only been me talking, so that's a lie. Okay, so like I was saying about the energy field, because you're not gonna pull this. I'm not letting you talk crap, right? I'm letting everybody talk. It's just my turn to talk, and you don't want me to finish. I'm barely even getting the mic. I'm letting my people debate you guys. So every time I make a good point, y'all bitch and cry talking about you're not allowing me to talk. Bro, that kind of behavior gonna make me stop fucking with you. I got children. Quit being grown men crying all the time. So check this out. Let's keep it on what I'm trying to show you here. We off track. I'm telling you about.
All right, Sanchez is a freaking pseudo.
He complained about somebody crying. He's the one crying. He is the one doing all the crying. He's been talking this whole time. He don't want to let nobody else speak. And look, you see how long. So this video, there's a lot to it. Sanchez proves how dumb he is, but that's not what this is about. This is to show how he just runs from this debate for no reason.
All he doing is showing pictures and talking.
He's acting like he's not crying about it. You're talking about I let everybody talk, but as soon as that white man started cutting y'all the fuck up, he couldn't talk no more.
Exactly. All he did was he was just trying to explain
You're not slick, my nigga.
Gravitational forces, electromagnetism, how they work together, static, and all this. He was trying to explain it, and you just cut him off. You think you get these yes or no questions? Like what Sanchez looks forward to is to hear you say yes or no, and then he says, "Okay, you said yes, okay," and then he starts speaking on top of your point because you answered yes. Classic
Rage
red
meltdown coming. Rage meltdown coming. Warning, warning.
Warning, warning. If there's children around, which is probably too late at this point. Yeah, rage warning.
Why you guys are wrong, and when I go to digging in y'all ass, you act childish.
Pause.
So like I was saying, in y'all ass, I'm telling you about why you guys are wrong, and when I go to digging in y'all ass, you act childish.
That's gay.
So like I was saying, there's an electromagnetic energy field affecting the water.
Triggered little printer.
If gravity is the force that's pulling the water down, like y'all say, how can it be the same fucking force pulling it to the side?
It's not the same force.
I know that, which is why. But listen, Craig.
Real quick, y'all. This is Chris Harris' show. He's showing basically a reaction to Sanchez. So you see the title from these people channel says "Crybaby Sanchez Raise Quits and Cries About Looking Bad." So Chris is just going over that. He did the work for us, so we don't got to do it. And so he's gonna quit soon, probably like in the next 2 minutes. He's gonna run up out of it.
To make a point. My thing is this right here. You comparing electrostatic force to gravity is baloney, man. That's my point. It's not the same force, and it's not.
No one said it was.
Hold up. No, I know that. If you let me, I gotta put him in timeout again. I'm gonna put him in the waiting room every time I talk, and when I finish, he can come back. Fair enough. So check this out, right? The point that I'm making here, if he'll let me finish, is they are saying that they are similar forces, and I'm proving here ain't nothing similar about them. Gravity pulling something down, and electrostatic force ain't even a force, it's a field. It's a field, not a force. That's what I'm proving.
What?
If I'm allowed to speak. See, when a black man go in with his intelligence, you white boys go to playing victim and acting fucking. It's a shame how y'all acting. Yes, and now I'm gonna let my
you see, he's telling us something that we know. Gravitational force is a field. Duh.
Man, did y'all see how he instantly went to try to pull the race card? Like, come on, we got to be better than that. We got to be better than that. He's talking the whole time. These people, they didn't say anything. He's just complaining. He's bickering. He's doing everything but addressing the topic. Flat Earth. No such thing.
Hold on. Melanated goddess. He's the piano police.
Like, duh.
Sis. Fucking die.
Duh.
Yo, okay. Play the meltdown's about to happen. Come on.
Like the meltdown, like this is crazy. Like, duh.
Come on, let it
all
right.
All right.
They want to see it. Come on.
An electrostatic force ain't even a force, it's a field. It's a field, not a force. That's what I'm proving. If I'm allowed to speak. See, when a black man go in with his intelligence, you white boys go to playing victim and acting fucking. It's a shame how y'all acting. Yes, and now I'm gonna let my mouth get filed because I'm being triggered, and I ain't gonna hold back because you guys ain't, the rompers ain't. He disrespected my gracious platform where I've allowed you to have a voice. Take your time. Get the mic, Craig.
Okay,
What?
I mean, you know, to be fair, when I was talking earlier, your guys were interrupting me loads, and
I stopped
I'm
them.
just saying.
You didn't stop yours though. I stopped mine.
I don't have
yours,
the ability
though.
to. I don't have control.
Yeah, you can say, "Hold up, Rumpus, let Sanchez finish."
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, but anyway, no. So you're categorically wrong. Coulomb's law describes the electromagnetic force, and we know that it's a force because we can use it to generate electricity, and using the knowledge of all of that. So just saying that it's baloney doesn't stop Coulomb's law being a thing. And Coulomb's law describes a similar thing to Newton's law of gravity, where with Newton's law of gravity, it's the product of two masses. With Coulomb's law, it's the product of two charges. But it's the same. It's inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. And they, even though they describe different things, they describe them in a similar way. So when you said that there's no forces that work like gravity, you're wrong, because the electromagnetic force can be described using Coulomb's law.
Electrostatic force.
Electrostatic force. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right, Rumpus. Electrostatic force. Sorry. And when you said also that gravity only acts in one way, you're wrong. We showed that it acts in multiple ways with, for instance, the Schehelian experiment and the Cavendish experiment. We isolate that and see that there's a force acting in a different way than just down. That's what the entire discussion has been about, me explaining the Sheheane experiment and the Cavendish experiment. Gravity works the same way that we predict it to, and it acts similar to electrostatics with Coulomb's law. And that's
Have you got those formulas? You had the formulas.
So now I want to
Craig, didn't you?
respond to Craig, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, I've got about 5 sentences out so far, and you've had about.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you had. If you don't like the way I'm distributing the time on my show, go to somewhere else.
You literally said he was going to talk next.
Matter of fact, man, let me put him in the background.
Okay, so we all heard that he was supposed to talk next. And what Sanchez wants to do is add so much conflation to everything Craig just said. When it's somebody else's turn, he doesn't have the decorum or intelligence or the scientific understanding that most scientists or people who are trying to be scientifically literate, should be having. He should be listening and taking notes and saying, okay, I have an answer for this. I have an answer for this. I have an answer for that. And he tends to not want to do that because he know what? He getting that work. He getting that work right about now.
Run my shit. If Craig makes an argument against what I said, me and him can go back and forth. This is our pre-debate show. Everybody else is just extras. So when me and Craig is going, see what I'm saying? The globe heads come. Let's look at the flat earthers.
That wasn't one of my
all of the flat earthers are unmute. And all of the globalists trying to run my platform. Guess what's going to happen right now?
Just saying.
So check this out, right? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that. It's like they're...
Yo, in this whole conversation, we didn't get no information from Sanchez. At least when the white guy got a chance to talk, he brought up a couple of experiments and things that he brought up early in this conversation. As you can see, we're 2 hours and 17 minutes into this. If y'all want to see the rest, go to Chris Harris's page. He got to show up. He did it today. They did a good reaction to it. But no information is coming from Sanchez. He just he just playing victim. He played victim every time. That's all he been doing the whole time, playing victim. Got us looking weak in front of these men. Like, this shit is crazy.
Trying to shield you, Craig. You just made a direct argument to what I just said. Why is there another man in between us when we should be going back and forth?
Well, I mean, you were the one that told me to invite them on, so I've
right,
done that.
right, but that don't mean they're gonna run my show. They're gonna speak when I tell them to.
I mean, well,
if I was on,
you give Olympus a chance to talk? If that's possible, could at this juncture?
Yes, I will. Don't I give everybody a chance? But they got to be patient. Don't you think all of these flat earthers want a chance to talk, Craig?
Yeah, but
why are they just being paid?
Yo, hit that like button, y'all. Share this video to your favorite pseudo, man. It's more to come. Hit the like button. We just getting warmed up.
Patient muted. That's what I'm saying. Why do you want your people to be special, man?
I don't.
Everybody's waiting to talk, but me and you arguing, and you're running right now. Now, Craig, I presented an argument. You responded to it, and now you don't want me to go back and say nothing else to what you said.
All I'm saying is
you want to run. You want to run. I know what you're saying. He can wait. He can have patience. When two men are going, I tell you what, bro.
So hard to talk to.
This is starting to make me really. You know what? I'm gonna do a vote right now in the chat room based on what I make. When two men are going, I tell you what, bro.
So hard to talk to.
This is starting to make me really. You know what? I'm gonna do a vote right now in the chat room.
But honestly, I'm not trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to say one thing. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I promise you. All I was saying is that I've already spoken to some flat earthers, and I just thought at this point maybe it'd be nice if another globe earther could maybe join in the conversation. You know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
It's not time. I want another globe earther in it. But you want to be able to say what you got to say after that argument and dead it there, and now just move on.
Okay,
That's
well, how
called
about
running.
How about after you responded?
How about
then?
after I respond to you, then your globalists get in? That's how the show been going.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. How about after you do your next thing, right? Whatever you're about to say now, could Rumpus please talk next? Is that okay?
Rumpus is being bumped up in line over all the other people that was before him. I'm actually giving him favoritism right now. I'm just not gonna let him interrupt while me and you in the middle of a spar. This is the way I run my show when you ain't even here though, and you shouldn't be even talking now. You should be letting me make my argument.
Yeah, I'm honestly not trying to be disruptive.
I just agreed I'm gonna let him talk. Why are you still talking? I tell you what, man. Debates council. Fuck you. I'm doing.
You see? You see?
Talk. Why are you still talking? I tell you what, man. Debates council. Fuck you. I'm doing.
You see?
Agreed. I'm gonna let him talk. Why are you still talking? I tell you what, man. Debates council. Fuck you. I'm doing.
You see?
Yo, if he wasn't looking for any excuse to get the fuck up out of there, he was just looking for any excuse. I believe we can all agree to that. We just watched the last 10, 15 minutes of it. And they didn't do nothing disrespectful. They was basically asking for when can we get a time to talk. They might have jumped in because this dude is just rambling on. Just rambling. Shit makes no damn sense. No sense. But he acting like somebody did something to him. Let's say that again.
This is the way I run my show when you ain't even here though, and you shouldn't be even talking now. You should be letting me make my argument.
Yeah, I'm honestly not trying to be disruptive.
I just agreed I'm gonna let him talk. Why are you still talking? I tell you what, man. Debates council. Fuck you. I'm doing.
You see?
Meltdown. Flat
Rewind it back.
earthers
Rewind
lose.
it back.
Rewind it back,
like 10
Noodle.
seconds.
We're gonna rewind it back, Noodle. Let's
Rewind.
That's a damn shame, man. Pathetic ain't the word. It's a damn shame. Damn shame. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. So let me show y'all something. Ahistorical, right? This isn't a new word. This is something people seen before, but maybe they haven't really looked to see how it's applied, right? So ahistorical, not concerned with or related to history, historical development, or tradition. Historically inaccurate or ignorant. Historically inaccurate or ignorant. So let me show y'all something. So this is a post from Aboriginal Power. Right? It says Dr. Caesar was an Aboriginal American, American Indian, Negro, root doctor, better known as herbalist. These are some of the American history doctors and inventors of cures and medicine. I'm doing a whole build on ancient hoodoo, American Indian practice of medicine and science. This dude is he's crazy. Right? So I want to know where he gets the audacity to say that this dude is a American Indian, an Aboriginal, anything like that. Callie, what's going on, Callie? Callie, good looking on the super chat. I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem, bro. I just saw that it was up there. I said I gotta at least feature something, bro. That's because I've been waiting for that to pop up for a while. I was wondering why it hadn't been up there, but maybe this became eligible. I don't know.
Nah,
But yeah.
I finally hit 500.
Oh, okay, for
So
sure.
once I hit 500, then it was able to come. You know, I'm trying to climb the ladder naturally. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's the way to do it, man. That's the way to do it. But it said so. Why would was it is this a Dane Calloway claim? No, it's Aboriginal power.
Yes,
It's Aboriginal power.
This is a new one from him. I haven't heard him say
that. Here we go. It said take roots of the.
But this is them. You know, they are culture vultures because remember they're not black, right? They're not black. They're not African Americans. So what they're trying to do is steal our culture.
Of course, they're trying to hijack our culture, not just ours though. They're also trying to hijack Native American culture as well, man. They're trying to hijack as many cultures as they can. They claim it as that, even in some cases, European culture as well, right? Or some of the European cultures, right?
So let me show you something real quick. This is the book, Africanisms in American Culture, right? Remember, he's talking about the guy Caesar. Let's go back to it. So he's talking about Caesar's, you know, he's coming up with these cures for poisons and stuff, right? So this is an African who was enslaved, right? And he got free because of these cures. So why would they want to claim somebody? Because you know they Cali, they say what? They wasn't enslaved, right?
Of course they say they weren't enslaved. Remember when I posted that article and I actually read it? It was like a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago or something, where I read all those different West African herbal treatments and things like that in order to treat poisons or different types of conditions and ailments. Like they had all different types of herbal medicinal medicines that they actually invented in West Africa that they were able to treat all different types of conditions. So it doesn't surprise me that some of our ancestors came over with that kind of.
Yeah, we see
even
that.
The Europeans did not know.
We see that in a lot of different fashions.
It's a fact.
Right? So
this is why I don't understand This is why I don't understand why folks are trying to run away from this. This is why you can tell folks never read anything, because I tried to explain to folks. I said, you guys literally have no idea. Africans our ancestors were very, very intelligent. They knew what they were doing. It wasn't just one faction or just Masons. They were well diverse in different skill sets. I don't understand this. Why would you want to run away from that? But yeah, why would you want to try to claim a slave? But I know they're trying to claim it because he did something great. So they have to claim anything great from that was being done by Africans. They got to steal.
They got to try to steal it. But I just want to read something real quick. So this is from the book Africanisms in American Culture, right? Page 53. What has Africa given America? Right. So we have this picture here, the Bam Babalua, courtesy of the Historic New Orleans collection. It says folk medicine and root doctor. African medical knowledge of disease in both the old and new world crossed the Atlantic Ocean and contributed to medical well-being of Americans. Although African American practitioners as a group were considered folk and root doctors as compared to their European counterparts. Remember, he used the word root. He was a root doctor. Aboriginal power, he used that word, right? He's trying to hijack our culture. African American medical practices were generally superior in that area. For example, let me read that sentence again. Although African American practitioners as a group were considered folk and root doctors as compared to their European counterparts, African American medical practices were generally superior in that area. So we was better at medicine than the Europeans. For example, Africans are credited with introducing certain folk treatments for smallpox. That's Onesimus in Boston, Massachusetts, in the 1700s. Famed anthropologist R.S. Rattray reported that variolation used a serum from lesions That's inoculation of a smallpox was practiced from time immemorial by the Khan of Ghana. Likewise, the Scottish explorer Mungo Park, during his travels to the Windward Coast at the end of the 18th century, was informed by a European doctor stationed there that the people of the Gambia practiced inoculation for smallpox as their traditional prevention. In 1729, Lieutenant Governor William Gooch of Virginia manumitted a slave named Pan Pan for his seeking concoction of roots and herbs because it was a cure for yaws and for syphilis. He was freed from slavery at a cost of 60 pounds. Brian Edwards listened to one of his Akan women learn that vaccination was a medical technique used on the Gold Coast to inoculate children with infectious matters from yaws, thus giving them a mild case of disease and providing resistance later in life. So this is the foundation of vaccines. Mothers inoculated their infants about the period of weaning, that they may be indulged in nursing them until their recovery. And many believe, from an African opinion and custom in that country, that children should undergo the disease at an earlier period of life. In another example of African slave by the name Caesar, now we're getting to the part where Aboriginal power he made the post about. An African slave named of Caesar was known to have cured several persons who had been poisoned. One, an overseer named Henry Middleton, found Caesar's antidote effective. Caesar cured Middleton from intolerable pain in the stomach and bowels. After he found no cure or relief in medicines of the most skillful doctors of the country, so he was going to the Europeans, didn't get no remedy. He came to the African and he was good. Caesar also cured a person bitten by a rattlesnake and a man afflicted with yaws with his body covered from top to toe with scabs. The cure for yaws required the use of flowers of sulfur and burnt nickels. He also cured those affected with deadly symptoms of psoriasis. For Caesar's For Caesar's antidote to poison and snake bite, he was given his freedom and financial compensation for life. Right? Matter of fact, I'm gonna read the rest of it. Samson, another African slave, gained his freedom as a reward for discovering a cure for rattlesnake bites. His cure was said to have been even more effective than Caesar's. Colonial planters generally had more respect for their enslaved Africans' knowledge of herbs, medicines, and poisons than did the so-called doctors of the era. Enslaved Africans brought indigenous skills and knowledge to North America directly from Africa. They contributed these cultural traditions concerning the use of plants, as well as the new flora they encountered in South Carolina. In many ways, similar to the West and Central Africa, Samson walked into the Common House of Assembly of South Carolina May 9th, 1754. And offered a cure for rattlesnake bites to demonstrate the effectiveness of his medicine. He held in his hand poisonous snakes and then pressed them against his flesh and was bitten several times. He was bitten so many times, he was bitten by so many venomous snakes that it was doubtful if he would recover. Samson declared that he would return in 3 days, alive and well. To everyone's surprise, he returned alive and offered the cure. In proof of the efficacy of his medicine, Samson on several occasions suffered himself to be bitten by the most venomous snakes, and once let his wounds come so near a mortification that it was doubted whether he could recover. Yet he cured himself with them. He disarmed any snake of its venom with one of the herbs. He was immediately given his freedom and cash annuity for life. Damn, cash annuity. Likewise, Africans knew the smallpox inoculation was done by simply taking some of the sap from the scalp and inoculating those who were not exposed. Smallpox was the most feared epidemic in colonial America. So yeah, I don't know where he's getting the story of Caesar from, that he's an Aboriginal. But it's definitely not going like that. What's good, y'all? Sean, Lucky, what's going on?
Oh, what's good, bro?
Same shit, different day, man.
Yeah, you see that link I put in the back chat?
What you got for us, Sean?
Nah, if he claiming Caesar to be an Aboriginal, why would he be listed in the Encyclopedia of South Carolina as an African American?
Everything you read about him, he's gonna say African. You know what I'm saying? African American. Everything.
But we all know he has, his ancestry, because of when he arrived here, it's gonna take him, like you just said, to West Africa.
Facts.
And they were very unfamiliar with the snake bite. So when when he used that, Holloway used that in his book, that was significant, because that was another thing that they did not know how to handle.
Yeah, they didn't know how to handle it so much that they freed him.
Right. And that was
that's how important he was. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep, that's one of the ways people could get freedom. When they know how to do certain things that other people don't know how to do, then they could get their freedom through that, because that would give them some type of esteem, and that happened as a reality.
And it happened in other forms too.
Yeah, what's the dude?
Different inventions.
The dude, he came in the late 1400s, and I think he was up there in New York, around the New York area.
You talking about Juan Rodriguez?
Juan was
he was ahead of his time. He said he ain't going back to Europe. He ain't going over there. Let me out.
Yeah, he had special skills, so he was able to do whatever he wanted to do. People don't acknowledge that, but it just goes back to the point of how you want to distort history, and your point that you made about a history.
A historical work.
Yeah,
it's just an ignorant point of view. You know what I'm saying? It's not backed by anything. That's just it.
What's up to my Pan-African brothers? What's up with it, yo?
Choctaw Matt and Gullah. What's good, Gullah? Choctaw Matt.
What up?
What's happening? What's up?
I got one question. Is y'all brothers getting ready for the fight tomorrow?
Native Americans boxing?
I'm gonna be watching the show. I couldn't hear Sean. All that
Native
grease was dripping on his microphone. All that grease from your head dripping on your microphone, nigga.
Ain't no grease. You heard me loud and clear, nigga.
Hey. I would beat up on you with some educational shit, but I'm getting ready for the fight. That's why I'm asking you brothers, are y'all for to watch the fight?
Shit, we watching the fight. Everybody watching the fight. Come on, man.
Who y'all got?
I got a split decision draw, but I'm rooting for Spence.
Hey, I ain't heard nobody say a split decision draw, so that's the first.
I gotta go with.
I've been that way. I've been that way since the fight came. Since we were my boxing community, we were trying to make the fight, going back to 2018, 2017, 2019. Since we started discussing the possibility that fight happened before Terrence Crawford even moved up to welterweight, we were discussing this fight. So to me, I've always seen this fight as a 50-50 fight, and I can actually see both dudes hitting the canvas at one point. Me personally, I preferred Earl Spence. I want Earl Spence to win the fight, but I still like Terrence Crawford. I think both fighters are elite, and this is the greatest fight we've seen in 40 years.
You need a motherfucking boxing podcast, dude. Like,
bro, I discuss boxing. Bro, I actually discuss boxing, bro. I used to cover it as media.
Oh yeah, you need to start that
time
shit
in the
back up.
boxing deal, bro. I didn't spar.
That's crazy. Well, I got Crawford by knockout. I think he gonna counter Spence and knock him out with a counter.
I can see something like that happen, but I can also see Earl's jab getting into Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford has shown problems with getting away from the jab. Terrence Crawford used to be a great switch hitter, but he's not really anymore. He's mostly just a southpaw now, and I think he's gonna have some issues dealing with Earl Spence's technical. He's more fundamentally sound than Terrence Crawford, even though Terrence Crawford's not really fundamentally flawed, but Earl Spence is a little bit more fundamentally sound. He also cuts the ring off better than any fighter in the sport of boxing. He controls his opponent with his jab, and he has elite level footwork. I mean, he has such great balance. I'm thinking that's going to give Terrence Crawford some problems. But Terrence Crawford's quick strike ability, and he will punch with you, is very dangerous. So with Earl's jabbing, I can see Terrence Crawford countering over the jab with, I'm telling you, with a left hook or with a right hook. We'll see what happens.
Let me tell you this too. Let me tell you this. They both can't fight backwards, but I will give it to Crawford.
No,
He
Terrence
can move
Crawford
side
can
to
fight.
side.
Terrence Crawford can fight off the back foot. Earl actually showed he can fight off the back foot in the Mikey Garcia fight when he wants to, but right now Earl Spence prefers to. He started off boxing in a Mexican boxing gym, so that's why he's a come forward pressure fighter that throws a lot of combinations and works the body well. But Derek James has actually tightened up his fundamentals and turned him to a machine where he's able to break down his opponents over a series of 5 to 7 rounds. So Earl Spence and his ability to work the body over and over and over again. If Terrence Crawford can't hurt him, he could be in for a long night. If Terrence Crawford shows the ability to hurt Earl Spence early on, Earl Spence, he won't be able to get in on the inside and work the body with multiple combinations. So that's what I want to see. I want to see if Earl Spence, can he withstand Terrence Crawford's punches? Is he gonna? Me personally, I think the fight's gonna start off slow. I don't think Earl's gonna hop on him right away. I think that's very dangerous. I think you have to get down his timing. I think both fighters need to get the timing down of their opponent right away. I don't think that Earl's usually faster starting than Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford's problem is it takes him about 4 rounds to download his opponent, but he usually gets his opponent out of there. But the problem is he's never fought anybody of the caliber of Earl Spence. And technically, to me, Earl Spence has never fought anybody of the caliber of Terrence Crawford, but his resume is stronger than Terrence Crawford.
I disagree with that, because you know why?
There's no disagreement from anybody within the sport of boxing who really knows the sport of boxing. Earl Spence has fought this different competition.
I think somebody else was saying something. Somebody breaking up.
Breaking up. Oh, shit.
Who breaking up right now?
I think of Sutek. I'll just say this: when Earl Spence fought Kell Brook, he fought a better version of Kell Brook, right? When Earl Spence fought Sean Porter, he fought a better version of Sean Porter. Now, I tried to tell folks, because a lot of people in my box community and a lot of people that I know were pushing for Sean Porter and Terrence Crawford to fight. I said, hey, that's not the same. I mean, Sean Porter's good, but I'm like, I don't see him beating Terrence Crawford, bro. I think that he's a little bit longer than 2. But the worst one was Kell Brook. Kell Brook was way past it, and everybody was trying to push to try to make that fight. I thought it was an absolute mistake, and I knew that he would get knocked out. But what that fight did show is that Terrence Crawford struggles against the jab. If you have a great jab, that's going to be problematic for Terrence Crawford. So I'm just interested in seeing what he's going to have to do. But I don't think one of Terrence Crawford's problems, one of Terrence Crawford's biggest problems is when he gets hit, he has to get that lick back. That's a mistake.
Callie, breathe.
Yeah. Let me breathe. They breathe, bro. This is my lane, bro.
Cali,
that's my lane for real.
Can go in.
You let this nigga change the whole topic, yo.
Word. If it went right with it.
And yeah, you was all in. Listen, and he knew he could do you like that too. He knew if he said something about the fight, you was all in.
Come on, Sean. Hey, I be on your channel talking shit. Yeah, come on, Sean. Come on. You know the shit be in good spirit, bro. Come on.
You know this nigga Callie love boxing, nigga. You know what you was doing. That nigga talk an hour straight about some goddamn boxing.
Sean, you got to understand, a lot of us that's in this conscious community shit come from the boxing shit. So a lot of us, we met each other through the shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
You the first Choctaw boxer in the history of boxing. You know
my God. Oh my God! And when your people were slaves and shit, instead of boxing gloves, y'all had chains on your fists and shit. You motherfucking what's that? Bare knuckle boxing ass nigga.
Yeah, nigga, that's how we roll.
Nigga, please.
What up, hey. What was you trying to say, Sutek?
My shit clear.
Yeah, you clear. Oh, you breaking up again, nigga. You got videos. You got videos on your laptop, and you need to do what we used to tell close some of them apps. That ain't working.
My shit still chopping.
Hell yeah, you chopping because you got all them apps running in the background. You on your laptop, ain't you?
Yeah, he on Pornhub. That's the motherfucking problem. His phone is fucked up.
Look at this freak ass nigga.
Right.
Man, you breaking up bad, bro.
I can tell you right now, he gonna talk right back to you though, Callie, on the boxing shit. That's his shit. He love that shit.
Who?
Y'all niggas too serious. I just be like, niggas, I like the best knockout.
Hold on, y'all. Real quick,
hey, bro.
Hold on,
I got the direct connections in the sport, bro.
Callie,
John, that's for real.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. We got Melanated Goddess up here. What's going on, sis?
Peace, brothers. I was just trying to join in the sports conversation and say I hope, I want Burna Boy to make a touchdown, and a home run with me. That was my input right there.
She want Burna Boy.
What up, man?
Yes.
Nah, tell her, bring in Tiwa Savage. Bring in Tiwa Savage. We're gonna talk that way.
Tiwa Savages, they're beautiful. I mean, you got some good taste there, brother Sean. I mean, them sisters there, that's beautiful.
That's Callie saying that. I want Tiwa Savage.
Oh, that's Callie. Oh, okay, my bad. I was getting your voices confused. But those sisters are beautiful. But Burna Boy, he already be over here. So he need a touchdown, a home run, a 3-point shot. Like all of it, whatever.
She basically telling us to get back to the show, nigga.
Facts.
Yeah,
Pretty
I
much.
would love to. Yeah, beat.
She got on to tell us that. She said it in the chat.
Stuff. Yeah, and I wanted to say, I was looking at some of like your older stuff. Yo, that video with Daggone Smoke Signal had my stomach in stitches. I mean, like.
We was talking for me and Smoke was going for a minute too on that one.
Yes. He would like start an argument over anything. Like he was grasping at straws, and it was very, very entertaining. So like I was listening where you was like, I guess on Zoom, and you really wasn't trying to go live, and he was like, I don't want to go live, and I'm so glad that you know what I'm saying, like you kind of changed your mind with that, because that stuff is classic. I'm glad you didn't delete it. That shit is classic, because the stuff you're saying now, I can see why you get frustrated sometimes, or why you might like take a side before you said it, because it's like, I've said this before. You guys are saying the same arguments. You guys are talking about the same things. You're literally repeating yourself. So if anybody wants to listen to his videos even a year ago, the same Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the same Out of Africa theory, the same there, like that one video where you had like 3,000 African Americans who said that they were African. I was like, yo, case closed. Like, yo, that shit was a coffin, a dagger. You set that shit on fire. It was like, they're all like, how can you debate 3,000 people saying they come from Africa? How do you?
That was and those was what you call Indians. They was Chickasaw.
Yeah, they were 3,000 Chickasaws. When they had the opportunity to identify themselves, they said they were Africans. What else do you have to say after that? I was like, yo, people need to go back and read it and watch it. I mean, and some of y'all Abos might get converted, and we welcome you like we welcome, Brother Real Rap to the African Pan-African community. We welcome you. Just get converted. Join us. Red, black, and green.
Hey,
black family.
I'm not a Pan-African. All right.
Oh, now you're not. You see, this is here you go. Listen, man.
I'm about to morph into one now.
So you like a trans pan. You a trans pan? What the fuck going on here?
Yo, he switch up every other day. He's switching up.
I let you niggas talk. Let me talk. Now, I'm a black American with African descent. That ain't changed. Fuck Pan-Africanism because you niggas can't.
That's a trans pan. Yeah, you a trans pan right now. What the fuck, man? You identify? Yeah. You know why? Because I was listening to some freaking. I was talking today to some people in the UK who was telling me that a man could get pregnant, and I was getting fucked. I was getting pissed off. So all this transsexual, yes, exactly. All this transsexuals. Come on.
Let me ask you a question right after you're done, sis. Let me ask you a question because this has been buzzing around like everywhere on the internet. How do you feel about transgenders calling our women cis women or whatever? How do you feel about that? And do you feel like our women is being attacked? And do you feel like there are men that's protecting our women? How do you feel about that?
Don't take the bait, Mel. This is the second time.
I agree. Wait, what you mean? What you mean? Wait. I gotta listen to my brother Della right here.
What's the topic?
Della's trying to tell me. What you whispering, brother? What happened?
Melanated. What's the topic?
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah. The topic is these abos. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Stay there.
My brothers is telling me that I'm taking the
Sean be hating.
Yeah,
Let me say something to Sean real quick. Let me say something to Sean real quick.
Hold on.
Hey, Sean is the same nigga that thought Rick James was a woman last year. Once again, Sean is the same nigga that thought Rick James was a woman last year. Oh man, Sean is a hating ass nigga, Sean.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. So she brought up the transracial shit. Just listen to this clip real quick.
There's several different processes that I encountered when looking into it. I bumped into secure party. I bumped into declaring yourself a national, non-citizen. Like, you know, it's so many. I mean, it's all these ways, all these different ways.
Glad you said that, Smoke. You said it's so many. Right. At any given time, let's be real about it. At any given time, they saying out of two genders they have created 438 binary, cis. I can go on and on. If those motherfuckers can do that, why can't you?
So there you go, right there.
What
they already aligned with being transracial.
That's crazy.
They comparing themselves to the transsexuals and the.
Wait, so he's saying they should be able to create a new race then. That's what he's saying?
Because look,
how many
because there's all these other genders, why can't we create another race or ethnicity? That's what they're saying, yeah.
What the hell?
That's great.
Well, I mean, I think if they did that would at least be admitting that they're not purely whatever it is that they think that they are pure of. You see what I'm saying? If you're creating something, you're taking a little bit of this, a little bit of that, right?
Using common sense, yeah. Like using common sense, yeah, you would think that way. Because like Sean, he just did an expose on them. One of the videos he did where they was saying that they was comparing themselves to the African movement, or you know, they was saying that shit is older, we're newer. So, you know, like give us a chance, like to establish.
What about the whatever? I don't watch too many of them now, but they all blurring together. But the one clip where the dude said, how you gonna make us stop making things up? Or
that was Smoke Signal. Yeah.
What the hell?
Smoke Signal said that on multiple occasions. Why he said we can make up? You want to make up something? We can make it up.
That's crazy.
And they just go with it. It's crazy. And they just go with the flow.
Pan-aboism.
It's definitely a cult.
I'm serious. That shit is a cult. And I'm starting to really believe that, bro. This for everybody on the panel. I'm really believing that niggas might be worse than white people when it comes to occultism. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it sounds crazy, but man, don't don't sleep on it. Niggas might be just like white people, if not worse, when it comes to occultism.
Nah, that shit go across ethnic groups. The people, I've spoken to plenty of people of different ethnic groups who believe in all kind of conspiracy theories
And look,
and dumb shit on a regular basis.
Florida got white and black people.
Yeah, you see what happened with Jim
White
Jones?
people, Mexicans, you name it,
There
bro.
was
I
more
spoke
black
to all
people. There was more black people died in that than white people.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
I'm saying, I'm not saying. I'm
we get
saying
all
that.
spooked out. We be spooked out.
Yeah, everybody do it, but what I'm saying is nowadays, like niggas is just gone. They mind is gone with this shit. So you don't see white people, really fighting with themselves like that, and I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, they were, especially when it came to when it came to the vaccine. You start seeing all kind of white folks fighting against each other.
Fighting over
Now,
political
that
shit.
one different. That's called being stupid.
Fighting over political shit versus fighting over like
that's not political. That wasn't political. That's being anti-science, anti-medicine.
That was political.
But I think we don't. I mean, I would speak for myself, but I don't think that a lot of us be in their spaces to really know how much they do fight and argue. I think they probably do, but we just don't be in their spaces. You know what I'm saying? So we feel like we the ones.
That's true, but if you turn on any political proceedings, who you gonna see arguing with each other?
White folks.
But once
and
again,
that trickles down to social media and everything else.
But I think I could kind of respect the way that they go at each other. I think that's one thing that we could learn. Like it's not
they
like
get petty.
They get petty. They get cutthroat. They be cutthroat as hell.
Real petty.
I'm just saying, until I watch, I'm talking about maybe not the professionals, but maybe not like people on news channels, but until I watch like regular old white people, and as soon as it starts, either your mother was stuck in this or pull up where you're at, all of that stuff.
They do it a different way. They do it a different way.
I'm just saying, but to me, like that way is not. It's not good optics for us. You see what I'm saying? It's not.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying still got their petty ways where they don't gotta say your mom was doing X, Y, Z. They sit up there and put a whole ad campaign about the person and just say their whole shit or be right there on the floor.
I seen them threaten to kill each other, bro.
With posters and all types of shit.
I seen them threaten to delete each other. I've seen that regularly on social media. Especially, I don't know how many white dudes member of the NRA, and they threatened. They said, "Man, come on over here." They want them to.
Over what? I mean, like they over stupidness, like with the stuff that, like, because I've seen people say, like, Nat Turner wasn't real. I'ma kill you. You know what I'm saying? Are they trying to kill people over that, or they like, yeah, come on my property. They were
threatening to kill people over the Confederate monument.
This is the internet. Hey, Auntie Mel. All right, the internet is a crazy place. All right, with crazy people. All right, and pseudo people like. Yeah.
See, this is why I know you a real African, real rap. You see what I'm saying? You see how
I'm a real. Don't cut. Hey, look, Auntie. Hey,
I
let auntie, uncle. That's an African trait.
That's an African thing.
It's an American
you think you're doing Abos stuff? That ain't Abos. It's not American.
Auntie, I'll let y'all talk, please. Let me talk.
Nah, go ahead. Let Real Rap get it out. Let Real Rap get it out.
Yeah, please, because I was respectful. I was on mute. All right, and I was having internet issues. We good now. So, Auntie, nobody's switching up. Nobody's doubling up. All right. I'm Black American, just like Cali say, with African descent. Y'all don't get on Cali about that. So I'm not.
We all say that, though. There's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. So what's the problem? I'm repping my American bloodline because we built this country.
The problem is that you go around trying to say we're anti-African and we're anti-Pan.
Because some of y'all, I'm not gonna say you directly, but there are anti-African talking points, and when niggas disagree, it's
you are the
anti-African. It's West Coast versus East Coast. Bro, you can't even hold on, not a coincidence. You couldn't even define what Pan-Africanism is. I gave you the definition, and I knew you didn't read it.
Hold on. Let me.
Definition says that there's multiple variations of Pan-African.
So before you get into that,
Pan-African, are you not a coincidence? What type of Pan-African are you, my
Real
brother?
rap, real rap. Relax. Take a breath, right? So you didn't ask me for a definition of it. You said what type of Pan-Africanism do you fall under? Right? I said ain't
Read
no
the
rules.
Britannica definition out.
No, I don't. And I said why I gotta read a dictionary. I don't have to read it
because it was given to me by Psycho. Hold on.
Stop,
Psycho
bro. Stop.
It's
Take
always
a breath,
stop.
bro.
It's always stop. When I'm bringing
Bro,
facts, it's
because
always
listen,
stop.
listen, bro, you're not bringing any facts. The foundation of Pan-Africanism is basically us working with each other to lift each other up. So what I told you, I said what? Economically and in the political field. That's what I told you. So meaning I will spend money with black people and I will vote and support black people.
Just like I did with you and Sean.
Listen,
I
I
gave
don't
Sean $140.
have to do anything else.
Right, like how I gave Sean $140, like how I hit your cash app. Like
Hold on, let
I'm about
Melanated
to
get in
give
here.
Lucky some birthday money.
Real rap, I want to just explain something. Real rap, I just want to explain something, right? I'm not like no scholar or nothing like that on these panels. I don't do presentations or anything like that. I don't have, the contents of any of the speeches and the books that the Honorable Marcus Garvey, peace be upon him, has said, right, in the past. I still adhere to what I know to be as black nationalism, right? And I know that a lot of what black nationalism is founded upon is the content of his work, Marcus Garvey's work, right? Pan-Africanism. Whether you want to call that the west wing of it, the east wing, I don't know anything about that. What I do know is that the principles, the tenets, right? That is that we are, from Mama Africa, home and abroad, right? We are the descendants of the people from that land. We work together. We don't have to. Repatriation is not a must. Everyone doesn't have to repatriate. The goal is not everybody have to go back to Africa, and Africa is this and such and such. It is so that you understand your home nation, your home continent, and that we understand the reasons why we don't have one particular nation to go back to, and those are colonial nations, right? All of the understanding the diaspora, the continent, and having an interconnection between the two. You speak to any Pan-African, right? They're gonna say what I just said in a whole nother eloquent way, but basically it's the same tenet. What you're trying to do is you're trying to pigeonhole people into Britannica definition, Webster's definition, Wikipedia definition, X, Y, and Z. Are you a left wing or right wing? You got Marxist tenets, da 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 da. At the end of the day, for African people, that's what Pan-Africanism is. So you either on that or you not. And what you're trying to do is you really just like cherry picking one particular point on a definition when he's telling you he is an American person who acknowledges his African descendancy, and by that he sees a connection to other people who have African descendancy. What's so fucking hard about that? Like, that's it.
Okay, so what I'm gonna need you to do is stop. No, I'm gonna need you to stop putting the words in my mouth and watch my actions.
Real rap.
All right.
Real rap.
No, hold on. No. Don't cut me off. Not a coincidence. I'm addressing it. Hold on. Because Psychopathia, who I know y'all have a lot of respect for, and Chris MVP, they took the Britannica out and made me read it to define it. And all I'm saying is,
all right, because look,
hold on, bro.
out,
Why you cutting me off? I'm landing right here. Not a coincidence. Stop cutting me off. All I'm saying is, Auntie Mel, when Psychopathia and Chris MVP, whose channel we just watched, made me read Pan-Africanism, the definition stated that there's variations of it. That's what I'm saying. So you're cherry picking and trying to put me in a position that I'm not doing.
You're trying to make this.
No.
You're trying to make this hard.
Stop it.
No. You just said you landed. You landed. You landed. Stop. So you're trying to make this shit harder than what it really is, right? You needed a definition more than listen. We're all black, so we need to work together in some form or fashion, right? That's not good enough for you. You need something more. So you need more. So they gave you a definition. Anybody else doesn't need a definition. They understand that. We have the same history. We have a common history. We have a common goal. We should want to work together like everybody else does. That's it. That's it. You want to make it more than what it is.
It's based off.
Have
It's
I
based
not
off.
donated to you?
Hold on, real rap. Hold on, real rap.
No,
Real rap.
last thing.
Hold on. I'm
going back
gonna
on
let
mute
you
after
go.
this.
I'm gonna let you go.
giving it to
Because I've been quiet. I'm gonna let
Real
you go.
rap. Let Cali go. Real rap. Real
Let me
rap.
go.
Let Cali go.
I'm let you go. I said it's based off of shared experience, bro. So it's like black nationalism, Pan-Africanism is pretty much the same thing. It's a similar concept. Actually, I would say that Martin Luther Delaney is the father of Pan-Africanism, but you can also say that it may have even started earlier than that if you look at Richard Allen and Absalom Jones, right? But the whole concept is at the end of the day, like, you got different folks. You got to do Brandon, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. He practiced a completely different version of Pan-Africanism that I really don't agree with, right? And then you got other folks who are like, not a coincidence, who's similar to me. His version of Pan-Africanism is basically black nationalism, which is what I agree with, which is you support home, but if you can find somebody to work with on a continent and you can get something accomplished, cool. If not, you could just take care of your own neighborhood. That's still black nationalism as long as you're spending money and working with black folks to accomplish a common goal.
So, quick question. So, is everybody going by definitions, or now definitions of things don't matter?
See, this is the bullshit. This is the bullshit. No, look.
A genuine.
No, look. All right. And I'm genuinely going to answer it. Like I just said, you guys, for some reason, require more than listen. We're all black. We share the same experience in America. We should work together. You need something more than that. So there is a definition for it. You can use it. You can use it. Listen, brother. You can use it. Brother, are you listening to me? Are you listening to me?
I'm listening, but you're speculating.
No, I'm not. Listen, stop. You're speculating that we're saying that the definition don't matter. That's what you're speculating about.
No, that's what I'm.
Yes, you are. Listen, it's real simple.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm asking you. Are we going by definitions, or definitions don't matter now? And the reason why I'm asking,
I answered your question.
I got you, fam.
Go ahead, Gullah.
Peace to you, King. How you living now?
How you doing, bro?
Cool.
And let me go after Gullah done, because y'all just completely skipped over my refute. But go ahead, Gullah.
Am I up? You can see me?
Yeah, you up.
Pan-Africanism, a history, right? I ain't got to go too far. Yes. Definition, correct? In fact.
Wait, before you read, bro. So you going by the definition?
Are you not asking for
one? Hold on. Stop talk. Let him go. Come on. Exactly. Thank you, sis. Stop being petty, bro.
Definition. I give y'all the book. I'm reading. It say definition. I'm confused here. So check it, right? In fact, there has never been one universally set definition of exactly what constitutes Pan-Africanism.
Wait, brother Gullah, can everybody mute while he's reading, because there's a feedback.
Yeah, it's some terrible feedback, man. Yeah, the playback.
Everybody mute up while she's reading. Everybody mute up while she's reading.
I ain't know she.
Yeah, I'm not reading, and I have LASIK, and shit is blurry right now.
I don't think Callie meant that. He ain't mean that on purpose. He good. Y'all good. Go ahead, Gullah.
Or even relative. All right. Africanism had taken different forms at different historical
my
moments.
bad, bro. Gullah, my bad. Just start from the top. That sentence is that first sentence is very important. Can you start over, please? Thank you, bro.
In fact, there has never been one universally accepted definition of exactly what constitutes Pan-Africanism. Some writers on the subject are even reluctant to provide a definition or suggest that one cannot be found, acknowledging that the vagueness of the term reflects the fact that Pan-Africanism has taken different forms at different historical moments and geographical locations. Nevertheless, some writers would agree that the phenomena has emerged in the modern period and is concerned with the social, economic, cultural, and political emancipation of African peoples, including those of African diaspora. Right? Do I got to keep going? We can if need be.
I mean, just go a little bit further, just in case people are confused. Because I get it, but maybe some more.
Underlies the manifold visions and approaches of Pan-Africanism and Pan-Africanists is a belief in the unity, common history, and common
Somebody needs to mute. Somebody needs to mute.
Please,
Whoever just
somebody
came
mute
off
up,
of it, go
Cut
mute.
your trash ass mic off, bro. Damn. That shit aggy. Thank you. What underlies the manifold visions and approaches of Pan-Africanism and the Pan-Africanist is a belief in the unity, common history, and common purpose of the peoples of Africa and the African diaspora, and the notion that their destinies are interconnected. So whether if it was Mel, or Melanated Goddess, peace to you, sis, or Cali, or Not a Coincidence, or Gullah Grill TV, or whatever, are we not saying the same things? Pretty much in the same way, too. But people just want to put a source to it, so here you go. We're all saying the same thing.
Okay, cool.
See,
Right,
I'm a
ways
Pan-African, so
that
you see my avatar switch.
Fam.
and ways that you can actually see that, like in actuality, right? You know, is when you have people on the continent, people in America.
Yo, real rap, chill out, man. You hear her talking, bro. Come on.
Bro, I'm the one that
No,
got
never mind. It's all good. No,
Your voice
it's
gonna be
good.
heard, sis. Fuck that.
No. Hold on. Nah, fuck all that. Real rap.
I'm not doing
Real
that
rap.
because she
No.
Fuck
Listen,
that,
bro.
nigga.
Hold on. No,
I'm
hear
not
me out.
doing that.
No,
No,
you're
y'all
gonna do
don't
that.
go there, y'all.
Hold on. No. I'm gonna tell him why he's gonna do that. I seen him on everybody else's channel behaving to the like he was a little choir boy.
Yes,
You're
sir.
gonna act the same here, or you can go, bro.
I can still call y'all yes sir and no sir. Y'all my elders.
You don't gotta say yes, no.
You older than me.
Listen, bro, you don't gotta say yes, sir, no, sir, none of that shit. When somebody's talking, you don't.
I'm not talking to you, Keller. I'm talking Not a Coincidence.
You don't have to jump in, just like you was doing on everybody else's channel. I already know how you know how to act, so you're gonna act the same way. I expect the same shit. I don't give a fuck.
I'm giving you
what they got.
I'm the same way everywhere. What are you
talking
about?
Hey, I be trying to
the last
like that.
Okay, y'all, listen. I was just gonna give one example, right? So, like to say what to kind of bring it in. What Gullah just read is like when you see us doing a business or collaborating or just participating in organizations with people in London, in the UK, or in Jamaica, or Trinidad, or Jamaica, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's still Pan-Africanism. It doesn't always have to be connected to the continent, but it's we all just interconnected based off of our shared experience. I don't understand like why that is a point of contention. So real rap, maybe you could say what you wanted to say in rebuttal, but I want to know like why is that even a point of contention for you? That would be my question.
Because when it's defined, like I say, I ain't wasting no time. Pan-Africanist states that there's variations, meaning there's different versions of Pan-Africanism, so they're not one version. Number two, I've paid Sean, I've paid Not a Coincidence, I've paid a lot of brothers that are African, right? Books, for source material. I even paid for my fuck up for bringing a bum ass over here that wanted to support Dr. Right? So what I do is I support black people all the fucking time, and I don't need Pan-Africanism or some bum ass white boy to define it. I just hold to the standard because Psychopathies and who just got done watching made me read it. So where's the consistency now? The issue that y'all having,
so
y'all
listen,
want to guilt
why
trip
you fighting it?
Let me land my
fighting
question.
it though?
You're practicing Pan-Africanism when you do that, though, real rap. You know that, right?
Not a coincidence.
That's literally practicing Pan-Africanism.
I'm practicing what
You're breaking up real rap. You're breaking up real bad, bro. I'm telling you, I'm just telling you, breaking up real bad, bro. That's it.
Yeah, I'm probably breaking up because you're talking over me. Respect.
No, you were literally breaking, going in and out. I'm not joking.
No, he wasn't talking over you, Rap. He was breaking up. He being genuine.
All right, hey, that's his bum ass StreamYard. It's not a coincidence. For StreamYard and my computer don't get along.
Yo.
Listen, real rap. You gotta put it on when you go on there. Is there a way for you to boost up the Wi-Fi
My
thingy,
shit on
or
5G.
like,
I got 5G.
or maybe you could turn other stuff off.
I pay for Zoom. I'm trying to answer your question, love. I don't do StreamYard. I do Zoom. All right, I pay for Zoom. I don't have these issues.
I'm saying if you have other devices on your Wi-Fi, you have other devices on your Wi-Fi.
I'm not talking on my phone.
Oh, okay.
No,
my
it's
bad.
just my.
All right,
I'm
never
telling
mind.
you what it is, and you're.
I got you. I'm going on mute, bro. I'm going on mute. I got you. I don't know if it's a delay.
Now, I'm not defensive. Uncle Coincidence. All right, Uncle not a coincidence, sir. I'm gonna give you the same respect that I gave to Uncle Sean, sir. All right, I say yes, sir, and no, sir. Yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, because I was taught by a Black American named Robert Thomas that Pan-Africanism didn't teach me. All right, Robert Thomas taught me that. And Big Chief, I'm gonna say this: Big Chief, bring your Negro ass up here and come get this smoke talk. Stop talking and come get it. Cause I can learn from non-coincidence.
Damn,
Yes,
you cutting out, bro. You cutting out a lot, bad.
Hold on. So
you come say you breaking up, bro, badly.
Is one of my teachers. Bro, y'all was breaking that. Coincidence is one of my teachers. Choctaw Mac is one of my teachers. Sean could have been my teacher, all right, but he don't want to be a teacher because he don't like getting challenged. All right. Gullet is one of my teachers. I done learned from root word. Nigga, I can learn from anybody.
Bro.
Not a coincidence.
I don't want to be in
Yo,
that category, bro.
Hold on, y'all. Sean, what's good, Sean? Sean been quiet. What's good, Sean? I know you got something to say.
Can we get back to the topic, bro? This niggas ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah. All right. So let's get to this clip real quick. Let's see what
Rap that made Uncle Steve Harvey mad.
A1 and Aboriginal Power talking about.
Do you find another white man who went through the general education system who's telling you, oh, all of these, they showing you free Negroes. Why would white people bring you here on a ship, nigga, and then free you? Oh, they paid for their free. How did they pay? If you was a slave and you wasn't getting paid to be a slave, what time did slaves have money to make money? Oh, let the white man create a explanation and you automatically believe it. You never ask yourself these crucial questions. You just, the white man come in there and give you an explanation, and then you'll read that back since you find another white man.
So I pulled that up because it's something you hear a lot of Abos talk about. Like they say, because they hear about people being able to pay to get their freedom. So the question is, well, how was they able to do that?
This is like we've answered this before over and over and over and over again. We know that Africans work 6 days a week, and on their 7th day they would actually go volunteer in order to make money so they can save up to buy the freedom, or in some cases they will make enough in some cases, and actually both cases they will make enough money to buy the freedom and to go buy a property. So they will try to save money long term. I don't understand it. Like, this is not difficult.
Well, not just that. It was other different forms of slavery too. Because remember, the monetary system. Everybody didn't have the same monetary system, and people were working to obtain land. You know what I'm saying, and other resources. So it wasn't just with money. You know what I'm saying. So I think that's where a lot of people get things confused too, thinking that people just got their freedom by buying some with monetary gains. But that's just not true. But yeah, go ahead.
So real quick, let me read this real quick. So there's something that was called the task system. The task system benefited planters by encouraging slaves to complete an assignment quickly and well, and by attaching them to the plantation. As one planter proclaimed, no Negro with well-stocked poultry house, a small crop advancing, a canoe partly finished, or a few tubs unsold, all of which he calculates soon to enjoy, will ever run away. Slaves worked on their own garden plots and were allowed to sell or trade the produce. In this way, slaves could accumulate money and personal property and validate their sense of self-worth. Of course, some slaves complained that masters did not properly honor the task arrangement and routinely created tasks that most slaves could not easily or quickly complete. Some planters roundly resented the independence that the system provided and attempted various ways to constrain it. But the consequences were so disruptive of plantation harmony, in particular of productive work regimen, that few planters attempted for long to alter an accepted custom by the 19th century. Most slaves probably worked 10 hours or so daily. So what they're saying is they would assign people to work for certain, and once you completed the task, you had time to yourself. You could go, you basically loan yourself out or other things. But go ahead, Gullah. What you want to say?
And I was going to say the same thing. They would rent their services out because we came with skills already. Blacksmiths, all different types of things, right? Artisans, silversmiths, everything, right? And yeah, we were renting them services out. That's how people was able to purchase their freedom. We have a long list of people, what you could quote unquote emancipating themselves or whatnot, purchasing their freedom or their family's freedom, so on and so forth. And just another example of that off day or whatever, Denmark Vesey, how'd he get his freedom? And I'm gonna leave that question open for the air as far as anybody who want to discuss. But yeah, that's too easy to document. But yeah.
Before I go, man, I want to say salute to y'all brothers, and hopefully next week, I'll punch
Wait,
your
hold
motherfucking
on,
head.
Mac. My bad. Mac, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad. You can go. I just wanted. Did you hear his question? Do you know the answer to his question?
No, to be honest with you, I didn't hear his question, but I'm about to get off the panel, so y'all have a good night, and I'll beat up on you niggas next week.
Yeah, it's a good time to go with that one. I feel you.
Yeah,
so right on time. I know.
You don't know how. The question was Denmark Vesey. How did he get his freedom?
Was
How did who get their freedom?
difficult?
Denmark Vesey. DENMARK VESSEY. Denmark Vesey.
Oh, I don't know how the nigga got his freedom because I don't know the nigga. I don't know if the nigga real or not. I don't know his family lineage. Yeah, I don't know. So
how would you know him? How would you know him? How would you know him then?
Can you share my screen now to see?
Wait, hold on, honey. Hold on, right quick. Hold on. No, I'm sorry, y'all. My background was loud. Yeah, no, I'm serious. I really didn't hear a question.
How would you get to know him, or what type of information would make you feel like you know him? Since you're just hearing about the person and you feel like, okay, you don't know them. What would you need to see to know them? Because they're not living. How would you know them?
Well, me personally, this is just my personal opinion. I could care less about the person. Not saying that the person is not an important person to some people, but I don't know the person. You know what I'm saying? If the person is not my personal friend,
hey, fuck you, nigga. Straight like that.
So when you hear
Black revolutionary shit,
I don't know this guy, so I'm
niggas
just trying to be decent, and y'all just wilding like.
You's a whole fucking bro. Don't kill yourself.
I don't know this person. I'm like, I'm trying to be decent, and you like,
that nigga big man. That nigga big man.
Hold on, real quick.
Hey, yo,
that nigga won't. Look,
Hold on, real rap.
This nigga mad as a motherfucker, boy.
Hold on, Choctaw Mac. So you don't know him, and we talking about his history. Why wouldn't just ask like, well, who is he? And since real rap.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I was trying to answer the question before motherfuckers got offended.
No, but you saying crazy shit for no reason. Like this is actually
if it's not my family or my friend or
no, but come on, bro.
Y'all. Listen to me. Y'all mad? Well, I'm not gonna say all y'all mad because everybody on the panel not mad. But you can't get mad when I say I don't know nothing about the person and I care less about the person. I mean,
quit being a fucking Karen, nigga. If you said this shit,
hold on, I'm not done. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. Hold on. So he might matter to y'all, and if he matters to y'all,
that's the ancestors. Fuck it.
Word.
Yo, so what I basically wanted to share, not a coincidence, is something that you're dealing with in this video. And if you look in the second paragraph, let me zoom in so people can really see it. So in the second paragraph, right, it says historians estimate that between 70% and 85% of the white colonists who arrived in the 17th century Chesapeake colonies, Virginia and Maryland, came under indentures, which meant that they owed several years of service to whoever bought their time and labor in exchange for free passage to America. Indentured servants worked alongside African slaves and often received treatment that was just as harsh. Many did not live long enough to receive their freedom. The majority of white servants were men aged 18 to 22 who expected at the end of their indentures to be given freedom and payment in the form of their own land to farm. So real quick, if this place, as they claim, as they argue, was full of Negroes, how did the whites buy people time to bring them over, or their passage, right? They pay their fees for them to come to the Americas and become indentures.
So niggas niggas didn't have the funds to get over here themselves.
Rich, I'm gonna get to you in a second, Rich. I got you. But go ahead, Choctaw. What was the question?
No Choctaw.
No, I was just saying.
There was no black person had money in the 1600s that could buy a white person's passage to America.
So
what? Listen to
what
me.
It sounds like.
Negro.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Or black people. I'm just reiterating what I'm stating so that there's no confusion.
Somebody got feedback, so I could barely hear you with somebody with that feedback. Somebody need to cut their mic. That's disrespectful.
All right. Do you need me to speak up?
Ain't no disrespect, man. Knock it off, bro. Yeah.
Bro, if Sean is talking, how can he convey if somebody
nobody's
else
talking? Listen, bro, nobody's
go
talking.
ahead, bro. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead, Sean.
I'm about to smoke you real quick. That's
how is he gonna smoke me and you niggas is mad because go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
You asking because you trying to
let Sean talk. Sean, you interrupted Sean. Let Sean talk.
I thought you was leaving. What happened?
All right, so I just want to know.
Get off my dick,
nigga, yo.
Damn, everybody all you niggas talk about smoking. Nigga, get this dick out your mouth. Go ahead, Sean. That's the only thing you smoking is this dick, nigga. Go ahead, Sean. Talk, Sean. Talk, Sean.
I'm saying nobody was gonna say pause on that. That is
don't
like.
fall for it. Don't fall for it.
Unpause. Go ahead, Sean.
Say that shit in my face though. I get
Man, you a small nigga. Shut up, bitch. You a small nigga. You a small nigga, bitch.
Choctaw. Nah, he trying to do what he always do.
Nigga, I'm trying to let Sean talk.
When he want to leave, when he wants to leave.
I'm letting Sean talk. Go ahead, Sean.
All right. Go ahead, Sean. All right. Nobody should be talking about Sean. That's it. Go ahead, Sean.
All right. So what I am asking is, all right, what black person in the 1600s had money to pay for the passage of almost 85% of white people that are labeled as colonists to come to the Americas and treat them as indentures?
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously that means that black person could not have been a slave, and every nigga couldn't have been a slave, right? Because if slavery ended in 1865, then how was this black person in the 1600s paying for white colonists to come over here? Unless that nigga is also a colonist. Hold on. No. You asked me for my answer. No. You can't do that. No. I understand. You don't understand what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a question.
And you're not letting me answer. You're not letting me answer.
You already started off wrong. You did not understand.
How you gonna say I started off wrong when you ain't let me finish? Cooking your ass.
You ain't.
If a nigga listen, if a nigga is buying, if a nigga trying to bring, look, why are you niggas getting mad? Why are you?
What Negro in America had money?
A nigga that wasn't no slave.
What nigga in the 1600s?
A nigga that wasn't no slave.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Hey. And then in 1865 is where they freed the slaves, right? 1865.
Brother, do you
Because listen, I understand that, but listen, you talk about the 60. Listen to me. Exactly. Listen, because it makes sense. If you talk about this, if you would be quiet, bro, just be quiet and listen. Let me teach you something again.
No, you can't teach me nothing.
I am, because that means that that means that every person, that means every black person was no slave. That means every black person was no slave. So if that nigga, listen,
in the
oh my God,
1600s,
come on,
that
bro,
could buy someone's passage to the Americas.
How do you know? Do you have the records? How do you know?
Why are you lying?
How do you know? How
here,
do you have the
Why are
records?
you lying?
Do you have the records?
Why are you
That's
lying?
what I thought. Do you have the records?
Yes.
No, you
yes,
don't. You're lying.
yes.
You're lying. Because you can't
Bet
even tie
you-
yourself to no African tribe. Boy, shut up.
No. Don't move the goalpost.
I'm not moving,
Stay
bro.
right there,
Hey,
nigga.
you
asked me if I
be
got the
lying, bro.
No, you asked me if I got the records, nigga.
Go
That's what
ahead.
You asked me for them,
Yeah,
right?
go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
You asked me for the records, right? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, from the 1600s. So where would the records be coming from? Because I'm not going to let you just post anything. Where did the records come from? 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 Crickets. Got his ass again. You can't. Got your ass again. Because if you talk about records in the 1600s, what territory and state was? No, listen. Hey, right. This how you cook them, right? This how you cook them, right? This how you cook them, right?
I have shipping benefits from the 1700s.
This how you cook them, right?
I have shipping manifests from the 1700s that prove that niggas was not buying no motherfucking passages from white people from Europe.
Who printed the records in the 1600s? What territory?
Mac, stop, please. Everybody stop. I need everybody stop real quick. Sean, we got the records. If they want to see them, we can show it. I want to get to somebody real quick. Well, two people, because they was up here, they've been waiting. Mr. Rich.
Hey, yo, what's up? Not a coincidence, man. Appreciate it. Peace to
What's
the
good,
panel.
bro? My bad. I had you waiting a second.
Nah, you good. It's all good.
I was trying to let him
I
get
just
it
got
out.
some fundamental questions for the Choctaw guy. All right, you know what I'm saying? We know we got, and I'm saying this is on the same subject. I just want to get this. I just want to get the answer. All right, so
Choctaw Mac, he just left.
all right, so we got Africanism in America. You know what I mean? I want to see what kind of aboisms they got in America as far as like the Gullah people. You know what I'm saying? We do the basket weaving. And I'm saying we have the same patterns as some delegates from Sierra Leone came to Johns Island, you know, Charleston, and they had the same pattern, and I'm saying, and they baskets. You know what I'm saying? We do. I'm saying we make the shrimp nets. We do all of these things. You know what I'm saying? We even say nanny goat. When I was growing up, we say nanny goat in the country, and that's like a Wolof word for male goat. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
Where you from, Bo?
From Ahistorical Island.
Shit, I'm from Georgetown. What happening, man?
You on
mute. You know what I'm saying? The slaves came in the PD region in Georgetown.
For sure. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They said it was indentured slaves, but they wasn't indentures. They was fucking slaves, yo.
Yeah, already the right.
But anyway, yo, I want to ask them if they got any Abo-isms from where they come from. Anything. Anything they can say they eat or they make or some baskets or something.
I heard cornbread. I heard cornbread was
God melanated. No, don't.
Cornbread?
Nah, I heard that too. She not lying. I heard that too.
Yo, I heard cornbread. I heard cornbread was Abos.
Man, they got us going down this rabbit hole like a mother, trying to really explain the obvious.
That's definitely a fact, Rich.
God damn. How we get this far explaining what the slaves was making? Really?
Even down to the 4,000 African
Are you kidding me? Come on.
Shit, they got a guy. I don't know if you ever heard. His name Aboriginal TV. His channel is the Ghost of Aboriginal TV, but he is Gullah, right? And he say they Abo. Look, Lucky laughing because Lucky know. Lucky
Hey,
over there
yo.
laughing.
Hey, you know
He
what's funny? Let me
say,
tell you something, yo. My grandpops, right?
Don't get Gullah turned up. Just chill out.
Hey, yo, man, my
yo,
grandpops is Cherokee and British, right? You know what I'm saying? We grew up and said, I just thought he was an Indian, but he's Cherokee and British. I only got 2%, you know what I'm saying, of any Native American. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anything about them. We didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? I got some uncles on the reservation, shit like that. You know what I'm saying, with his second family, but everybody know they African, and we still
yeah,
do the same shit they did in Africa.
I got like 2.8%. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I done my genealogy. All the people I seen that you know, there's people on the reservation, some left, but they all mixed.
Mm-hmm.
For me to find a pure one, I got to go to like the 1712.
Yeah,
I'm even less than y'all.
Indian on the
I'm 0.6%. That's not even in the record. That's not even enough to count.
Who's saying that? Who's there saying that? Who's saying that right there? Who's showing off?
0.8%. I think that Cali.
That's Cali.
Yeah, so I'm 0.6. That's not enough to even acknowledge.
I at least got 1%, but I don't have mine is so my 1% is
How you know?
It says it's Central American Indigenous. It's not North. I don't got North American Indigenous. I got Central American.
Mine went back to Central Mexico.
Them Abos scared to take them tests, man.
Hey, I got one question though. What's the brother?
Yo, I bet they'll take it if they got a baby on the way or something.
Yeah, they'll believe it then.
Take that real quick then.
Yo, they believe in that shit. They just lying to themselves. You're calling it to
Or
dissidents.
if they had some crazy claims made on them by a female and they didn't do it, they gonna trust in that DNA then.
Yo, the shit's silly, man. These niggas got psychological problems, man.
I did come back genetically related to Mexicans though. So I mean,
you over there?
That proves something.
Oh, so you Olmec Aztec? So you big Olmec?
He gassed for younger people.
That's a big 2% right there. You got a big 2%.
In a little bit, man.
Not a coincidence. Do you
Chief
remember
Cali Olmec right there? Put some respect on Chief Cali Olmec.
Melanie, what you said?
I was saying, do you remember what you mentioned in one of your previous videos around the spit stuff? Because I know that becomes a like, oh, you know, you were African by spit, or you know, spit is not reliable for DNA. But I remember we just watched the video where you said that someone
DNA.
So he gave a case where someone had spit on the ground at a crime scene, and then they were later like linked to that, like they were able to trace it.
You hear what I said? That spit, it's easier for them to extract your DNA from spit. They have to do more work with blood, like spinning down and all this other stuff. With spit, you can extract that DNA. That's why they can. That's why if you smoke a cigarette or a blunt or whatever, you put it out and you're at a crime scene, they can get it off of you.
They're gonna get you.
Saliva, yo, it's a wrap.
Or like, you know, you see in the movies, they go to the person's garbage can and they trying to find a cup, or at the bar they get a cup or something. That spit is on there.
Yeah, that's easier.
Yeah, it's just weird, like their interpretations of this whole DNA test, and that's just a little weird. Like, how is this so quickly dismissed, even though it's a more, you could say, direct route to the DNA, right? Let's just say that, like, for simplistic terms. Why is there so much resistance?
Man, DNA, we all know DNA is a fact, man. We all know that.
Fear of being African. That's why the brother who left, Choctaw Mac, that's why he don't want to take one. Every time I would ask him to take one, he would start insulting me every single time. So it's a real fear of they know the DNA. They know the DNA test is going to go back to Western Central Africa. That's why they don't want to take it.
Hold on. We gotta address this real quick. So Juice in the chat said different types of DNA tests, fools. So listen, it's not a different type of test.
Listen.
When you're doing a paternity test, right? When they find DNA at a crime scene, and when you take an ancestry test, they're all like Ancestry.com. They're all doing the same thing. They're testing your autosomal DNA. That's how they get you.
Hey, share my screen now, Steve.
Why is that so hard, man? Show the screen or something.
Hold on, real quick. Let me just end it right here. So, like, even when they like catch people, like recently, I just read. I got to find that article, but they caught somebody. They found DNA at a scene. They didn't know whose it was. This person's DNA is not in the system. What they did was put it in these like the ancestry systems where people doing did trees and stuff, and they was able to work back through relatives and actually built a tree around this DNA and found out exactly who the person was.
That's crazy.
Took the DNA, built a tree around it from other people's DNA, and caught the person. So it's all the same thing, autosomal testing. But go ahead, Sean. You got the screen.
So DNA in saliva is derived from both buccal epithelial cells and white blood cells. This is the key point. This is the key point. But what's highlighted right here is that 74% of the DNA in saliva comes from white blood cells, which are an excellent source for large amounts of high quality genomic DNA. Right? So when we talk about spit or saliva in this instance, we know exactly what the hell we're talking about. The vast majority of DNA from saliva is of human origin. While most scientists prefer large amounts of DNA, technological advances in downstream platforms now enable testing on even small amounts of DNA with the caveat that the DNA is of sufficient quality. As stated in fact number 1, the majority of DNA in saliva comes from white blood cells. However, human saliva also contains bacteria, which when extracting DNA from saliva, bacterial DNA is recovered along with the human DNA. When compared to other oral sample methods, such as buccal swabs or mouthwash, a 2 milliliter saliva sample collected with Origene yields approximately 11% bacterial DNA. Substantially lower than mouthwash is 66% and cyto brushes at 88% bacterial DNA. These things are significant here. Now, if I continue to read all of this shit out, the layman is not going to understand any of that. But the mere fact that there are a list of facts telling you, like, listen, right here, fact number 5, saliva can reliably replace blood for DNA analysis, right? And then it goes on to tell you, blood collection is often considered the golden standard for DNA quality, and it is an established practice across hospitals, clinics, and labs worldwide. However, many people don't know that replacing blood with saliva is a proven option for genomic DNA analysis. Saliva collections kits are designed to stabilize high molecular weight DNA by inhibiting degradation and preventing bacterial growth. The majority of DNA obtained with Origene is greater than 23 kb in fragment size, and the amount of bacteria has minimum practical significance at a vast majority is of human origin, averaging around 11.8%, which is regurgitating the other fact. Multiple studies confirm DNA extracted from the Origene saliva samples results in DNA of the highest integrity, performing equivalent to blood for the most demanding applications, including microarrays and sequencing, targeting a whole genome.
How can you dispute that? How can you dispute that?
My grandma said.
Yep. And you know what's funny thing is we've had Abos state that, well, of course, if you take a DNA test, of course, it's gonna come back to West and Central Africa because we have similar genetics. Yeah, they said we got similar genetics. Like, how the fuck would you have similar genetics if you come from 2 different land masses?
They took the Indians here and took them to West Africa. It was told them.
Nah, bro, he didn't say that. He said chemistry. He didn't say genetics. He said chemistry. Don't get it. Don't get him that. You heard I played that mode 20 times. He said chemistry.
Oh, you talking about add power?
No, we got the same. We
No,
yeah. Chemistry is
yeah, he said chemistry. Yeah, that's not who I was talking about. I've heard this for years with Abos saying, of course, why should I waste my time with when the ones that would say DNA testing works, they'll say I'm not going to do it. Of course, it's going to go back to West Africa because you can see that they look like us. They look like us, so that of course the genetics are going to be the same. What do you expect? I said, no, it wouldn't be the same, bro. That shit doesn't make any sense. You're going to get
crazy
no
rationale.
scientist would agree with that shit. That shit's stupid.
That last point was for you, Melanated. That collecting DNA from saliva is less expensive than DNA blood.
And it's better.
They ain't gonna never cuff DNA, man. We know that. The Abos, man, they running from DNA like I don't even know, man. They running like Usain, bro. They don't want nothing to do with it. But I want to touch on these black Europeans
Who's
because
making
this
money
nigga
off
said
this
the
thing,
most
man? Who's
craziest
making money
shit.
off this thing? Who's making money off the Abos?
Buckra.
Top cats.
So that's what it all comes down to.
Anybody who's teaching
What's
that
the
shit,
nigga
bro.
name? Dane Calloway, the nigga who just got beat
Ali
up.
Muhammad.
Anybody who teaching this shit is the one making money, bro. They don't. The one teach. I don't believe the ones who teach this shit believe this shit. I don't believe none of them dudes who teach it believe it. None of them.
Cali, most of them niggas not
absolutely
making no
not.
money. Most of them niggas is doing exactly what we doing. They just popping on live, bro. Like they ain't got nothing going. They can't even get $1 on the Snapchat. You know what I'm saying? I mean on the Cash App. Like that shit over.
Pay-per-view streams and shit. The nigga struggling, man.
Right, they got pay-per-view
End
streams
of the
and
month
shit, bro. Like
even if you just peep game, your end of the month they have the goddamn pay-per-view stream to pay rent type shit, bro. Come on, man.
right.
Is
And
it
be
for
having like
girls,
3
man?
people. It be like 3 people in there, man. Come on now.
All right. I mean, is it for land?
I mean, that's when they
Man,
talk
it went
about
through everything.
Yeah, Add Power and the Touch is one. Add Power and the Touch is one. Both of them dudes are Moors still. So, I mean, that's. I think their belief is still tied into the Moor scam.
They used to claim that they was after land, right? They used to claim land patents, and they was trying to reclaim the land that was taken during the Red Summer and all that type of shit. But then that shit, see, I think once the motherfucker got caught with the scamming shit about them land patents, I think they kind of dropped that shit like Sly. But that's what they were pushing that real hard. Like I want to say like this time last year for real.
It was 2 females like 3 years ago that ran with Ab Power and all them motherfuckers from Louisiana.
Yeah.
They went to jail.
They still running with them.
Made a
They
whole
still
fake
running.
job and everything. Let me go through my phone. I'm gonna get them screenshots and shit.
That's not a coincidence, homegirl. What's her name? Copper Tone Empress. What's her name?
I believe
No,
so.
that's real homegirl. My fault.
One of those
That's real.
Oh man.
Damn, bro.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. I just want to end this DNA thing. This isn't the case I mentioned earlier, but this is another case where they found DNA from somebody and they built a tree and caught the guy. Right? So, groundbreaking case of real-time DNA detection. Matter of fact, I never listened to this video. I'm gonna play it.
No, before you play that, though, hold on. Before you play that, pause that real quick. Before you play that, remember the controversy with GEDmatch, and the fact that the police were using law enforcement, police and FBI were using GEDmatch in order to find or in order to solve cases. That proves the point that DNA works. They still use GEDmatch as a source of genetic information. Still now.
Definitely. Still. And they're going to keep doing it.
Says when the suspect or suspects are found, he's willing to sit down with them and come up with a plan to make sure they learn from their actions. Tonight, we're learning how police were able to identify Brian Kohberger as the suspect in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. Law enforcement sources telling ABC News they used genetic genealogy to lead them to Kohberger.
Our investigative reporter, Terry Parker, has done a lot of digging on this topic. And Terry, you were able to confirm through your own sources how they tracked Kohberger down.
Yes, my source says it only took them a matter of days to match the Brian Kohberger. Now, we've all heard of cold cases being solved using genetic genealogy. My source close to this investigation tells me this has never happened before, where police took their unknown crime scene DNA samples and immediately asked genealogists to find a suspect. Crime scene investigators scoured that Moscow, Idaho house where 4 college students were found stabbed to death in their beds. And experts tell me they likely got a lot of DNA and had to separate out the victims and other people's DNA from the killers, which was a huge undertaking.
They're going to have to analyze that, and they're going to have to go through every droplet and things like that. Because again, if the suspect cut himself, he clearly wasn't bleeding as bad as they were. So you could have one droplet somewhere, you know, and you're looking at a room and there's droplets all over the place. You're testing every single one of them.
Police ran the unknown DNA through the National DNA database, but came up empty because Kohberger had no criminal history. That's when they had genetic genealogists upload the samples to a public database like Family Tree DNA and waited for relatives to start matching with the unknown sample. From there, they built a family tree using birth and death records, census records, and other hints until they had a whole tree of that family. And then started looking at, okay, who is the right age? Who lives nearby? Who is the most likely suspect based on this DNA match? Sources say they narrowed the possible relatives down to Brian Kohberger, and police determined he drove a white Elantra seen near the crime scene. That's when the FBI started tracking him and apparently collected some discarded item of his with his DNA on it, which police say they've positively matched to the crime scene. That's their clincher evidence. The genealogy is just the amazing tool that got them there. Terry Parker.
They say kill always go back to the scene of the crime, don't they?
Genetic genealogy,
Yo, but hold on, look. But you got people like where he at in the chat? They talking about
Juice.
The news is their weapon to indoctrinate.
Yeah,
like bro. This guy actually.
Can I just highlight that this is actually a news reporter? You see the news station. This is a lot different than what what's his name? Dane Calloway had.
Dane Calloway shit was fake.
Okay.
No logos, no nothing. This is an actual thing. Like
this is real deal.
Yo, this ain't Fiverr, yo. This ain't Fiverr.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is real.
Not today.
But the point is, you see them. They're taking DNA. They don't know who it is. They're uploading in the system because guess what? A lot of people taking DNA tests, so they can find. You're gonna find anyone on a panel. You upload your DNA somewhere, you're gonna find relatives.
Yeah,
you're gonna.
Yeah,
and then they just work it backwards. They worked it backwards, and they got the guy. So I don't know what these guys talking about. Oh, the testing's different. There's no difference. There is no difference. It's all the same thing. Whether they can tell you was, you got, because what they do is they make a profile before they started looking for. They knew he was black or white because they could look at his mutations and they could tell what he has and doesn't have. So they knew they're looking for a white person.
Shouldn't it make the genealogy better?
They gonna say you FBI after that, not a coincidence. You breaking it down too good for.
I don't give a fuck. That's what but look, that's what the COINTELPRO do. They discredit you with no real evidence.
With no evidence.
And say you an agent, you the police, you this and that. They working for them. They following the playbook.
Yeah, they might do letters, man. They don't do letters.
Daddy, bro. Leo Wiener, they daddy. Fuck out of here.
That nigga said Leo Wiener.
Am I lying? Shit.
A genetic genealogy.
Click
yo.
clack. Click clack.
Genealogy, yo. They want to talk about genealogy so much, yo. Do the genetic genealogy.
They don't want that. They don't know it.
That'll make it better.
They don't even believe genetics and DNA and genealogy go together.
Now, hold on, not just that. How about genetics and evolution go together? That's something else.
Oh, here come Kelly. Here come Kelly.
Look, they coming in. Look, he said,
y'all niggas talking about
Look, he said they
Oh
had
man, fuck
suspects
this
already.
nigga,
You
man.
fucking retard. Ain't no DNA sample gonna magically link you to some random.
Magically,
There's
they went through the
nothing
whole
random about
process,
it.
though. I thought.
Yeah,
Put
they had
magic
it.
in some
Bro.
science. Don't you trip on free pop, he a weirdo.
That nigga's a
Control,
bot,
Yo,
yo.
the denial is crazy at this
That
point.
nigga
What
is
is he? What
AI.
he got
Cognitive dissonance, man.
connecting you to a random?
It's cognitive
Nigga,
dissonance, bro.
What does that mean? Connecting you to a
that
random?
nigga is
Like it
AI, bro.
connects you. It connects
There's
you to people
nothing
you're
random about it.
actually
Hey, yo, Gunner.
related to.
He done been exposed.
Hey,
I
yo,
was on
Gunner.
another channel. He got exposed. Somebody tried to pull his Instagram up. They was like, "Free Papu, you can't never come back around." It wasn't even a Pan African channel. It was like a hip hop channel. They wasn't fucking with that nigga.
They wasn't. Yo, hold on, real quick. Everybody, yo, listen. There's 50 people in here. I need everybody to like the video, man. Like the video.
Definitely got to throw the video up.
Bro, I liked
Hit
it
the like
before
button.
I
My
liked it
boy
before I
going
posted
all the
the
way up.
comment.
My boy going all the way up.
I
Drop the
appreciate
cash
that.
out, not a coincidence. We gonna put something in the cash out tonight.
Nah, hit that. Nah, fuck that. We ain't even doing that. Just like the video, bro.
Nah, fuck that.
I don't want to. I don't be want to do that.
Nah,
Bro, I ain't here for that.
Fuck off.
I'm
Nah,
only
cause
gonna do a cash app on the
look, now he
videos I
going
hit
up
a
hard.
baby.
Look, he got more cash out than the Abos and shit. That was so crazy.
Who you talking about?
I'm only doing the cash app when
I'm
I hit
talking
a
about
baby.
you, nigga.
Baby not.
Oh yeah, she sleep right now. Oh, she was in the pool earlier. She was loving it. That shit put her right on out. Came on, put her in the bed.
Oh yeah, that's over with.
Right now, she's done. That's what I'm here right now. It was hot. It was hot out here early. I'm in New York. That shit hit like felt like 92 out this motherfucker. Yeah.
That's good. You introducing her to the pool early, cause you know we don't be knowing how to swim. So that's shout outs to you for that.
Hey, you know, if you guys get a chance.
Hey, how y'all don't know how to swim?
I know how to swim, man.
I mean, like, are y'all not from cities or something? Cause like I grew up with a pool around the
I used to get wet in the fire hydrant. I'm sorry, I'm from the city.
Yeah.
We
yeah.
did too.
Yeah, y'all not from these good structured cities in the south.
I'm
where
from
we have
California,
swimming
bro.
Don't
pools.
be throwing no
swam in
shade.
California, bro.
have swimming pools. Hey, Cujo comes straight
we
on
have
the
swimming
Big up Virginia. Big up.
Don't be
Big up
throwing no
Virginia.
shade.
We got swimming pools, we got lakes, we got
I really couldn't understand it. When I was in the army, I meet niggas that didn't know how to swim. I was like, what the fuck? Nigga, you had to be cool. Like if you ain't know how to swim, you won't even cool. Like you gotta know how to pop a wheelie. You know how to what I'm saying? You gotta know how to do shit on your bike. You gotta know how to swim. That was like one of the you know what I'm saying? But I did learn that, people didn't have pools in those poor northern cities. You know.
Hey, Phil. Hey, Phil. At the very least, we would call you an iron duck in the military if you can't swim because you're going straight to the bottom. All niggas should be able to know how to swim, man. That's sad.
I
If
definitely
it's
ain't going to the bottom.
2023 and
That's
you
a
niggas
fact.
can't swim.
Well, listen, I mean, I hear all this up north, down south stuff, but I don't talk about it much. But I too am a veteran, and when I went to boot camp, all the black women didn't know how to swim. They was from Texas down all the way dirty down south. We jumped in the pool.
Shout out to the vets.
All the white ladies was going across the damn pool. They was fucking floating on that goddamn water, and all those black people was on the side of the pool, yeah. Cause guess what? That's just we don't matter
when I was in the
up
army.
north, down south. It ain't really a regional
That's when
thing.
I first realized that Virginia had a much richer infrastructure.
No, that's definitely a regional thing because y'all niggas in New York can't swim for whatever reason. Y'all
Listen, shut up, real rap. Shut
New
up.
York and Texas.
Don't
It
be
be the
talking.
New York and them Texas niggas.
How you on the
Listen, there was a pool on top of on top of the damn apartment building. The motherfucking pool in the no, goddamn it, there ain't no pool.
Ain't no pool.
Ain't no pool. Where we supposed to go?
Melanin, where you from?
I'm from Flatbush, Brooklyn.
Oh yeah, so you really couldn't go to the beaches because they wasn't letting the buses go.
What's
I
the
mean,
beach up there?
you can go all the way to like past Sheepshead Bay, like down that way. But that's a real hike. That's a real you on a hike to get there.
Auntie Mel, hey, Auntie Mel, open your eyes. Because I know you got that bonnet on and you probably closing your eyes in the dark. I need you to look at the screen.
What's that say? My
I know you
computer is
got
that my
bonnet on.
is that my computer flickering like that? Is that something?
Hey, yo, not a C. You finna play a video?
Nah, that's Lucky right there.
Okay.
I think that's Lucky right there.
Yeah, I'm finna go in
Bro,
on
like, how
top
you gonna
real
put me in
quick.
a? They gonna put me in
Hold
a
on,
back?
before you going on about
The big
Hey,
hold on,
chief
before
lottery.
hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Come on.
Hold on a second. Before y'all going on that, like I said, we really gotta speak about conspiracies and why people are more susceptible to it. It's clear as day that we're gonna have to at some point do a live stream discussing why people believe the nonsense, why people like Juice are susceptible to believing a bunch of bullshit, and why he won't get off of it. Even when it makes sense to leave it alone, how you have some of these folks who just want to cling on to dumb shit. We have to speak about that. We have to dive deep into.
I think because we're trying to run away from being slaves, like more than anything else. I think we're trying to run away from the slave thing. I mean, the slave thing and the African thing is all connected.
There's some in that too, but it's even deeper than that too, as far as people, because these people believe in the other conspiracies as well. They believe that everything is a lie, everything is being hidden, and it's white folks who have the same
but
kind of
everything
mindset
is trying to make you not be who you are. Like all of those things are trying to lend something into you not being slaves, not being conquered. Like a lot of them times, them Abel claimants, they say stuff like, so you think your people just got done like that? How you gonna think your people are that weak? You know what I'm saying?
No, but yeah, I understand what you're saying, but these people are also flat earthers and also anti-vaccine.
Yeah, because it all
Hey,
they
look,
dove into other
they're conspiracy theorists. We're dealing with conspiracy theories. This is our
and that's
version
my
of the
point,
conspiracy
bro.
theories.
That's
That's how we did it.
my point.
Look,
now that's my
they gonna
point.
be. I'm surprised they ain't all over this UAP, this unidentified aerial phenomenal.
They definitely gonna believe that shit. That motherfucker was lying. He got caught lying and making up shit, saying all kind of.
Which one, Rouge? About that Rouge guy?
Yeah, him. He got caught lying. That dude was lying his ass off, making up shit. Either he's lying or he's crazy.
They were saying he didn't have but it was somebody. What about the other dudes that was around him though? See, he talking, but what about the other dudes that was around him? The other old white folks that was like, hey, yeah, we see some shit on the radar. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? What about them other people? Because you couldn't take his story straight out because he's like, oh, I heard this, I heard that, I heard this. Like, nah, bro, nigga, did you see something, nigga? That's what you telling. That's my thing. He said he heard about
I gotta say something, Shy One, you still sticking on this melanin bullshit, and you still on top of still trying to run away from evolution. So you on a conspiracy land too, nigga?
Yeah, no, Cali. Y'all don't get to do that, Cali. No, sir. No, sir. Y'all gonna have to explain.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. Hold on. We can't jump.
Stop capping.
Real rap. We can get to that. Hold on, stop. We can get to that, but hold on. Sutek just jumped on here. He might want to say something. Lucky got the screen up. We got to give him his time. He wanted to show something. Sutek, you had something to say?
Forget that nigga, Big Chief. That nigga blocked.
Is my shit still fucking up, or is it clear?
Nah, you sound good now.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, man, yeah, these niggas is definitely conspiracy theory. That nigga is one too. He's an anti-evolutionist. This other nigga on the panel is too. They try to battle shit they don't understand. Just like the Abos. This is why niggas say they using Abo tactics. They using the ideology of the same niggas that they purport to fight. It's just retarded. Like, we had to tell this nigga a minute ago what a theory is. Like, bro, how the fuck are you trying to challenge science and you still on this entry level shit? Like, that's like being an intern at a new job. This your first day. You trying to tell the CEO how he fucking up or what he fucked up at. Nigga,
challenging the evolutionary biologist.
Hey, yo, that shit
gotta
funny,
be the
though.
CEO. Yeah, they're gonna take down an evolutionary biologist
when you're just learning shit. It's crazy.
They gonna take down the whole fucking evolutionary theory and don't even understand what a theory is itself. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Quit playing, bro.
That's
But I think what happens if they've
That's a
been
great
lied to,
point.
the media does lie to you. So when you have been told a specific lie, you have some type of trauma that you build up towards. Then you go into the group, and the group helps you coexist with the trauma, and y'all build on that together. And the next thing you know, boom, you got a conspiracy ball. So that's what I be really seeing. That's why I really like. I be laughing. That's why I always been laughing at them.
To
I
be
can't even
honest,
give
I
them a
think
coat
we
because they're
don't know
not
what
acting on no
media is
movement.
though. I don't
They
think we
done
know
built
what
up a
Oh, I
media
give
lie.
you
means.
that. I give you that. Fair point.
I don't think we
I'm
know
gonna be
what
outside.
media means. Media is it literally means medium. It means something between everybody. You know what I'm saying? So media is just not the news. Media is also the education you receive from the education you receive in your house to the education you receive to where every one of us knows what Mary had a little lamb. We know, all of us know that shit. That's part of
Mhm.
media. That's something that's a medium between us. That's something that we all have in common. That's what media is. Yeah, so yeah, there are lies in media, or the news does put forth stuff that, for there are agendas in news. There are narratives that are promoted, but to say that the media is a lie is a bit much. You know what I'm saying? Because it's
Shit, we just
nuanced
seen an
information.
agenda. We
Big
just
up,
seen that
Virginia.
UAP agenda.
And
Big up,
you know what I would
Big up,
ask?
Virginia.
I want to ask anybody to it. If anybody who, if you're against evolution, do you think that climate change is real? Because climatologists also agree with evolution. Just want to let you know. Anybody who's in the scientific field are riding with evolution. I mean, it's just crazy as fuck to me, bro. That to think that you are
Hey, Cal,
going to challenge
Callie, answer this
all
question,
the
Callie.
evidence.
Callie, answer this question. Callie, no. Answer the question. Did Sean not show the source of my inner fish, all right, and state that, all right, we come from, like the little animation said, the origin of life, prokaryotes, went all through the fish, started as a reptile, came out the water, turned into a mammal, all right, then became a monkey, then started hitting the hominid. Why
Damn, real
can't
rap.
y'all
Sean
explain
been on here
Yeah,
this
that's way
whole
too
biology
simple,
entire
man.
Hold
time,
on.
yo.
Hold on.
Sean been on
It's
here this
good,
whole
Sutec.
fucking time.
Nigga, I'll put money.
Hold on. Hold
Sean
Sutec,
on,
been on here
y'all.
this
I'll
whole
put
fucking
money
time,
that
yo.
Hold
you
on.
can't
Hold
answer
on.
that
Hold
question,
on.
Sec.
Hold on.
I
Hold
put
on.
money
Hold
on that,
on.
Sutec.
All right.
Hey,
Hold
Sudo.
on.
That nigga did that
Hold
fake
Hey, I
ass
did
on.
the
shit and
homework,
waited till
Sutec.
Sean left.
I did the
Hey,
homework.
real
Hold
rap, why
on,
don't you why
I
don't
did
y'all.
you
the
Real
ask
homework.
why
rap.
don't
What
you
you
ask
mean?
the
Real
actual
rap.
I
evolutionary
Yeah.
did the
biologist?
homework.
Hold on, real quick.
I did the
Everybody, hold on.
homework.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Real rap. Chill out. Sean left, right? And I asked you not to get to that whole topic because I was trying to let Lucky get. But everybody kept, doing what they doing, so I was let it go. But Sean's not here, bro. We can get to
Appreciate
that
it.
right now. I'm about to let Lucky go right now, and then we're gonna open the floor up after Lucky shows what he got to show. Go ahead, Lucky. You got it.
Yeah, y'all had an evolution conversation every day, y'all. Relax. You see what I'm saying?
Every day, right?
Every
Still ain't
day.
learned nothing. Still learn
But it's
nothing. But
cool.
go ahead.
It's cool. I understand it's the baseline of the whole shit. So I get it. But I really want to touch on this shit because this shit was so comical to me. Like, for somebody to say that the principal chief of the Cherokee Nation in the late 1700s was a Negro is crazy to me. So I just want to and the nigga said something opposite of that this time last year. You see, but I'm gonna just let my boy get his rocks off.
Hey, we know they black. Watch this. I'm finna pull up John Ross' daddy records. I'm finna pull up his records on when he got sent over here. I'm finna show he was a nigga. He wasn't a white boy. His name was Daniel. He was a nigga. He come from the Ross clan out of Scotland. Prominent family.
Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no way, boy.
So you heard what the nigga said, right? So the nigga said John Ross' daddy was black. Okay. So We talking about the principal chief, John Ross, right? I'm gonna just show you a little picture of the principal chief.
Hold on, I got you right after this. Yeah. I got you right after this. Show him back now. Okay, Lucky.
So the principal chief, I'm a boy. Let me look my screen. I create my son. I got a hold on the screen. Hold on. So the principal chief, right? What this nigga look like? I had a photo of the nigga. The principal chief, right? This nigga white as hell. Nigga 7/8 Cherokee. First of all, his mama was 1/4 Cherokee. Okay, mama was 1/4 Cherokee. He ended up marrying a Cherokee. His son was more Cherokee than him. So I don't know if y'all can see the screen. That's a cracker. Is my screen sharing?
I see you, bro.
Let me zoom in. Let me zoom in. That's a cracker.
Zoom for dramatic effect.
Yeah, that's a cracker, bro.
Yeah, that's great.
Point blank, period. As said it was called, that's a peckerwood. So I'm trying to figure out if his daddy was a Negro and his mama was 1/4 Cherokee and the rest was European. Where that nigga genetics at? What a Daniel Ross Negro clan genetics at? That's like a cracker to me, don't it?
He ain't Negro. Phenotypically, he's not considered a Negro.
I mean, not even close. Not even like he having a couple of features. That's a little picture of him.
He didn't possess any traits of a Negro.
Yeah, I didn't think I saw any either. I didn't think I recognized it. But let me see.
Show me
they got
Lucky. How many Negroes got 4-inch ears?
Oh, you see them things, don't you?
Look at his ear.
That's what I'm telling you. It's just certain things you see when you know it. You know what I'm saying? You know it when you see it. That's all it is. So when the nigga say John Ross, the nigga who really not even Cherokee, you talking about he is a Negro. You know what I'm saying? Look, everyone was flabbergasted, right? Because the whole narrative is the mother is the Slav and the father is the Negro. So Talk Cats grabbed that narrative and put it, and you know what I'm saying, into a whole nother hypergear. So he really had the nigga one flabbergasted. He had to sit back and watch the nigga work, watch the nigga cook type shit. Like he on the live stream just let the nigga say whatever. And I'm like, bro, who in the hell would recognize John Ross as a Negro? And he tried to play because we have there's pictures of John Ross. There is no pictures of Daniel Ross. You see what I'm saying? So he'll play that and try to create that fake narrative about the family tree. When if you look at the Ross clan is not no black people. They still over in Ireland. And I want to say that his auntie married somebody else who was like last name Ross, and it's a white man. He's straight white as hell. So I'm trying to figure out where these black Rosses is at. And he had no relation to John Ross before he married his auntie. So I'm trying to figure out where the fuck the black Rosses is at. Because the white Ross who came over here, was white as hell. I'm gonna show you white Ross.
Yo, this Lucky, is white. You saw that culture vulture? They culture vulture?
I think it will have no choice but to be the culture vulture, bro. Because that's not your culture. Point blank. Like, no way around that shit, bro. So what that's a white man, bro. His name is William Potter Ross. That is somebody who married John Ross's auntie. So somebody who was
if they claiming this line, would that be they daddy?
Hey, he got Indian children.
They gotta hold that.
like I said, that nigga John Ross was 7/8 Cherokee. He married a like a half Cherokee woman, they say. So his kids was more Cherokee than he was. My boy was 7/8 Cherokee. He was white.
Wait, you said 1/8 Cherokee.
I mean, yeah, he was 1/8 Cherokee. He was 7/8
white,
Scottish.
yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? He's Scottish, bro. So that way they trying to play like the black was the Scottish, bro. They trying to play that role, but he white, bro. Look at this brother here. This brother is a Ross.
Oh, look, hold on. So they try to play like the Irish and the Scottish is black, right? You heard that, the black Irish.
Black European.
They're specific clans, right? They say the Russ is the Roos clan. They try to say the Roos clan tied to the Bible and all this goofy shit.
So where did they tell us the white slaves come from?
Some say Africa.
Yeah, they say Africa now.
No, but they bring up Cromwell.
Right.
Yeah, the dude did bring up Cromwell yesterday.
You cannot take out Ireland from the Cromwell story, can you?
No.
What they do, I'm gonna tell you what they do. What they say is that the white people kicked out the black people who was the royalty. And so they can still claim that niggas was kings. You see what I'm saying? But they still holding the niggas was kings.
This is where the Swarthy shit came into play.
So only the royalty was black. Is that what they saying?
That's what they saying. And yeah, that's where the Swarthy come in. That's where the ruddy duck come in.
But we all know.
Ruddy duck.
If you think about any society, the royalty is going to be 1% or less than 1% of the population.
Very few
inbred over there.
percent of the population.
They say all of the royalty, they flooded them out. One of the clans was the Roos clan, the Jacobites. The Jacobites was Negroes. You hear what I'm saying? So they say the Jacobite, they say the Roos clan, and the Roos clan is the Ross. The Ross. Anytime you see Ross, Roos, the Russians, they gonna claim the Russians black.
Did they show any evidence?
Evidence is the Bible. It's gonna be some Preston John tales. It's gonna be the lost history.
No. Look at
actual evidence.
No, it's a mythological story. I'm telling you, it's gonna be like some Owaspe type.
That's what it is.
I'm telling you what it is, Sean. I'm telling you really what it is. Like it's some Owaspe forbidden archaeologies of America mixed with all that. You know what I'm saying? The Moorish doctrine, a little bit of
yeah, that's fine. But did they
my boy Merlin, you know what I'm saying? All that.
Did they show anything though?
I'm about to tell you a book they've been using. Hold on, let me find it real quick.
Sean, they never been cornered. This is the first time they ever got no pressure on them. They've been taking these talking points to TikTok. They ain't been pressing these like really like that on the mainstream lines because they know people active over here. But this is a huge talking point. I pull up some videos that got hundreds of thousands of views. All the Abos was in the comments.
Yeah, that talking point
5 years ago.
Make a YouTube page. That was my first video, beating up that Black Irish shit.
Bro, that shit it's a problem because the Bible. They use the Bible.
My last name is Irish. My last name Irish, you know, so we always been here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna stand for y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Look, you see how she said my last name Irish, we always been there. Gullah. Remember that video you sent me from Old World, Florida?
Talk to me.
What
you was on that, Gullah. You was on that.
Don't tell nobody. I be in the cut. Shh.
Yeah.
So Gullah, was he saying that the Irish and the Native Americans had some ancient DNA connection before
the light-skinned Indians with the red hair?
My Irish came from Jamaica. Unfortunately,
Gullah, he been pushing that for 6 months. Gullah, he been pushing that since they touched the Abo
I ain't gonna
pedal.
hold you. Low key, it's been 2 years from my knowledge with it.
He been pushing that.
2 years.
Yeah, he been pushing
that.
Hit the like button.
And they using that Cro-Magnon, bro. They using all the Abo talking points. The Abos just, the Abos they goofy. Bro.
Even on some black righteous shit, bro. They went that deep to be shit. Well, who keep what's up?
Hey, Gullah.
Who keep calling?
Yo, can you give me the yeah, I'm calling you. I'm real rap calling you. Can you give me the to the pistol that you on since you want to click clack, and rear back and shit? Like, can you get the the manual to the pistol that you own. I'm trying to get the same type of pistol.
You want the
Man,
manual
bro,
for it?
knock that shit off.
Man,
What
bro,
kind of
y'all talk
fucking
about that shit
foolishness
and
you
y'all
on? You know these
big.
niggas is fed, bro. I'm telling you.
Yo,
This shit.
I got me an
Yo,
XDM. I'm just saying, this man want to get mad and rack his pistol back. I'm trying to figure out what type of pistol he got.
Man,
That wasn't even towards you. You a whole goddamn weirdo for
I
that
don't even
shit.
know what you're talking about. Like, yo, that shit is real weird. Yo, hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button.
COINTEL Pro shit, bro.
Hit the like button.
Yo, Sean.
Drop the fire emojis in the
Nigga
chat.
want racking back to another brother. That's corny, nigga. How you get mad and grab a pistol on the internet?
All right,
you corny.
Yo, what up? What up? What up, Dr. Coincidence? You gotta kick him in the
Real
back.
rap. Pause, yo. What is you doing right now on
Nigga,
the
you
fucking
corny. You fucking
internet?
older than me, and I'm your big homie. Bitch, you corny.
You wildin'.
Go learn some shit, nigga.
No, hold on. Real rap. You gotta understand, when a conversation is done, it's done, nigga. Nobody's talking about that shit. Like, fuck it, move on, nigga. Y'all niggas is crazy. Like, for real. I don't know where y'all niggas is from, but that shit is weird, bro.
Weird.
Yeah, and y'all need to listen. Y'all need to drop some fire emojis in the chat right now because it is a
Put the arrows
we
up,
are
man.
we are setting these TPs on fire right now. Set the TPs on fire in the chat.
Let me see them fire.
Drop the shish kebabs. Drop the shish kebabs.
You gotta drop the
shish
stick
kebab, yo.
The elbow meat.
That
The
shit
stick
funny
with
as
the
hell.
elbow meat on. Pause, yeah.
My elbow meat.
Now it man, all I know, all this stuff is crazy, man. It's like I don't understand the need for y'all to want to fight. You guys don't show anything. When we do show shit, your source kill you. I don't understand it, folks. Feel. I don't feel like I feel the need to.
Hold on, look. Hold
I
on,
know
real
it's like, bro.
quick.
Teach these niggas.
Nah, real quick, because they brought up the Irish and the American connection. I want to show a couple minutes, just because I ain't get past a couple minutes. I never
You
got
about to
past
show the black
minutes
Irish?
The black
You about to
Irish.
show the black Irish?
No, these aren't even black Irish. That's the whole thing, because
We talking about black, you don't know about the black community. You know, I'm talking about back in the days when back in Manchester when everybody looked up and looking like what's his name? What's the name of the full boxer who got knocked out? Like so Frank Bruno. You don't remember the days when everybody in the United Kingdom looked exactly like them.
Cali got a good
Cali. I used to debate a bunch of
Listen,
all the
Cali,
time,
you
bro.
better than me. All I know is
Listen, bro. Cali
Yo,
live.
listen,
I hear you
I had
saying
to look at the panel. I thought I let somebody up here from somewhere else. I'm like, what the fuck is that? But look, this is a video.
So is this video gonna cover like the Irish like during the transatlantic slave trade, like when they were in the Caribbean? Because I really feel like that's how I got my Irish last name.
Well, no, it's not. It's not going to cover that. This is going to touch the ahistorical part of this this history that's being told from us from these ahistorical, right? So this is one of the Aboriginal teachers. He's Old World Florida, right? And they want to say that.
So you really mean like this is like pseudo history right here?
Yes. This is pseudo. This is somebody.
Hey, man,
this is somebody who they look up to. What?
When we gonna get to the evolution? Not a coincidence.
I'm about to. I just want to say, show 3 minutes of that, and then you and Sean can have it. All right. We cool with that?
Sean ain't talking to nobody.
Never gonna hit the link. Man.
Sean ain't talking to nobody. Sean gonna teach. That's it. Ain't no back and forth with Sean. So that's it. But look, let me just put this out there. This is Old World Florida, right? They call him Dr. Longo. This is one of the Aboriginal teachers. And I want to know from Aboriginals who's in the chat who go to his channel, like Root Words, and he's Root Words Ahmad over there. Saying that, he's saying that that the Aboriginals are basically, the Native Americans are not black; they're light skinned. He shows some pictures.
Red hair and shit. Don't forget that.
Red hair. It gets crazy, but let's watch. So listen, I'm gonna give you out. There might be a couple ads in this shit. Don't be mad at me, but we're gonna get through it. All right. Hold on.
Following the expulsion of the Moors from Spain in 1492, Christopher Columbus would set sail to the Americas on the most fateful of voyages. While this narrative has been ridiculed, weaponized, and outright denied as propaganda, there is one aspect of the Columbus story that has never received the attention it deserves. Were you aware of the fact that Christopher Columbus set sail with an Irish navigator? That's right, an Irishman whom he had met in Galway. The identity of this man and the reasons for his presence on this voyage are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the hidden Irish history of ancient America. In explaining the significance of this lone Irishman, a connection will be established between the Irish and the Phoenicians of antiquity, the civilization most capable of pre-Columbian transatlantic travel. For why is it that an Irishman was needed to go where men were said to have never gone before? We will also bring to light the multitude of so-called Native American tribes that do or did in fact share genetic and cultural affiliation with ancient Celts and Britons. This of course will include the infamous red-headed giants scattered not only through the Americas, but across the entire earth. As the Irish presence in the Americas did not begin with Columbus, it certainly did not end with him. No academic has ever been able to give a satisfactory explanation as to why there are only 5 million Irish people in all of Ireland, yet the ethnically Irish in the United States alone number over 36 million. 5 million Irish versus 36 million Irish Americans. Something is not adding up. The ominous they.
Oh, my bad, y'all. I wanted he made like 3-4 claims. That's just that's just crazy. Anybody want to say something before I keep going?
I got one question, right? If the Abos is cool with the Indians being over here and all that shit, I mean the Irish being over here, but if they claiming the black ones and they teacher they white daddy claiming they white, how they gonna make this work? And these niggas is moms and shit over there and be calling them brother, all type of shit on Sarnetta. Goddamn, be high fiving and cheerleading and shit. So I'm confused.
They doing pay-per-views with him and all types of shit. How does that work?
It's a white man saying it. You know how does this shit work with a lot of black folks? If some pseudo ass white dude say something, everyone shuts up. You know the old saying is, if you want to get the truth out of black folks, all you do is sit a white person in front of them. Well, it's the same thing with these damn Abos who always try to. Isn't it the truth though? It's the truth. Like we've seen this over and over and over again. If they'll sit here, they'll say the most anti-white shit, right? But then if you put a white dude in the room with him and he's saying something pseudo, we're like, oh, he's right. That's why. Why do you think all these conspiracy theories gravitate to Robert Kennedy Jr.?
They called this Bucker looking Jesus motherfucker brother, bro. They leader. The fuck out of here, man. This shit crazy.
He's that daddy.
That's what I'm saying. Him and Leo Wiener.
Yeah, Leo Wiener's great granddaddy. And what's and the other dude on Wolf and all is another one.
And I read about it, Leo Wiener studied Slavic languages.
Had no backing, had no credibility in that, or had no credentials to go into.
Did he have a live chat?
According to this video, who are the ethnic Irish? Because they were showing some skulls, and did I miss who the ethnic Irish are versus the other
Irish and Lucky Charms and all that. When I know when the Lucky Charms in there, they came over with the potatoes. Huh?
The niggas from Braveheart. What the nigga name was? Wallace Cornwallis.
Did he say Lucky Charms? No, I just heard Lucky Charms. That's all I heard was Lucky Charms.
I thought that was Mel Gibson.
The Indians was wearing kilts and shit, bro, with the bagpipes. That's true. Indigenous.
You trying to tell me Mel Gibson was in Florida in the 1300s? That's wild.
Facts.
It's over now. You're gonna be able to drop the dime. You never got to know when the bricks in the guy.
They got
So you know what? That do crack me up. That how like I think as Black Americans, people accept when they look at white people in America, they acknowledge that they're European and they acknowledge all of the different nations in Europe that they come from. But when they look at Black people, they don't see they come from Africa. That's so weird. It's so
Why?
weird to
Because
me.
they would show respect to the victors. They won. They
families like the
conquered.
Stewarts.
That's what it
who
comes
are
down
like,
to.
They claim families like the fucking Stewarts, right? That's like extremely documented in fucking European history as black people, and they look crazy as shit. They claim families like the fucking Plantagenets, shit like that. Fucking Henry VIII, all type of weird ass motherfuckers, bro. And I was like, bro, these motherfuckers is not black. They got like depictions and all type of shit, like paintings and shit, bro. Like what?
They got all types of
It's
things.
just
So now the coincidence was
Europe shit.
Yeah, how
Now,
long
the
before they
coincidence was
started
good
saying that
before
the
they.
Russians were? How long before you started saying that Russians came over to, and the Black Russians?
No,
right?
they
They
already
about that.
got
They
that.
already are.
That's what
Along
I'm
with the
telling you. The
Portuguese.
Rus or the Russians. They say the Rus or the Rus. They say the Russians is all that stuff. They connecting that shit to like the Bible. They
So
connecting it to like
Mother Rusia, you trying to tell
Israel.
me that those guys black? You trying to tell me that those guys black?
Chill.
Well, I know nothing about you. But
Too much gay.
something
I can't make it my skin, bro. Chill. It's too much, bro.
Cali go hard. Hold on. Well, let me play some more of this video.
Yeah.
Would have you believe that this is simply the result of potato shortages and a recent mass migration across the entire realms that do needed to go where men were said to have never gone before. We will also bring to light the multitude of so-called Native American tribes that do or did in fact share genetic and cultural affiliation with ancient Celts and Britons. This of course will include the infamous red-headed giants scattered not only through the Americas, but across the entire earth. As the Irish presence in the Americas did not begin with Columbus, it certainly did not end with him.
Hold on, I'm going back to the video, but I want to ask Abos.
Are the Anunnaki Irish?
That's what it's seeming like. But I want to ask Abos, what redheaded Black Americans you know?
Sitting
Where's those group of people?
all the Irish ones.
So he ain't talking about y'all. This is crazy. But this is their teacher, y'all.
Squanto had red hair. Allegedly.
He's teaching a historical history. This is not real shit. But this is what he probably got maybe 30,000 views by now. And this is like 2 days ago, I think.
I believe.
Like y'all just feeding into this shit. This shit is crazy.
What's crazy, bro?
He definitely got them Abos in the chat.
In the fucking history section, when you search on YouTube, he's in that with like legit information. Then sprinkled in is just pseudo ass shit. Because I guess the algorithm, the likes, whatever the fuck, the agenda. Like I said, this shit rooted in white supremacy, white nationalism, yo. So anybody kicking this shit and some goddamn disrespectful to the African ancestor shit, it's just oppression to me. And I fight that shit all day, every day. That ain't gonna stop. So yeah, that's just what it is, yo. That shit crazy.
I still can't get over the fact that we got a Black American claiming to be from Papua New Guinea. I mean, it's just. I mean, this is how crazy all this shit is.
But now the coincidence was here. They wasn't claiming no mixtures, bro. They used to never claim no mixtures, bro.
They claim Papua New Guinea until I point out the Turo tribe and what their rites of passage is. Then the niggas stop claiming it.
You still get this one dude in there right now. He's still claiming that shit.
Oh, that Papa,
no mix.
Oh, the Papa dude. We ran. Hey, look, we ran him off out of a group. Me and I don't know if Sutek in there, but me and the brother from Virginia, he in there. And that Papa dude was in that group, and I showed him what they be doing in the rites of passage that you got to bend over and shit. That nigga ran out of that group real quick.
Oh shit! Yeah, I know what group you're talking about. I ain't seeing that though. I need to see that.
We ran him out of
This dude's mentally retarded, bro. I'm serious. Some of these, I'm just gotta call it what it is. All them dudes are mentally retarded.
He said you lying, Cass.
Hey, look, his name Cleveland Young. That nigga, he know what I put in there.
Damn. He done got exposed. Like I told you, not he done got exposed before, bro. On other pieces.
I know.
Yeah.
He
Hold on,
crazy.
hold
He
on.
a weirdo.
This dude, Free Papa forever said, "You can't even spell. You a terrible lying ass nigga. You can't spell shit. You can't spell at all."
Bro.
This nigga done got exposed on 5 different companies and
He
shit.
know who
Nah,
he
hold
is,
on,
bro.
y'all. Hold on. I want to get to the rest of this. I only got like 2 more minutes.
That
2 more
nigga.
minutes. Like, it's crazy.
He talking
No
about
academic has ever been able to give a satisfactory explanation as to why there are only 5 million Irish people in all of Ireland, yet the ethnically Irish in the United States alone number over 36 million. 5 million Irish versus 36 million Irish Americans. Something is not adding up. The ominous they would have you believe that this is simply the result of potato shortages and a recent mass migration. The Irish, strangers to colonization and the subjugation of others, have themselves been kicked around for far too long. This presentation is dedicated to the land of iron, the Isle of Emerald, and the fairest daughter of Atlantis. The views expressed in this video do not necessarily reflect my own. Now enjoy.
Hey, let me mute up.
You see, he threw that shit at the end, didn't it?
If you only list your
Didn't
vacation home
motherfucker
on
bring
Airbnb,
Atlantis?
Nigga made sure he threw that in. Yeah, just because this
Yo,
nigga
I
said
didn't
shit.
catch
you
that
not
the
believe.
first time, but yeah, you heard that? He said it don't reflect my own. But y'all eating this shit up. This shit
They
crazy.
say, yo, I'm making this shit up, but like the video. That's what he said for real, bro. That's what he said. He said, hey, I made that shit
You know
up.
what you gotta do?
But like,
You
share,
gotta-
and subscribe.
I bet you I can get all the abos without showing my face. What I can do is I can create a channel. I can go to one of the little AI spots, create a white dude, and then speak with the British accents. I'm like, I believe that you guys also are indigenous to America. What you guys,
You go to 11labs.ai, bro. You can do or 11labs.io, bro. You can get that shit done in 2 seconds.
And he goes, you guys are absolutely right to me. We got author records as well. Slate, we got shit manifest that proves that.
I ain't gonna lie, I got some
you guys
crazy
said.
shit in the cut. I'm finna send that bit, not a coincidence, bro. I got some shit I've been doing with the AI boys. Nigga gonna be like, bro, chill out.
All right, yo, hold on, cause yo, listen, I want to get to some evolution and shit right after this. So
yeah, right. We got you in the tuck. Let's
get through this.
welcome to Florida, baby.
Wait, did y'all see all them conspiracies going across the screen? Atlantis, Tartaria, Starfort, pyramids, all like this
all
shit.
that shit.
Abos start, yo.
Man, what the hell is going on with manatees?
So, hey, look, behind every black suit was a white suit, though.
Yeah, manatees. What's that? Yo, they were saying manatees was like the mermaids and shit.
The mermaids, yeah, I heard that. They said
Florida, bro. That's what pissed me off, bro.
They said the white boys used to smash the manatees and shit.
Let them mess with the manatees. They gonna end up like that Australian dude.
Hold on, Lucky always talking about New York and up north and shit. Yo, Florida gotta hold this L right here, bro.
Bro, he not from Florida, bro. I'm not finna let you do that,
Florida.
bro.
Nah, he's
He
from
not from
Florida.
Florida, bro. He from Wisconsin, bro. We not going
Nah,
for
you
that.
gotta prove that. You gotta prove that.
Bro, I'll pull up, bro. Don't
Nah,
make me go
you
in
gotta
this
source
bag,
up.
bro.
No, luck. You gotta source up. Until then, he from Florida. That's it. That's
Nah,
y'all Florida
fuck,
boy, right?
bro. That crack ain't from Florida. We ain't going. I told him that
gotta
in the
source
DM. I'm
up.
like, bro, you ain't from Florida.
You gotta source up.
He aboriginal
Hold
like
on,
DeSantis.
So after this little introduction, he gonna say the shit I want y'all to hear. Like, I mean, he said shit I want y'all to hear already because he already made some album. He said Giants. He said Phoenicians and Finland. He tried to match them shit. It was crazy. Like, but let's go.
Hold on, why is Casey Anthony sex tape on there, bro? What the hell?
Hey yo.
Introducing Dr. Narco Longo.
But why is his name Narco Longo?
Hey yo, I'm telling you, this nigga's
Narco.
an agent. He got all the Abos
He
getting their
is.
stuff from him. This nigga's
This
an
nigga
agent.
is
Not a
planted.
coincidence. Pull up the definition for pseudo history, yo. Like,
Oh yeah, I'll do that. Hold on. Let me play this real quick. I
that
got you.
nigga agent, bro. Well, he on some
He like them white boys
He
that's
know
in
he
the
doing
white
Hebrew
supremacy,
Israelites.
bro.
That's why he gave that disclaimer, like, yo, this not necessarily my views. He just playing for views and he eating it up. He getting paid. He got
This
ads
nigga.
running all through his motherfucker. He getting 30,000 views in 2 days. Like he getting to it. They eating this shit up.
This nigga the Adam 22 of the Abos.
Nah.
Yo,
You know,
Cash,
like
that's funny as fuck, Cash. Shut your stupid ass up.
This nigga-
Hold on, here we go. Listen, y'all. Listen.
Columbus
Hey,
the
that
way
nigga
to
that
America.
wild.
The following comes to us from Jerry Finzi. Quote, did an Irishman sail with...
He said this is coming from Jerry Finley. So before I show y'all who Jerry is, what do you think of Jerry Frenzy is? He said this story comes from Jerry Frenzy. He's going to tell us a story about Irish coming with Columbus. Anybody like is Jerry like a historical figure? Who is Jerry?
Yeah, he say the Moors are Irish. Yeah.
Is that the bike mechanic
He been
dude,
saying
yo?
that.
Is that the dude
Yeah,
that
that nigga,
Bike mechanic.
is he a giant?
This is why
Not a
Alabama don't
giant.
like this dude, huh?
But watch, I'm gonna show y'all where this story. I'm gonna show y'all exactly where he getting this story from. Just listen to this story real quick.
King Arthur.
Just listen to this story. I'm gonna show you exactly where he getting this story from.
We will now discuss Guillermo Harries, the Irishman responsible for showing Columbus the way to America. The following comes to us from Jerry Finzi. Quote, did an Irishman sail with Columbus to discover the New World? His name doesn't sound Irish when you read it in the Spanish naval documents, but Guillermo Harries, a Portuguese translation of his name, was really William Harris of Galway. It's no surprise that Irish children never heard of Guillermo, even though he was a member of Columbus's first voyage with the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. As historians have theorized based on their evidence, William Harris first met Columbus at St. Nicholas Church in Galway in 1477. Some say he discussed strange, unknown plant seeds and other objects washing up along the shoreline in Ireland, possibly from some far-off land, while others think Harris boasted to Columbus that he had actually sailed to these lands to the west. Columbus was also emboldened by stories he heard of the 6th century monk, St. Brendan, and his voyage to the New World. It's not too difficult to believe that Harris might have reached America before 1492, since it's been proven that Leif Erikson had also been there hundreds of years earlier in a failed attempt at setting up a colony in the northern regions. Guillermo Harries is one of 38 people listed as being left by Columbus in Haiti to form the first European settlement in the New World. In the end, after a short time, the native population slaughtered them all. End quote.
Now you see how he ended. He was like end quote. So the way he tried to source it, like, how do y'all think? Like, do y'all think it's a valid? Like, it comes from like some type of accredited place or like?
No. He made it up.
No, not at
No,
all.
but what do you think the impression
All right,
he
so
tried to
listen,
give?
this is how you do him, bro. Because I spent 45 minutes trying to track down one of his tricks. What was his first part of the claim? Was somebody that rode on the ship with Columbus? What was the dude name?
William Harris.
No, it was Gustavo. It was Gustavo
William
something.
Harris. It was William Harris. Then it got translated into Portuguese as Guillermo Harris or something like that.
He said it was an Irishman that rode with him, right?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, so can we confirm that the Irishman rode with Columbus?
Listen,
with this Irish Morris
first
flag.
of all, no, listen. He got that story from this blog.
I just found that motherfucker too.
Of a family that went on a trip that went on. No, I'm gonna show you. This is the whole story. We can go and play it, and this is everything word for word. He read everything from here. This everything. He just read it.
What website is that?
I'll put it in the back chat.
No. Just scroll up.
Oh, it's Grand
Voyage Italy.
VoyageItaly.com. And
Go to
the
bottom. Go to the bottom.
Grand Voyage Italy with an Irish nigga on it.
Stop. Hold up. So go back up. There's no source.
No, there's no. He read this word for word.
No.
There is no source.
No. I'm looking for the author. It's right there.
This is
Jerry.
No, yeah. No, look, I can show you. I'm about to show you who Jerry is.
I already tried to look him up.
Look.
No, go ahead. Let's see.
Hey, walk it down. Now.
I'll be trying to be ahead of the game. I ain't find that motherfucker though.
Yeah, why is this not showing me? I need to get to.
Goddamn fire.
Let me show you Jerry. Right. We're gonna find it. But it's just a family that went on tour to Italy, and then they started writing about Italy. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Can y'all see this?
Yep. Yep. I knew
So
it was
look,
some paid people.
This is Jerry. Look, as for myself, right? We can see right down here. I'm just going to show you. Look, Jerry.
This nigga a photographer?
Yeah, he's a photographer.
I thought it said he was a brick house layer or some shit. What is it? Did I misread that?
He's a photographer.
Pseudo ass the fuck down somewhere.
He ain't got. He don't have the credentials.
He doesn't have anything. He got this whole story from him. We don't know if it's made up or nothing.
Yeah, he might have just made that up as like just some science fiction. You know what I mean?
This is word for word from here. We can go back. It's word
to the video.
For word.
No, you ain't lying because I was on the website while the video was playing and I was reading along word for word.
It is word for word. This man is just stealing people content and making his own shit up.
But Pseudo's not going to check
the white Dane Calloway.
Mm-hmm.
Pseudo's not going to check that shit. They don't let that shit fit.
I was just gonna say he had that Dane Calloway lyrics when the way he was that flow and the vocals. That nigga sound like Dane Calloway on that bit.
Yo, he had
either he's studying Dane or he's an agent, bro.
No, I'm gonna tell you right now. If he decided to go with the whole Abos playbook, that dude gonna be richer than all of them. He gonna be bigger than Dan Calloway ever was.
Of course.
If he ever went with Dan Calloway playbook, because he white. And you know they want to hear from him because they said we got proof. Look at the white dude saying he agrees with us.
Yo, listen, yeah, that's their authority. When they like to appeal to authority, that's their authority. He does pay-per-views with them. So they listen. They won't do a pay-per-view with one of us because we say we African, but they'll do some shit with and I don't got nothing against white people at all. But it's just the realm we in and the conversations we having.
No,
they act like they got a problem with white people.
They're hypocrites.
Yeah,
they're hypocrites.
They got a problem with white people, African people.
But then turn around and use them when it's beneficial to their narrative. That's some bullshit.
They brother.
Yeah, they do. They do. They only call us brother.
They tell us go back to Africa. Why are they not telling them to go back to Ireland?
They're from Ireland. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Because they secretly want to be white, man. They want to be white. They say white talking points. They say white insults. Go back to Africa, y'all monkeys.
If they want to be white, why do they turn all the white people in their genealogy to black European?
That part.
Right. Yeah. But they doing the replacement, the great replacement. They want to be the person that oppressed them.
Well, yeah, but that's what it is. They're trying. They're showing respect to the winners. They're showing respect to the winners, bro. This is what this comes down to. The white folks, they know white folks won. They brought over Africans. They enslaved Africans. They want to play that role because they see them as the winners. When they look at white folks around the world, they look at society. Who do you see on TV? White folks. Who do you see in power and president? Who do you see the most powerful countries are? The most powerful countries in the world outside of China are European nations. So they respect that. They respect the power that they yield, right? And so because of that, they want to be that. They'd rather be attached to that. They view Africa as being weak. If Africa was dominating tomorrow, all the motherfuckers would be talking about that of African shit. If Africa was on top, this is what this shit is about. They want to see if Africa ever gets on top, you will never see this Abos shit again. If Africa is ever on top, they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm of African descent. All that shit would die. If Africa, if the most powerful country in the world was out of Africa right now, I'm talking about a black African nation, right? Sub-Saharan African nation. None of this Abos shit would be a thing.
Right.
Yeah, the niggas got to go back to Europe.
So not a coincidence. This guy right here, did he make the story up or was it like factual?
We don't know. He doesn't source anything.
He ain't got no sources, so for all we know, he made that shit up.
Yeah, we know. Look, we can look at the story.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I never heard of Guillermo here, whatever bro name was, right?
Hold on. Isn't it root words, daddy? Because root words always talking shit, right? That's root words, daddy, right?
This I'm gonna tell you the finesse. Root words was in his chat for like 3 months saying that the Creeks was the Greeks, and he adopted that talking point. And when he adopted that and made root words like a chat, like a moderator in the chat, that got like that nigga root words on the squad now. Now root words gonna do everything for him. He gonna fight for the white boy. He gonna do all that. He gonna be over in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all it was. And that's all it takes. You give these niggas a wrench and they turn up.
Oh damn! Root word moderator over there.
Yeah, they twerk for a wrench and ain't nothing.
Yo, tell me if you can hear this. Can you hear that?
There's
That's
keys.
No. I was playing a video in the back, but I want to know if you can hear it. You couldn't hear the video?
No, we can't hear none of that.
Oh. Now, because I was trying to show with this up here, it word for word. I don't know. So, let me see. So let's just listen to this real quick, and then we're going to find it right on the paper. Let's just do that real quick.
Hundreds of years earlier, in a failed attempt at setting up a colony in the northern regions, Guillermo Harries was one of 38 people listed as being left by Columbus in Haiti.
So we heard a little bit, right? So what do you say? Right, he said Guillermo Harris is one of the 30.
Repeat that again. Play that back.
Word for word.
All right. I'm gonna go back a little bit, and then we're gonna go back to the paper. Listen.
The New World. It's not too difficult to believe that Harris might have reached America before 1492, since it's been proven that Leif Erikson had also been there hundreds of years earlier in a failed attempt at setting up a colony in the northern.
Can you still hear it?
Yep. Yeah, we still here.
Yeah, so we heard.
He ends it end quote like he's really quoting somebody. Like, nah, you took this blog little story and tried to make it into something bigger.
Bro, he definitely listen. He definitely been watching Dane Calloway because he wasn't that smooth, bro. Like you could watch his videos from previous time. When he stepped in with the Abos, he got some game. He learned. He got some drip. That's what he got. And then he stepped off, and now he doing his shit. And the nigga ain't gonna be able to fuck with him.
They not even gonna look for this shit. They're not gonna look for the story. They're gonna listen to it like, oh yeah.
Right.
Because
he's spitting their flow. You see what I'm saying? He's spitting their flow. So it's like, oh shit, he going in.
Especially because the average motherfucker don't got no methodology, no way. So they
no methodology.
You see this shit every goddamn day. Motherfuckers don't know what
Nigga did a quick Google. That bitch said .blogspot.
This shit crazy.
Motherfucker got that meme scholarship.
Right. He gonna have everybody following because he got the white and the black audience. The Abos can't do that. You know, they always talking about white folks.
This story comes from this family. Is Lisa, Lucas, and Jerry. This is Lucas.
Not Jerry.
Lucas is the son. Jerry's the one who wrote that story. This is Jerry, and this is Lisa.
Yo,
I feel like they made this.
Jerry,
they look like they into some sci-fi shit. They probably made this shit up.
They probably made it up for some good reading. You feel what I'm saying? And we got people taking this shit serious. Like, this shit is crazy.
Bro, just type in Irish slave myth, bro.
Yeah, y'all explained it all.
Of goddamn sources, bro. That shit crazy.
White Dane Calloway.
Dane Calloway, the white old world Florida.
I wanted to show y'all that. Yo, and Gullah, I didn't watch past that.
Me either, bro. Cause it's it's a whole bunch of bullshit.
Because once he said that first story, I'm like, then I went back. I'm trying to listen to. I'm trying to find out where, real quick. I'm like, yo, where can I? Because he gave me some clues to be able to find where the story comes from. Come to find out,
but y'all missing it out. That maybe there was some real Aboriginal black.
See, look, you trying to start some bullshit.
And then those people, went to the Caribbean, and then that's how us Caribbeans, got Irish last names because we was really always.
Nah, the motherfuckers on your ass.
She from the Caribbean. Let me ask you one question.
I'm trying to connect this. I'm trying to understand how they got there. I don't know.
Let me ask you one question.
Don't fall for her game.
I know, man. Mel, me and her been rocking for a long. Let me ask you this one question, sister. You hear me?
I hear you.
What's a red leg?
A red leg. I don't even know what a red leg is. For real. A red leg?
You pull it up, bro. Let's talk about it. We could talk about Instagram.
That's somebody who's out in the sun, probably chopping sugarcane or something, I would think. And their legs was getting really dark and really red looking.
But does your skin turn red?
Nope.
Does your skin turn red?
Nope.
Well, my skin, my skin, it could get a little red, like we got a little red.
Nah, they're talking about
that's like a plea to me.
My shit
what I'm
don't
saying?
turn
We got red
red.
undertones.
My shit don't turn red.
Well, I'm saying like,
Neither was
okay,
mine.
So now to see, pull it up, bro. Pull up a red leg. Then we could pull up some Jamaican revolt. This always be a teaching moment, bro. Always a
Red
teaching
leg,
moment.
red
Not
neck.
you, man.
drop
Not
that
you,
shit.
because you're not no Abo. I get
Same
what you
difference.
He says I'm on the Abos. I'm just talking about feathers up, baby. I'm a Sagittarius. You know what I'm saying? We the archers. You feel me? Feathers
Arrows up,
up.
yo.
Yes, arrows up. I'm a Sagittarius out this mud.
Ain't that some Irish bucker or something out there in the Caribbean?
Yes, probably.
It's the equivalent to our redneck here in North America in the South.
Exactly. That's what I just said.
My fault. I ain't hear you, brother. My bad, bro.
Nah, you good.
Hell yeah, it's the
Yep,
equivalent.
that's the same shit. And that red, we all know who rednecks is. They wouldn't. They definitely ain't us.
And if you see a black redneck, would that what picture come in your brain? A black dude with a Trump hat or a Confederate
Yep.
flag?
Right.
Confederate
Yeah.
flag and some shit. Overall.
We ain't no,
What? A fucking
we ain't no Mubele.
Yeah, man. So yeah, make it make sense. We could talk about the Christmas. No, was it Christmas? I think one was Christmas and one was what's the Irish holiday? What's that shit called? St. Patrick's Day. What's the rebellion and goddamn
St.
Jamaica?
Patrick's Day, Milan.
Montessori, however you pronounce it. The Montessori revolt. We can bring that up.
Hey, yo, can I point out something, bro? Yo, Tariq Nasheed, he just did a live last night, right? So it said hoodoo in there. So I'm like, okay, he about to drop some stuff on, South Carolina. He talked a little bit about the Dismal Swamp. But all that shit was for this nigga. This nigga that came out with a new deodorant called Our Roots or something, or Root Work or some shit like that. And I'm like, y'all gotta,
you gotta stop.
This nigga always for something, bro.
Everything for sale.
He didn't say too much of nothing about hoodoo root. He talked about Brer Rabbit a little bit, but he didn't talk about like High John the Conqueror. And I'm asking this stuff in the chat, like, yo, he ain't gonna bring this up.
Hey,
They
Real Rap,
blocking
what's
in the
up
chat.
with you, bro? Hold on.
Oh, so that's why that nigga.
That's
That's why that nigga AP was talking about that nigga, huh?
Yeah, I never said, but what's up with
AP
Real
was trying
Rap?
to
What's up
fake
with
doing that.
what's up with you, bro?
Leave it
You
alone,
tripping
bro.
all this?
Leave it alone, please. Leave it alone.
No, yeah,
So wait,
that's
so
I
is
mean,
he
that's
saying that
hold on.
the Abos underarms be kicking or something? That Abos
Yeah,
got funky
he
Smell like maize.
this nigga he said he made the deodorant because it's based on the root work from the ancestors of hoodoo. Anything to say like his Ogun juice. Like this nigga he's xenophobic, he'll diss everybody, then he'll use something from somebody's culture that he don't even deal with. You know what I'm saying? Like hoodoo or something Ogun from the Yoruba tradition or whatever, to sell some shit. This nigga's a straight swindle. That's AP. That's AP do. AP is getting like Tariq Nasheed with the xenophobia, dissing folks from the islands and all that shit. Like he quotes Tariq a lot.
You to my
He
AP?
just
Yeah,
posted the
I
nigga
seen
shit
that
today.
shit, claiming to be FBA. He said FBA stands for you have to be Aboriginal
No,
or
what
shit
did he?
like that. I'm like,
Who did that nigga Tariq say?
You say who did he what?
Who did he make that claim about? Because that nigga Al Power picked the same nigga and was like, we're gonna talk about such and such.
Let me see. When?
Your story that you were just talking about.
Oh no. Oh, Brer Rabbit and High John the Conqueror.
Hey man, y'all niggas is all over the place like them Abos, boy. Y'all be listening to these niggas too much, man. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop entertaining this shit.
Yeah, but it popped up like when you listen to their channel or whatever, it'll pop up or whatever. I'm like, oh, he talking about root work, hoodoo or whatever. I'm thinking he gonna go into history. This nigga selling deodorant.
This nigga had power talking about hoodoo. I'm like, bro, this nigga biting.
They talking about it because I brought it up on their show. That's why
they be claiming that shit is indigenous, bro. They be claiming that came from America. Hoodoo.
Yeah, Chief Top Cats blocked me because I checked him on the Yoruba thing and he blocked me.
Yeah, they've been saying Yoruba is indigenous too. Yoruba, voodoo, Santeria. They said all
Listen,
that
the
shit happened in
Yoruba's
America.
indigenous, Kelly. No, they did. You serious?
Oh yeah,
Yes, they do.
me and
Hell yeah,
Tyrone
they've
had
been
a
saying that for
debate on
years.
it.
Yeah, they did.
Oh,
Yeah,
They've
they
been
did.
saying that. They've been saying that for years, bro. For at least like 5 years.
I have Phoenix Moon said okra was indigenous to Texas.
I ain't even gonna care. My
Listen, when I get my land, y'all gonna be hating.
Hold
You know
on,
what I'm
y'all.
saying?
Hold on, real quick, y'all. Hold on, real quick. What's
I said when
Sean,
I
you had
get my
something to bring
land,
up?
y'all gonna be hating. Y'all gonna be hating when I get my land, my
Nah,
Afro land.
I got something.
You gonna be
Yeah,
Yeah, they be claiming Obeah too, bro. They be saying Obeah is they
I'm
shit
writing
too.
this white boy. I'm putting a comment on his wall, asking where the hell he got this story from.
Oh, Old World, Florida.
I told
Nah,
you this nigga want
the other dude with the article that wrote the article.
Oh, Jerry. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ask
yeah,
Jerry where
Jerry.
you get that story
Hey,
from.
nigga went to
Yeah,
the
Jerry,
source.
man.
Jerry might be honest, like, I made it up.
Jay look like a real life
That's what I
troll,
asked
bro.
him. Is it
That's
He
the
might.
original
first troll
story, or do we have any source material that you can cite on it so I can look further into the matter and read more on it? Let's see what he say.
Jerry
Yeah,
was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, it's
Jerry.
just some oral history I got. I got from my grandmother, some oral history.
Man, that motherfucker gonna
Well,
say he
yeah,
made that
I had a
motherfucker's
dream
life.
one night.
They gonna take you back to the Vikings, bro. I'm telling
All
you.
right, hold on, y'all.
You know,
I'm
say it
gonna
was
ask you my
lucid
bid.
dreaming and shit.
Hold on, I gotta be fair. The real rap been waiting. He's over here talking shit in the chat. He said 2 minutes turns into an hour. Real rap, I did go too long. So real rap, you got the floor, man. You there? I know you there, man. You
Can I
supposed
share
to
my
be there.
screen?
Hey, this real
I'm right
rap.
here.
What's going
I'm
on?
right here. Can I? Hey, what's good with it? What's good with it, Cass?
Nah,
What's good with my boy?
nobody
Hey,
interrupt him, please, nobody interrupt him.
I just want to share my
Go
screen.
ahead, put it up. I don't see it. Here we go.
See, so we're gonna go to my folder. All right. Don't get triggered. That's just how I titled it. I got it titled Africa Debunked. Nobody get triggered. All right. The reason why I got it titled like that is because we need to go to the origin that these niggas is afraid to go to. So we're gonna go to hominid origin. All right, and we're gonna go to hominidae. All right, we're gonna share this tab and we're gonna walk. So yesterday when I was talking to the Mozzie clan, all right, the Mozzie clan tried to play slick. All right, they wanted to go through the homo groups, no problem. All right, got them right here.
Not a coincidence. Real quick, can I ask you something?
Go ahead,
And nigga just said don't
hold
cut
on.
me off. Nigga literally just said
He's
don't
not.
fucking
All
cut
right,
me
hold
off.
on. He's asking me a question real quick. Go ahead. Go ahead,
You're
Sean.
not a coincidence. How long have you been studying evolution?
Shit, for some years.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Couple years,
Right,
yeah.
some more bullshit. So I don't give a fuck how long niggas been teaching or studying or mislearning and miseducating and indoctrinating other people.
Hold
At
on,
the
real
end
rap.
of the day,
Can I ask you a question, real rap? If you can say no if you want to. I just want to know if I can ask you a question. You can say no if you want to.
I'm gonna be fair and say yeah, because nigga, I shoot from the hip.
All right.
So you see where I'm coming.
So cool. You started with out of Africa, right? And now you're talking about evolution. You know those are two different
What I
things.
said is, or what I was taught was,
hold on. The question.
all right, look,
The question
all right,
is.
I'll let you.
The question is.
I'll
The
let you ask
question
the
is.
question.
I'm about. The question is, are those the same thing?
Is out of Africa theory and evolution the same thing? I'll tell you this: evolution is tied to out of Africa theory. So if you don't believe in evolution, then all of a sudden now you don't believe in out of Africa theory, which is bullshit. I'm not here to say I'm one person, all right, but there is other science that states other things. I'm not arguing that right now. What I'm arguing is the common ancestor. So I'm not gonna let you deter me. I'm not gonna let no nigga deter me respectfully. So to answer your
So
question,
wait, my
evolution
bad. Yeah.
and out of Africa theory is lying together. I need to teach, bro. I need to go. I answered your question. Let me go. Now,
no, the question was, are they the
how
same?
many they?
I didn't get the answer to are they the same.
I don't know. They're not the same. How's how the African
All right,
evolution
no,
the
you
same?
answered it. It's not the same. Go ahead.
Concepts.
Okay, go ahead.
Hominid. No matter where we go to, no matter how it's broken down, you niggas will never be able to answer how did your oldest ancestor come into existence? Because science don't do it. All right. Whenever we watch that bum ass animation that Mozzie Clan showed, because I ain't saying this nigga name no more. All right, unless I call him Uncle. That Uncle Sean showed. All right. Uncle Sean was doing some bum ass tactics with that Hotep ass nigga Satep. All right. So these niggas can't explain.
All right, first of all, you bitch ass nigga, you not finna disrespect my motherfucking brother. Whatever the fuck you talking about, nigga, you can meet me wherever you want to meet me, nigga, but you ain't gonna disrespect my motherfucking brother. Fuck you, nigga. You ain't finna disrespect my motherfucking brother, nigga. You don't even understand what the fuck you talking about. You a new ass nigga that just came across some shit. You still on Wiki, nigga. You ain't even going to Wiki source, nigga, to get the real information. You stuck on Wiki, nigga. You a hoe ass nigga. You can argue with every goddamn body, bitch. You ain't finna call nobody no Hotep, you dumb nigga. You ain't disrespecting no nigga that I fuck with, nigga. Fuck you. I ain't the type of nigga to sit here and let you run off with your dick sucker, nigga, and talk about another motherfucker around me, ho. I will hold your bitch ass, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. And this ain't on no internet shit, nigga. I will treat you the same way in real life, bitch. You got my nigga fucked up, ho. You ain't finna say shit about my nigga on no motherfucking YouTube, nigga. I better not be on me. Fuck up out of here, ho. You a whole hoe, nigga. You don't know shit about the subject matter. You running your dick sucker. Trying to call somebody a motherfucking hotel. Fuck you, nigga. You got my nigga
hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Bring it back.
Yeah, smack your bitch
ass. Brothers, y'all need to chill. Y'all need to chill, bro.
Yeah, smack your bitch ass.
Brothers, this is the internet. You're on it. Hold on. Bro, real rap. This is the internet. Just chill. Listen.
Hold on,
real rap.
Hold on, real rap.
All the time.
Real rap.
No, you ain't hoe. No, you ain't hoe.
Real rap.
No, your whole ass ain't.
Sean, chill.
Hold on, real quick. Real rap.
Bitch, I caught a case in Nashville.
Your ass ain't no Nashville, nigga.
Don't start
your
it back
ass
up.
ain't no Nashville, nigga.
Hold on.
Not a sing talk.
Real quick. Let me just say this. Real rap, he's saying shit on purpose to try to trigger somebody. Sean is right for stepping in. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna let somebody just talk about his people like that for no reason. You're supposed to be getting to information and you throwing shots, real rap. So real rap, it's on you. Do you want to get to the information?
Here on top of that, that's the issue. Like if Satep was here, he'll be able to, you know what I mean? But he ain't even here. Why the fuck is you even bringing him up, nigga? Just stick to the information. Put that bullshit out, and then we can talk about it. Stop trying to find a reason to run.
So real rap, I'm gonna bring you back right now. You got your choice. You can get to the bullshit, and I'm not dealing with that. Or you can go to the information if you really want to try to figure something out. I hope you're listening. It's on you. I don't want to hear you talking about any nigga. You supposed to be getting the information. You waited an hour, you said. I hope it wasn't just to argue. Go ahead, real rap.
Niggas can't answer my question. The only reason why I brought it up because I'm going through what happened yesterday.
Nah, but hold on.
Niggas said he taught himself hieroglyphics. Let me get the information. How a nigga taught himself hieroglyphics? Stupid shit I heard.
See what I'm saying? He's still saying
that
shit.
So
he's not here, bro. Hold on. But look, real rap. Just listen. Hold on. Why are you bringing up anything about hieroglyphics? You're supposed to be talking about evolution. So you're not even on topic yourself, and you're still doing it. Like, get to the information. You're not even on topic. You want to talk about evolution or hieroglyphics? It don't make no sense. Go ahead, real rap.
Nigga, I'm on the information, so let's go. Like I said, whole ass niggas ain't gonna be able to answer.
Nah, fuck that. Listen, bro. Ain't no whole ass niggas nothing, bro. Get to the information. That's it. You want to play games. I'm not doing that. Because you don't do that on Chris channel. You don't do that on Q Butter channel. You don't do none of that shit. You don't do it on Sarnetta. So I know you know how to act right. This the corny shit I'm talking about. Like we all supposed to be men here. Like fuck out of here, man.
The real niggas don't do that shit, bro. They don't act like that.
Nah, he's still like whole ass niggas. Like, come on, man. He don't want to talk. Like, stop that shit. Rap. Go ahead.
Anyway, bro.
Don,
All right,
why you
talking
bringing
over
that
me,
in?
man.
Chill, Don.
Why are you talking over me? It's my turn to
No,
talk. Let's go.
I'm just telling you, chill, bro.
like
Go
I
ahead.
said,
Go ahead.
Real
I'm
rap. That shit is
ancestor. Why
corny
is this
because
man
I
talking
see you,
over me?
real rap. I see you on other niggas' channels
Why are
not
you
doing
still
this.
talking over
You
me?
want
I'm
to come
on
to my
information.
because I can. I got the button. I can do what I want. That's why. You don't do this on other niggas' channels. You don't. So stop being a cornball and get to what you're trying to get to.
Anyway, how many days? Niggas are not going to be explained, are able to explain how many day of how it came into existence because you niggas rely on happenstance and conjecture of convenience. So we went through it yesterday. Me and Mozzie Clan went through it yesterday. All right, and we at the 10 million mark. Now, I'm not gonna play the sound. All right, I'm gonna just play I'm gonna play what they played me. 1 second. Share tab. So what they played me yesterday, we ain't gonna play the song so that we can get it in context. Hold on, you know what? It's in my saves. Because the whole thing, when I first talked to Mozzie Clan like 3-4 months ago, I had a water world theory. Now I wasn't rocking with the like none of the homogeneuses. All right. So once I updated my information and I said, okay, all this is pseudo. It's all pseudo. All right. But we're gonna deal with it because just like the Bible, like I told these cats yesterday, just like the Bible, I can argue the context whether I believe it or not. Hold on, where's the video at?
Real rap. How do you update your information? Is it like with a flash drive? How do you
By
do it?
learning. You said you was my teacher.
No, I'll just be funny. I never told you I was your teacher.
Yes, you did. Did you not say you was my teacher on Instagram? I got it screenshotted, bro. Stop.
Oh yeah, I did say that on Instagram. You're right. You my son, but go ahead.
I'm not high, nigga. I'm sober right now.
You my son.
I'm not drunk and I'm not high. No, I'm the nephew. I'm not your son. I'm the nephew. Get it right, uncle. Now, this is what these niggas played yesterday. Ain't this shit funny how the origin goes to prokaryote, just like I've been arguing with these niggas, never let me read my link, because they know it's going to go to taxonomy, and they know it's going to go to Linnaeus, and they can't argue this. So we going to watch this. It's only 2 minutes. We going to watch this. This is why I call niggas, I ain't going to disrespect. Let's just watch this. Let's go. So now we got prokaryotes. Go back one. Cyanobacteria. Then we're going to have eukaryote. All information now brought to the channel. And I just want to know why Mozzie Clan took my video down of us debating. We'll get to that later. Now it's funny because Shah was saying something about the it's gonna come up. And it's funny because the clip that I got of Mozzie Clan, Uncle Sean, right, confirmed everything that Shah was saying, which we about to see in a second. It's about to pop up right here. Now, y'all believe this because Sean showed a source yesterday, which I'm about to pull it. Sean showed a source of my inner fish. Told me to go get the book. I got it. All right. Just like Sutek gave me homework last night to do, and I did it. Gave me 4 things to look up. Did it. Going through it. Right here. Now, Sean confirmed this right here. Uncle Sean, pardon me. Uncle Sean confirmed Tiktaalik. All right. When you look up Tiktaalik, it tells you that it was found in the Arctic in Canada. Okay. So now we going from Tiktaalik, a doggone reptile, which the science doesn't give us the day-to-day. That's my issue. If we had a full day-to-day of what was going on for millions of years, like what they want to definitively tell us, I would have no issues with evolution. None. But the fact that we're not getting the day-to-day of what the so-called hominid ancestors was doing. I'm doing that in air quotes, hominid ancestors. Like I said, the main point of my claim is that they're not going to be able to tell me how the common ancestor of all of us came into existence. Now it's going from reptile to now it's going to turn into a mammal. Ain't this a bitch? And this, of course, is over millions of years. I'll give it that. They did state this is over millions of years. No problem with that. This is why I say monkeys. When you get in the tree, this is why I say when you have, no, pardon me, it goes from rat. All right, no disrespect, but I see why niggas in New York be ratting so goddamn much because you got it in your lineage. No disrespect. So how does it go from a rat to a monkey? And then from a monkey, all right, which is part of the primate definition, all right, to something that's erect. Prior to that, we have Habilas. Come on, man. This is why I
Look at our ancestors.
Shit. That's not my ancestors, nigga. That's your ancestor.
That's your ancestors too. What you talking about, man?
You can't explain it, Kaz. Where did the
we
first
looking at
ancestor?
Looking at the computer generated.
Hey, Kaz, so let me ask you, Kaz.
Hold on.
How did the first ancestor come into existence?
Hold on, real
stop
quick.
it right
Real
now.
quick.
Real rap, you just want to go to war, bro, over everything.
Real rap don't
to
make
war
no sense.
because you niggas going to do better
Real
than
rap.
some happenstance.
Real rap. I know you hear me. Everybody was quiet. Why I can't say that? So real rap is telling us we can't explain it while playing a video explaining it. The shit makes no fucking sense. Like the cognitive dissonance, the
nigga, what I say not a coincidence. I said the common ancestor.
Just being
common
oblivious.
ancestor. How did the common ancestor
hold on,
come into existence?
Real rap.
See how you bouncing all over the place? Now you talking about the common.
This is why I told him to take
I
the
said
course.
that from the beginning.
He went from
Stop lying.
hominids. He went from hominids to eukaryotes in one single fucking flight.
You niggas mad because you can't explain.
No, nobody's mad, bro. Go take the course.
And then we can move
no
on.
one's mad. Go take the course.
You niggas
You're the one that's mad
because you can't explain.
Hold on,
you
y'all.
You don't know.
Hold on, y'all. Sean got the screen. Go ahead, Sean.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the evidence for evolution. I don't know what he said. I actually muted my computer and made sure that I did not listen to shit he said. So we're going to talk about a few. We want to talk about a few things: evidence for evolution, anatomy, molecular biology.
Hold on, real rap.
He muted when he was talking. He muted. All right, holla at you.
When you was talking.
He
left. That's crazy. But go ahead, Sean.
Listen, I told y'all I muted my laptop, so I didn't hear shit he said. Okay. Evidence for evolution, anatomy, molecular biology, biogeography, fossils, and direct observation. So the key points in this whole thing is the evidence for evolution comes from many different areas of biology, right? So I wanna pause. Well, I can't bring the book up real quick, but I got a microbiological book that I'm gonna show in a second. Now, anatomy. Species may share similar features because the features was present in a common ancestor. This is where he's stuck. This is where a lot of people are stuck, right? Homologous structures. So we have to look at the anatomy of mammals to understand what the hell is going on through those phases in the video that he actually just fucking showed. Now, molecular biology.
That blew me, Sean. I'm like, hold on. You telling us to explain it? You're on a video that's literally explaining it.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead, Sean.
Then the significance of molecular biology in supporting the whole thing, because DNA and genetic code reflect the shared ancestor of life. DNA comparisons can show how related species are. Then you have biogenetics, which deals with the global distribution of organisms and the unique features of islands. Species reflect evolution and geological change. Of course, we got to talk about fossils. And then direct evidence. We can directly observe small-scale evolution in organisms with short life cycles. Examples, pesticide-resistant insects. Right? So in a controlled environment, if we take these insects and we put them in a controlled environment, spray the pesticides, right? Some of them gonna die off. Some of them might linger on a little bit, but if they have offspring, what you think happens to that offspring?
They're gonna be more resistant to that pesticide.
Right. Hence the reason why when you deal with Orkin or whatever insect company that may be in your part of the world, they keep on changing the ingredients of their stuff because these insects are adapting to the things that they're coming across that was killing them early on. It's like it's not even killing them. Like you just got to stomp on everything. But anyway,
like viruses.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
All right. So I'm not going to get into the introduction of this because it's short. This is a nice little 13-page article. Now I mentioned some stuff here, but here's some key points that I want to give you out of this. All right. So evolution happens on a large and small scale. We just talked about a small scale. So we're going to talk about the other one. So before we look at the evidence, let's make sure that we are on the same page about what evolution is. Broadly speaking, evolution is a change in the genetic makeup and often the heritable features of a population over time. So when the video was played earlier, the evolutionary process is simply talking about the genetic makeup of heritable features of a population over time. Okay, we were not here millions of years ago, 300 million years ago. We weren't around for Pangea, none of that stuff, right? But whatever was existing throughout time, which is what the video is showing you, right? The features of what came out of the water into the land started off with, bacteria, of course, but coming out of the water into the land and going through those phases for hundreds of millions of years, whatever was similar to each other continued to develop and adapt, mutate and adjust and evolve, right? Because the climate is changing for those mammals. A whole lot of shit is happening on that scale. So we can't slow it down and fathom 1,000 years ago. So we're talking in general in the sense of something that transpired and took billions of years to develop. But macro evolution refers to large scale changes that occur over an extended time period, such as the formation of new species and groups. Some people can't get into macroevolution because they can't process macroevolution. But with microevolution, right, refers to a small scale. So you have two scales, macro and micro. Microevolution and macroevolution aren't really two different processes. They're the same process. Evolution occurring on different time scales, like microevolution processes occurring over thousands or millions of years, can add up to large scale changes that define new species or groups. So the evidence for evolution. All right, so let's look at the evidence for that. Now, this is easy. Anatomy and embryology, right? Anatomy and embryology. What the hell does that mean? So Darwin thought of evolution as descent with modification, a process in which species change and giving rise to new species over many generations. He proposed the evolutionary history of life forms a branching tree with many levels in which all species can be traced back to ancient common ancestors. Okay, in this tree model that I just scribbled by right here, more closely related groups of species have more recent common ancestors, and each group will tend to share features that were present in the last common ancestor. I want you to think about that. If you can look at your great grandparents, do you carry the same? the same features of your great grandparents that you would your grandparent or your direct parents? Think about that. If you have image pictures of your great grandfather or your great grandmother, and you look at those pictures, do you resemble them as much as you resemble your grandparents or your direct mother and father? I'm trying to do this on a micro level so you can just look at the features of yourself. Now,
You'll look more like the people you're closer related to. So the least the more of the farther back you go, the less likely it is for you to look like them.
right, boom. So homologous features, if two or more species share a unique physical feature, such as complex bone structure or body plan. Now, I want to scroll down a little bit because it's going to show you exactly what we're talking about with homologous. I'm going to bag off the thing and make this a little bit more clear. So we brought this example up yesterday because we were talking about the common ancestor thing. And I wanted to show you uniquely the similarities between a whale, a bird, a dog, and a human. And there was some other mammals that we had up there on the screen at the time. All right. This is a clear-cut example of what we're talking about. Do you not see the similarities between a whale and a human, a dog and a bird? If you really look at this stuff and you slow it down and you begin to, this imagery right here is showing you that there are similarities through and through. They highlighted every area a different shade or a color to give you understanding. They did. So some homologous structures can be seen only in embryos. For instance, all vertebrate embryos, including humans, have gill slits and a tail during early development. The development patterns of these species become more different later on, which is why your embryonic tail is now your tailbone. If you turn around and you feel at the bottom of your spine, damn near between the crack of your ass, you can feel your tailbone. And your gill
Everybody
slits.
done fell on. Listen, they know where it is. They done fell on it once or twice in their lifetime.
There you go. You have turned it into a jaw or inner ear. Now, homologous embryonic structures reflect the developmental programs of vertebrates and variations of a plant that existed in the last common ancestor. So they begin to show the structures, right? So sometimes organisms have structures that are homologous to important structures in other organisms, but they have lost their major ancestral function. These structures, which often reduce in size, are known as I don't know why I can't ever say this word. Vestigial structures. All right. So that includes your tailbones of humans and the hind legs and bones. I want to scroll down to the next thing. It's analogous. So let's understand what that is. To make things a little more interesting and complicated, not all physical features that look alike are marks of common ancestors. Now, instead, some physical similarities are analogous. They evolve independently in different organisms. Because the organism lived in similar environments or experienced similar selective pressures, this process is called convergent evolution, which means to come together like two lines meeting at one point. For example, two distinctly related species that live in the Arctic fox, and the ptarmigan, which is a bird, both undergo seasonal changes of color from dark to snowy and white. This shared feature doesn't reflect common ancestry, i.e., its likelihood that the last common ancestor of a fox and a ptarmigan changed colors with the seasons. Instead, this feature was favored separately in both species due to similar selective pressures. They give you an example of that in this picture. All right, but I want to skip some of this stuff that we talked about because I don't want to bore anybody and I want to pull up other stuff. Hold on, I gotta go to my other source. All right. So here in the evidence for common descent, they have a tree of life. This is by Christopher R. Genovese. I provided a lot of this information already, but I don't mind providing it again for the people in the chat. But anyway, this is, I hate doing this, but this gives you working definitions of what's being said and stated. Okay, but this ain't why I'm coming to this source. But I need to show this on the screen so people can clearly understand it. Cross-generational change in the population of organisms that involves change is gene frequency. Again, cross-generational change in the population of organisms, right? Because all of us are organisms. And we think that we are the most important organism on the planet, and we're not.
Facts.
Because a stronger, more powerful organism will wipe us the fuck out of here.
What's more powerful than, I mean, if I would say, okay, we the most powerful organism.
A pathogen is more powerful than we are.
I mean, but like saying that something is more powerful, that's subjective. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You're not more powerful.
I can be more specific.
You're not more powerful than
a pathogen will wipe the planet off. The right pathogen can clean the planet off.
Can I ask you a simple question? If pathogens was in Asia and the pathogens got together and said, fuck that, we're about to wipe out Asia, the rest of the humans in the rest of the world couldn't get together and beat the pathogens?
Do you know what a pathogen is?
I asked you a simple question.
No, a pathogen. We gotta talk about what a pathogen is. A pathogen is something like a virus or a bacteria.
There you go. I know. So you're saying that humans are not smart enough to go up against a virus.
I mean, we don't know.
But
we don't know. No, we don't know.
Hold on.
It killed us completely.
Hold on, root word.
But human beings haven't been around for a long time.
That ain't me, bro.
No. I'm answering your question. Root words. To answer your question, are we smart enough to go up against it? Yeah, because we do it all the time with vaccines. But a lot like the vaccines, we have to update them because these pathogens, they mutate. And just like we get smarter, they get smarter.
Okay, so I'm just trying to say that we can't say that they're stronger than us. I'm still saying we got the upper hand if we got one.
No, we still have to wait. No, but look.
I mean, when y'all done, so I rebut y'all for 30 seconds.
Hold on. I just want to say, listen, we still have to wait and see which way that the pathogen goes. So
I mean, but why are you fixated on something that's subjective, something that's powerful? That's ridiculous. That's not how life works. Human beings aren't the most powerful.
Okay,
we don't have to cut each other out
and human beings are not the most important organism on this planet either.
And whatchamacallit is saying that we're not the most powerful, and I'm saying we are. We don't have to hate each other at the end of the conversation.
Powerful is just a word, bro. The point is that we are not the most important living organism.
I mean, yeah, that would be an opinion anyway. That wouldn't be a fact. That would be an opinion. It's subjective.
But
come on,
listen, but with these viruses and bacteria, we have to actually wait and see the effects of it and then counter that.
Man, we can't. Mercy.
It's hard for us to be ahead of it. We can't.
Nature is always trying to kill us.
Always. So we're on the defense. We're not on the offense. We have to see what their move is, and then try to counter that.
Nature's trying to live.
Now, when y'all say that we're on the whatchamacallit, now just imagine if anything in the world goes wrong. I said anything.
Wrong again.
There's only one species. No, there's the people that make dams. There's the animals that make dams. Them little gophers, okay, and them little things. They make dams.
Beavers.
What the fuck is wrong with you niggas, man? Just tell me when you're done, man. Jesus.
No,
we're helping you. You said gophers.
I want to talk, man, for 30 seconds.
Yeah, but it's not a bad thing.
Y'all have a good night, man.
No, go ahead. But listen, you said gophers, and they was trying to correct you with beavers. Yo, but that's what they do. They want to come up here and act like we just trying to be so on them when we not. He don't got nothing to say.
All
He
right. So
asked a silly
as I was
question. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, so as I was dealing with, bro. So here's what we're dealing with. There's 4 points here: the fact of evolution, the theory of common descent, the theories of evolutionary mechanism, and the theories of speciation. Most important part is the first part. I don't have to go into the other things, but they exist. So the fact of evolution happens, cross-generational change occurs in both gene frequencies and phenotypes. This is observed directly. Examples: antibiotic-resistant bacteria, influenza, HIV, fish stocks. The fact of evolution does not describe how evolution occurs or explains how it produces the diversity of life. Then you have point 2, the theory of common descent. All organisms alive on Earth are descendants of one or at most a few common ancestors. As evolutionary changes accrue over time, new forms of life are generated as lineage splits, a process called speciation. Point number 3, theories of evolutionary mechanism explain how evolutionary change occurs. Natural selection, genetic drift, sexual selection, and developmental plasticity. Current thinking, most evolutionary change is driven by natural selection. Now, the theories of speciation are explained how population level changes in gene and phenotype distributions produce new species. Central idea, reproductive isolation. Modes of speciation, allopatric, periopatric, and sympatric. Now, I pronounced them wrong, but y'all get what I'm saying. So, today's evidence for the theory of common descent. Since we have no real hope of finding Luca, the last universal common ancestor, what counts as evidence for this theory? Does it make sense to separate the theory of common descent from the mechanisms of evolution within a population? Is the theory of common descent falsifiable? What are some alternative theories? Why did I say, or at most a few? Is that a cop-out? This is how science works, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta have a plan. So the categories of evidence is always going to be the fossil record, comparative anatomy, comparative genetics, development of embryology, which we went through earlier in the previous source, and biogeography, and evidence for phylogenetic studies. All right. So a fossil is, we should know what a fossil is. I'm not going to read the definition of what a fossil is. We should know what a damn fossil is. So moving on. Consistent ordering of the strata, consistent patterns of change and transitional forms. So we have A, fish, tetrapods, reptiles, birds, reptiles, mammals, wasps, ants, horses, whales, hominids, H, and many others. So examples, we talk about this, transitional forms. Reptiles have several in the lower jaw, quadrangular, articular, dentary, surangular, coronoid, and one bone in the ear stapes. Mammals have one bone in their lower jaw, dental area, and 3 in their ear, hammer, anvil, and stapes. They show examples of this over here on the right-hand side. All right, this continues to show the same thing throughout. So they got early mammal, and they show you examples of early mammal here. They're breaking it down very slowly. Okay, and then you have these forms of skulls. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see from the earliest skulls that we have dated all the way up into recent, we can see the skull shapes change. We see the eye sockets change, the jaw frames change, the nose change. When we go through and we look at the fossil records from the earliest up until now. All right, so there's comparative anatomy evidence that deals with the let me skip through this. I want to see if I got this other picture in this motherfucker slide. Where you at? So earlier when I was talking about
the video, I like the video.
Nah, no thing. So earlier when I was mentioning, and the article was mentioning the embryotic shit, think of that right here. Think of that. There's stages that they actually deal with. That's why we're all what? You heard Cujo, Big Up Virginia. We're everybody. We're all mammals. You know what I'm saying? He said over and over and over again, mammals, mammals, mammals. But people aren't understanding that. So let me stop real quick, bro. I need to bring this book up. Niggas start reading books with problems, not a problem. Go ahead, CJ.
Nah, I didn't know my mic was open. I was talking about this nigga rude words. It ain't even worth mentioning, man.
Are you mad? I don't understand how you can get mad though. Shit. He the one who said beavers.
Real rap, man. There go. Yeah, real rap was a fraud, yo. I don't like to talk about people, man, but come on, man. He just want to prove a point because he knows that there is no undeniable proof that we don't have like nothing that can say is unobjectionably true that evolution is real, and he's right. Like that, but when you look at the evidence, this is what the evidence suggests. But he just
hold on, say that again.
We got evidence.
We got evidence.
Right. There's evidence. There is evidence. Right. There is evidence. There's a plethora of evidence. I'm not
direct observation.
Right. I mean, but that's on a micro level. That's what the people who argue against it argue. Like if you look in the detractors of evolution, that's what they would say because that's on a very macro level. It's No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm not disagreeing with evolution. I'm just saying that he's making that argument because he knows that you really can't prove it. You can't. I mean, you can't. We don't have the evidence to prove it. We've never seen the species turn into another species, basically.
No,
that's basically what happens. That's basically what. I mean, that's the argument that detractors of evolution.
Species turning into another species.
We've never seen that. We've never seen it happen. We've never seen that. We probably won't see it happen because we wouldn't live long enough to see it happen. You know what I'm saying? We've seen
it happen in fruit flies.
Yeah,
right.
You just gotta pick something with a very short lifespan.
But that's why.
Which I mentioned
that's why it's macro evolution. That's why it's not.
No, that's macro.
But it's happening within the species. It's not speciation.
No, they turn into different species.
Yeah, but it's happening.
We're talking about speciation now.
They can
we have examples of that.
They can still breed with each other.
But I'm just telling you
the argument. I mean, I'm not arguing against it again.
No. I know.
The detractors.
You can't say he's right when we got evidence of speciation. We have it.
But listen. I mean, like you have like people on the top tier of science who argues against evolution. You have people like in the top tier that argue against it.
No, you don't. You have creationists. You have creationists arguing against this shit. There's no top tier scientists that are arguing against it.
That's the reason it's called a theory because it can't be proven as a fact.
Natural selection.
Yeah, that's why it's called a theory.
Natural selection,
we literally have
evolution in general is
appreciating right now.
Yeah, I agree, but
organisms changing over time is a fact.
Yo, keep it simple, yo.
I agree that it's a fact. I think it's a fact, but we don't know because we haven't seen it.
The theory of evolution is arguing facts. The theory of evolution is arguing facts, bro.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what it's doing.
I agree with that. However, we haven't actually seen speciation.
Not a coincidence where you at. I ended my share.
I mean, I agree, but that's the argument he's making.
You can't say that he's right. You can't say that he's right and he's wrong. Because I have a perfect example. I have a perfect example of showing this process happening in birds. Not only
Right,
birds,
but
but
No,
it's an
Sean, he's
argument.
not. Yeah, Sean, he's not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
He's
it's an
just saying the
argument.
argument he's making. That's all
It's
he's
an
saying.
argument.
yeah,
It's
but
still an
you
argument.
can't
Like
make
you can show.
can't make the argument, bro. Listen, if I got
You
evidence
can.
for something, you can't
Uh-huh.
make an argument against evidence.
Yes, you
I
can.
agree.
You can counter that
I don't
evidence.
say everybody
You
agrees
have
with
to
you.
I'm
fight
not
to
saying that I
falsify
know the
the
counter of that
evidence.
evidence. Yeah, you can argue against the evidence, Sean. You really can. That's
You
like
have to, bro. You can
it's
argue
not a
against
fact.
it, but you're gonna look stupid arguing against evidence because
I
you
mean,
can't
you can look
falsify it.
counterintelligent sometimes if you really know the science behind it. Bro. Like you can describe
Listen, the
how,
science
like the birds
says
that,
you can't beat science unless you have better science.
but there's no such thing as science. Science is just an approach in doing something.
Yes, it is. The application
Obtained.
of science requires you to
Right.
know
So I
and
can
to
apply
do.
science
You have,
to
bro.
conflicting
You cannot
information as
say
well.
that because science
Yes,
is
you
a
can.
discipline that
Yes, you
requires you
can.
to obtain
No,
knowledge
it's not
and
a discipline.
apply that body of knowledge. So,
Science
in
is
order
not
to
a
say that, that's incorrect.
No, I can apply science. I can use science to go against everything
Did you hear
you're
what I
saying.
just said?
Yes, I did. And I can use science to go against everything. I'm not saying that I'm doing it. I'm not saying that I'm doing it. I'm saying that there is an argument against it. And that's all he's saying.
One more time.
He's full of
The
shit.
argument
That is what he's
against
saying.
it is from creationists.
No, it's not only from creationists. It's not.
Okay, show me five. Name me three top scientists.
I don't know.
Name me three top scientists that
what I
argue
will
against
say,
evolution that
what
are
I
not
will-
creationists.
Yeah, the scientific consensus is going with
that's
evolution.
the scientific consensus. I agree with the scientific.
I don't even care about
But
the consensus.
what I'm
I just
saying
want
is-
three
what I'm saying
scientists
is-
who go
what I'm saying
against
is,
evolution that are not creationists.
It can't be proven. I mean, all
How?
the evidence we have doesn't prove it beyond a
Brother,
doubt. It
how?
doesn't.
When we got
It
bones,
doesn't.
you just said we got
It
evidence.
doesn't. I mean, we have
Do you know how
evidence.
many? Do you know how
We have
many years of
to
evidence we
support
have?
our
Do
theory,
you know how many
right?
skull
do.
records we
But
have?
that's not
Why are
what
you sitting here
science
saying
is.
this shit,
That's
Cujo?
why it's a theory. But that's why it's a theory.
What is a
That's
theory,
why.
Cujo? What is a scientific theory, Cujo?
It's something that is you form a hypothesis.
What is a scientific? No, what is a scientific theory,
I mean, I can give you
Cujo?
the definition.
What
of
is
it.
a scientific theory?
I can give you the definition if you would like.
Give it to me. Give me the actual science. Give me the definition of the scientific theory, Cujo.
You know what? You know what? I'm not going to. I'm not. Because you know I know what a fucking scientific theory is. So I'm not going
I
to.
know you know what it is, and I'm trying to tell you that you ain't thinking about it right now.
A theory.
I'm not challenging your ability to know or not know. I'm telling you that if you know what a scientific theory is, you know it's an explanation of facts.
Look, the outer Africa theory is a theory. It makes perfect
sense. Don't move it from where we are. We are dealing with evolution.
I'm explaining what a theory is. I'm explaining what a theory is. I'm doing this to support what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Because the outer Africa theory is a theory.
I'm waiting on
we have all this evidence to prove that it's more than likely correct. But we can't prove it categorically that it is correct. And that's why it's a theory.
Who can?
Because wait a minute, because there's information out there that we may not have come across yet. That's how come it's a theory. I'm just respecting the science. I recognize it.
So you're not understanding how science
that data that we may come across later, that's just to update the theory. That doesn't change the theory. It don't change
the
theory.
It could change.
Bro, listen, bro. Darwin was in the 1800s.
I agree with it. But
Darwin was in the 1800s saying shit that we just proved that we could definitively stand on in the fucking 2000s.
I agree.
This motherfucker wasn't even around when we got the technology to substantiate some shit he said in the 1880s.
I agree.
And then when we got that technology and we got that data, we added on to it, and it still is the same theory.
That's why they stand on that shit. So what I'm saying is there are not scientists that exist in society that are not creationists that argue against evolution. Why? Because the evidence, the scientific evidence
that doesn't recognize that a theory and a fact aren't the same thing.
A scientific theory is an explanation of the facts.
Right. Yes.
So therefore, if the scientific theory says X, Y, and Z, It's arguing it because it has the facts.
Right. It has the evidence that we have presently.
Right.
I'm
So
not
the
I'm not
evidence that
arguing
we have
against
for
it again. I'm
evolution,
not arguing it. I'm
the
not
evolution,
arguing against
the
it.
evidence that we
I'm
have on a
saying
macro and a
but
micro
that's
level
his
exists,
argument.
Joe.
That's his argument. I'm not arguing against it. I agree. But that's
He
his
doesn't
argument.
have an
And he
argument,
does have a
Joe.
point.
You're trying to frame his argument,
No,
and you
no,
haven't
no, I'm
heard
giving
him
him
say
I am
shit.
framing his argument. I am framing his argument. But that's where he's coming from. That's where he's
No,
coming
it is
from. I mean,
not,
I've
Cujo.
dealt.
It
That's
is
where he's
not,
coming from.
Cujo. It's
That's
not.
why. Watch he's
That
gonna
is not
eventually
where
get
he
to that
coming
point.
from, Cujo.
Watch
I'm
he's gonna,
telling
because I've
you,
had the argument with people before. I've had
Cujo.
the
You
argument
had
and
the
I said the
argument
same
with
thing
other
you're saying.
people. You ain't
Right.
had the. You ain't heard shit he said.
Yes, I was listening the whole time, son.
No,
I know he's full of shit.
Cujo.
No, I
Did you
know he's
listen to
full
the
of
show
shit.
yesterday?
He's full of shit.
No,
No,
I understand he's full
no,
of
I
shit.
didn't.
We agree there.
No, I didn't.
But I'm saying,
No, I
did
didn't
you
listen.
listen to the show yesterday?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Okay, all right. So what I'm trying to tell you, Cujo, is that there was a whole show yesterday, right? Stephen Ra walked him down the lane real slow, stopped him when he was making mistakes, and was preventing him from being pseudo. He insisted on following the path. Then he went to a whole nother way and started talking shit in the dark, away from everybody, because that's what he wanted to do, because someone put a battery in his back. The point is this, right? We have the evidence to argue this accurately. And
I
as we
agree.
obtain more, all right, as of July 29th, 2023, according to all the evidence we have about the evolutionary process,
right?
What exists today is that we have the fossilized records, along with the genetic records, along with the understanding of natural selection and other things that provide evidence for the evolutionary process.
Okay,
now,
do me a favor. Look up when you get a chance, not right now, but look up the detractors and look up B, because you're gonna see the creationists. That's what comes up first. But you do find that people put a lot of holes in the evolution. I think those holes are bullshit, but you do find
all right,
you do
but
find
here's the
people
thing,
who do go
Cujo.
against it. It
Cujo,
does
guess
happen.
what?
It does
Guess
exist.
what, Cujo?
There are conflicting.
But guess what, Cujo? Guess what, Cujo? They ain't got no evidence.
I mean,
people that try to poke holes don't have evidence.
They use the same evidence on some cases. I mean, I agree with this. I'm not at all arguing.
But guess what else, though?
But
You're
I'm
telling me to do something that I've already done. I've read both sides of the argument. It's not many niggas that's on this panel right now that have read both sides of the argument, or let alone microbiology books. That's why I was bringing up the fact that I stand on these books for a reason.
Yeah, I do as well.
You're saying other shit. I've never been a creationist. I've always been into weird ass shit like this since I was a kid.
Well, when I was a child, I actually tried to prove that, God did evolution. That made more sense to me when I was a child.
Well, the point is in the Journal of Nature, right? This article's old as shit. It's from 2012. And this is what I'm talking about, like when you update the scholarship. But the information regarding speciation on the origin of new species, we see this in birds. We saw this in the fruit fly.
Darwin saw it in those little. I forgot the name of the little birds.
The finches.
They had different, the finches. They had different beaks.
Yeah, they still seeing those that speciation in those finches in real time today.
Right.
From 1981 to 2010.
Right. But again, our understanding of speciation is a bit limited. You know what I'm saying? Because those birds can still breed. They just don't.
But it's different ways to be a species. That's a biological species. Right. You also got the phylogenetic species.
What's that?
Or the phylogenetic concept of species. It's different concepts of species. Because just like a horse and a can make, right, to make a donkey.
A horse and a donkey can make a mule. Yeah.
To make a mule. Yeah. Right. See, they two different species, so
Right, yeah.
it's different ways to be a species.
Yeah, and they would more than likely not mate in their natural habitat, but they have a theoretically they have a genetic ancestor who is close enough in order for them to be able to breed, even though they create a hybrid species in most cases. Same thing with the tigers and the lions. Tigers and lions can produce viable species, but in most cases they produce hybrids because it's something that normally wouldn't happen in nature because speciation has occurred between those particular species. You know, all of those species, the cat, what I was talking about, they all descend from the Panthera species, and they deviate and they're different now because it's been millions of years of them evolving to become a different species. You know what I'm saying? Typically, evolution from the way we understand it now is a process that takes millions of years. That's the argument against what we see in finches and fruit flies and stuff. I'm not saying that evolution isn't real. I'm thoroughly on with evolution, thoroughly.
Yeah,
However,
but you're trying to make
I do
somebody
reckon
argument that they ain't even making.
I'm not trying to make him right. You know what I'm saying? I just
You
know that.
can't.
Listen, brother. I'm not trying to make him right. He's just gonna hang on that argument because he know.
He ain't even
I guess
hanging
he
on it.
knows.
He
He
ain't
does.
hanging on
He
it.
hangs himself on it
You
constantly
giving
because he
him
says the
something
same
to try to
thing.
hang on. That ain't even his
Nah,
point. His
nah,
fucking point.
nah,
His
nah.
point is
I mean,
he trying to
I
find a
just get
common
tired of
answer.
him saying it. So that's how come I'm saying what I'm saying because I get tired of him saying that because I know what he's falling back on. I could be wrong, but that's what I think he's falling back on because I've had that argument with people before, and they'll go and they'll just fall back on it how
Yeah,
it
but
can't
you're
be proven,
assuming at that
and it
point
can't.
because you wasn't a
Yeah,
part
I
of a
am definitely
conversation
assuming.
that
But
preceded
no,
you.
yeah, I didn't hear that particular conversation, but I heard this nigga speak several
Hey,
times.
Cujo, but this is what you missed. So right after the show, the next day he went on his live on his own show, and he went back and said, "We didn't come from the monkeys."
We did.
That was one of the first things he said. We didn't come from the monkeys. I said, "Man, no one said that."
Yeah,
So
I know,
he's
but we do
not
come from
really
monkeys.
saying what you're he's not really saying what you're saying at
Oh
all.
no! I don't think I mean, he may not even understand it like that. He just might have read it somewhere and seen how it can't be proven, and he just holding on to it. I'm not saying he's thoroughly researched it and shit. No, I don't believe that at all. You know what I'm saying? We descend from goddamn vertebrates. We descend from the vertebrates, like Sean pointed out. That's what we descend from. So of course we would descend from monkeys as well. You know what I'm saying? But we are actually apes. That's the bottom fucking line. That's something that hasn't changed. We are apes now. We didn't descend
Yeah, I
from them.
know. We continue
But
to
the
tell
whole
him that.
monkey thing, they just
No,
want
but
that's
Cujo, we continue to tell him that, and he
I won't
continues
try
to
to
make
step
a
on you
completely different
on your
argument.
shit, Sean, at all. I won't try to
No,
step on your
you're
shit.
fine.
No, I
I
won't
think
try
we
to
got
step on it.
coincidence fell asleep. So.
No, I won't try to step on it though at all, brother. I wasn't. I wasn't trying to step on it at all. I hope nobody took it like that. You know what I'm saying? No, and I wasn't. I definitely wasn't trying. I just get tired of hearing. I definitely wasn't trying to goddamn give him a leg up in the argument. I just get tired of hearing that shit. You know what I'm saying? I just get tired of hearing him say,
Nigga, you ain't even
but
gonna
I
be
ain't
around.
even an animal and all that bullshit.
No. You
I
won't
ain't
be around rude words.
Rude word is not a real person.
Whatever happens, you won't be around for that evolutionary process.
Yeah, I know. Come on, man. He would not be around.
That's how they fuck. That's how they
Yeah.
fuck evolution up. You think a human turns into a tree? Like, when have you ever seen a human give birth to a tree or anything other than another human?
Yeah, I mean, we
That's just retarded. It says Shy One up here. I didn't know Shy One was up here. Must be sleep
But
too.
anyway,
mighty fucking quiet.
As I was stating, right? As I was stating, okay, the information that is provided is astronomical compared to an opinion or a biblical
perspective.
belief. Right. Like, you can't argue against that. When we look at all the evidence that has come before us, these motherfuckers have been looking at this shit for quite some time. And, it wasn't, everybody wants to say Darwin, but Darwin had a teacher. And if it wasn't for what he learned from someone else that taught him what he needed to know, he would have paid attention the way that he would have paid, that he paid attention when he did go to Africa and he did start observing things, he honed in on that focus, which allowed him to be able to see what someone else was teaching and telling him. However, but to get the information that we know through the fossil records, which is key, because like everyone says, like we're still finding shit, and they might find something in 20 years from now that pushes the date back of Homo sapiens sapiens from 300,000 to it could go back to maybe 350 or 375. We don't know. Whatever that date may be in 20 years from now, I wouldn't even give a damn how it would push the date back. But the evidence that we have today for Homo sapiens sapiens, locked and keyed, and then the other hominids that traces back that we do have the evidence for, puts us on our trail. They've been teaching us this shit since we were in grade school when we opened up the science book, and the first thing that we seen in that motherfucker is something crawling on the ground all the way up into man walking, because that image has been the same damn image for as long as I was in grade school.
That shit was what get niggas confused too. That image is. I think it's about time we change that image.
Yeah, that image is actually harmful because it kind of gives us the idea of graduation. Like you graduate, like they make evolution look like it's a graduation process, as if you get better
No,
and
it's
better
not
and
a.
better.
It damn sure ain't
And,
that.
and it isn't. It isn't. It's for survival. It's for
Yeah,
survival.
there's a lot of pieces in between all of that image that
Yeah.
are missing, but we have that when we
Yeah,
look at
but
this on
essentially,
a grander
yeah,
scale.
yeah, that's
Because now
definitely
we
it.
can look at it. So yesterday, I tried to slow it down and let and give an understanding to say the two most important hominids to Homo sapien is Homo sapien sapien, or us modern humans, is Homo sapien. Well, three: Homo sapien, Denisovan, and Neanderthal. That right there is the fundamental help into Homo sapiens sapiens, right? Because we don't get to that. So now, if I just said it just like that, Denisovan, Neanderthal, and Homo sapien, the archaics, right? That core of archaics helped birth the Homo sapiens sapien. Why am I saying that? Because when we go look at the DNA across this globe, although West Africans don't carry the Denisovan in them, but there are some that are not East African, but people that from the L3 haplogroup that migrate from that group that migrated out. When that admixture and all of that occurred, there are other people on this earth that carry small percentages. That's why you'll see 2% Neanderthal in some people. You'll see maybe a little more Neanderthal in some people. You'll see people with a certain percentage of the Denisovan in them as well across the planet. They were the most influential in our existence. But when you walk behind them and you look at, okay, well, what was the next group of hominids before them? That's when you start understanding that, hey, we're breaking away from how this evolutionary tree is going. We're going in a whole different direction. And that's what we have the evidence for. Now, people want to see what that looks like. I just sit here and read to you specifically the Luca. We don't have Luca. If they uncover Luca, that'll be great. But they're gonna have to do a whole lot of digging to get the Luca, and mainly they're gonna have to dig either by water or volcanoes. But we having this conversation, and this shit is the same thing, looped over and looped over and looped over. If people take the time out and just get the book, I'm gonna say the book because not a seed I probably fell asleep. But laboratory manual and workbook for biological anthropology engaging with human evolution. The book is 466 pages. I know nobody has that time because y'all wanna microwave some shit and then go live about it the next day, and you ain't got time to really fully digest and learn this shit. But this textbook will teach you a lot of things. And it walks you through the entire fields. And you really don't even get into evolution until the 4th chapter. Genetics and all the other stuff come before that. And then they break down the modern human and the introduction to the skeletons and the whole 9 yards. And there's critical thinking questions and all of that shit in there. But you have to be honest enough to deal with that type of a shit. And then the primate evolution and the fossil records for that shit is there. That's why I wanted to show the book, because I want to go directly to what evidence was obtained and where we can look at this shit, because the fossilized records have helped us indicate it. And it shows a general map on how they looked at certain shit and figured it out and dated it and so on. So the evidence is there. So when people are asking us 1,000 questions about some shit, they need to stop asking questions and start listening more so they can obtain the shit. If you're serious about having a discussion, fucking take 2 weeks to read a book or more. Really take a month off to understand the subject matter.
Or better yet, take a class in your goddamn community college about biology. That ain't hard to do. You can go take a class in the community college if you really want to learn about it.
This is what I told Rip Rap to do. I said, bro, why don't you go take a class? And then I actually gave him a link to the University of Louisiana Lafayette and to the biology department. And there's numbers and emails in there that he could actually go ask questions. They will respond back to you.
College
will respond if you email. They respond to you.
Bro, listen, Corsica has a free class online he could take.
You can get a Pell Grant and get some money in your pocket on the low. Get a Pell Grant. That's like $5,700 now. It go take you a couple of classes and bring the rest of that money home.
Real Rap, what are you talking about, bro?
It ain't no
you still, bro. I'm not trying to be funny. Real Rap, you want to live like you need to live in a pseudo world so you can fight. You just want to fight for no reason. Bro, there's nobody. You're not going to find a geneticist. You're not going to find anybody in the scientific community that's going against evolution. You think you can beat all those people who have been studying for not just decades, but working in the field. Some people have been working in the field for 30, 40 years. You can't compete with those people. You're going to sit there and tell them they don't know what the fuck they're talking about? You're going to outsmart those people. Think about that for a second. You don't have the education, bro, to be able to tell them what's wrong and what's wrong. You're not even going to be able to point out what's wrong in evolution. You don't have the background.
He doesn't have a cogent argument against it. It's just that simple. He doesn't have a code. It's just a bunch of what ifs and, can we evolve into ants? I think he said earlier in the chat.
Hey, look, I want to give you something. I want to give y'all something real quick because I can't share it because, of course, we lost not a seat. But some creationists cite what they say is an incomplete fossil record as evidence for the failure of evolutionary theory. The fossil record was incomplete in Darwin's time, but many of the important gaps that existed then have been filled by subsequent paleontological research. Perhaps the most persuasive fossil evidence for evolution is the consistency of the sequence of fossils from earlier to recent. Nowhere on Earth do we find, for example, mammals in Devonian, the age of fishes, strata, or human fossils coexisting with dinosaur remains. Undisturbed strata, simple unicellular organisms predate those multicellular organisms, and invertebrates precede vertebrates. Nowhere has this sequence been found inverted. Fossils from adjacent strata are more similar than fossils from temporarily distant strata. The most reasonable scientific conclusion that can be drawn from the fossil record is that descent with modification has taken place as stated in the evolutionary theory. Special creationists argue that no one has seen evolution occur. This misses the point about how science tests hypotheses. We don't see the earth going around the sun or the atoms that make up matter. We see their consequences. Scientists infer that atoms exist and Earth revolves because they have tested predictions derived from these concepts by extensive observation and experimentation. Furthermore, on a minor scale, we experience evolution occurring every day. The annual changes in influenza virus and the emergence of antibiotic resistant bacteria are both products of evolutionary forces. Indeed, the rapidity with which organisms with short generation time, such as bacteria and viruses, can evolve under the influence of their environments is of great medical significance. Many laboratory experiments have shown that because of mutation and natural selection, such microorganisms can change in specific ways from those of immediately preceding generations. On a larger scale, the evolution of mosquitoes resistant to insecticide is another example of the tenacity and adaptability of environmental stress. Similar malaria pathogens resistant to the drugs that were used extensively to combat them for many years. As a consequence, malaria is on an increase, with more than 300 million clinical cases of malaria occurring every year. Molecular evolutionary data counter a recent proposition called intelligent design theory. I'm going to stop right there because we already know molecular evolution beats the fuck up out of the intelligent design shit, which is what most people are on these days. But I'm going to stop right there. So there was a lot of stuff that was said right there that we have the evidence for today that they didn't have the evidence for prior. And that's why I consistently keep saying, as of 7/29/2023, what we're standing on in the scientific field based on evidence, we have it. People arguing against that don't have it. They don't have it. If you see a problem, what's your solution? They don't have it. So if you go the science that we have today, what other science out there that exists that says otherwise? Don't tell me that just because these people are saying that, or you have this belief of, well, I don't think that we did this or that. That's your opinion. You can't have a conversation with me and all you have is your objective opinion about something because you don't want to agree with it. Where is your evidence? Let's consider what you're learning or what you have that we can look at and substantiate it. Has it been tested? Where is that evidence? And why hasn't it overturned what the fuck we have the evidence for today? It's just that simple.
Not going to get any argument from me. I've been trying to make this point for a while. Some folks, if you don't want to believe it, if you have some other type of belief, and this is what this is about. This is where he's stuck. He says, see, for him, he still views evolution as scientific racism. When he's saying that humans come from, or he keeps saying humans come from monkeys. Like we're not no apes. We're not no, bro. We are apes. We're not saying that we come from monkeys or anything like that. You guys keep fucking this whole thing up. This is not difficult. You're making this shit harder than what it is. This is fucking dumb. These are dumb talking points. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's a stupid ass fucking talking point. You keep repeating that shit over and over and over like it sounds great. It sounds dumb. That's not the conversation that's being had in the scientific community. Only dumbass people who don't know shit keep saying that shit, bro. Like people who don't understand evolution at all. They're having those conversations. The people who actually work in that field are not having those conversations at all. They view that shit as lowbrow discussions. They don't even want to have they don't have any interest in having a discussion with somebody who even said something like that. The moment you say something dumb like that, they're not even going to pay attention to you. Matter of fact, if they're sitting in a room with you, they're just going to get up and leave.
They ain't gonna allow you to talk without no sources.
Dude, trees, please, bro. I know you trolling. Monkeys come from us. Quit trolling.
Come on, bro. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's what Sean was saying, though. That's what he was saying about people's ego. We think humans are the most important, the best species, most perfect. We outside of nature. Nah, I'm not related to no motherfucking monkeys or no apes because I'm a human. You trying to put yourself above nature. And that's what Christians do. That's why I call these niggas Christians.
You know what, Sutek? That's exactly where it comes from. It comes from the Bible. The whole idea of us not being animals, it comes from the Bible. That's exactly that's where we get it from. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? That's where we get it from. Well, you know,
Well,
whether it comes from other places, but we get it from there.
Well, you know how insignificant humans are too. Is when you take a look what happened in I'm talking about in the Amazonian rainforest when we had all the fires. When there was real concern about the oxygen levels dropping on the planet. On top of that, remember when we had the oil spill with BP with British Petroleum, right? Putting all the chemical dispersants in the Gulf of Mexico. They killed. There are still dead regions. There are dead areas in the Gulf of Mexico right now where there's no oxygen because the coral reef was killed. That just tells you how insignificant we are.
I mean, like I mean, that's an opinion. To say who's better or that's just silly. You know what I'm saying? But the way to look that ego surrounding human beings, we get it from the Bible because God made man and man named every beast of the field and all that bullshit. From the way we look at women to the way we look at ourselves. I mean, I said it years ago. Motherfuckers laughed at me because I said that we're Christians by default because we grew up in this Christian way of looking at the world without even realizing.
Well, if you go by science, they'll tell you that technically we all depend on one another. That's the reality.
Dude, we are social species. Yep. We are a very social species.
More than likely, human beings wouldn't exist had it not been for our capacity for our social behavior. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't exist. You know what I'm saying? And you can see it in other primates as well. And that's one of the reasons that mammals were probably successful because of the intimate touch with your young, because you breastfeed your young. That's mammals, the mammalian, your gland, what I'm saying, your mammary glands. That's where we get the name for it, because that's something you have this familiarity with your young, and you have these bonds, and that's something that we have as a people, as a species. You know what I'm saying? That enabled us to get to where we are. It's not magic, it's not God, and it's not special. I mean, you can think it's special.
Well, what's problematic about religious folks as well, because they have this idea like, it snowed yesterday, so that's proof that there's no global warming. I agree with climatologists who say that climate change is a better title than saying global warming, even though it is the planet warming which causes the imbalance. And I just don't understand why people fight so hard against scientists, man. It makes no sense. This is how we've gotten as far as we've gotten. It's through the understanding of nature. So I don't understand why there's such a fucking pushback against scientists when we're the reason that we're advancing.
I'm gonna tell you, because as of a few years ago, only 24%, around 24% of American adults are scientifically literate.
I would say less. Yo, for real. Yo, 24%. Wow, that's low as fuck. But I would say less. I think it's less than 24% of Americans that can show you what China was on the goddamn map. Straight up. I really don't think most Americans can do it. I really don't. Straight up.
Well, remember all the conspiracy. It makes sense. We start thinking about all the conspiracy theories that were coming out of this country alone, right? When it came to the COVID vaccine, and the fact that you had people like Robert Kennedy Jr. who's making his rounds right now. He's on Hoffa, right? Whatchamacallit channel right now, Matt Hoffa. He's on his shit right now, having discussions about run for president of the United States, shit like that. I'm like, that motherfucker's dangerous. Robert Kennedy Jr. is a danger to our nation, to the world. His ignorance is problematic, and people are gravitating to this dude like he's credible because of his dad and because of his uncle.
Mm-hmm.
The name, bro, the Kennedy name, man, has gravitas still, unfortunately. And but this dude is problematic, man. His anti-vax stance is the problem.
I think like you asked earlier, I think one reason people may question things like we do is because we believe we're at this pinnacle of knowledge right now. You know, like every generation believes it's the most, advanced generation. You know what I mean? And I don't think we're any different now. But that's not true. You know, we're not. You know, we're still learning. And we're not. There's no such thing as a pinnacle. You know, there's no top to progress. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep on rolling. You know, you got to keep on learning. You can't just stop and think you know everything. But we just don't want to question the world that we live in. We don't want to question why we believe what we believe. You know what
And
I'm
did you
saying?
see what Ice Cube? Ice Cube did an interview with Tucker Carlson, and he was asked, "Did you take the vaccine?" Yeah, and he said, "No, I didn't take the vaccine because it only had been it was done, it was completed in 6 months." I'm like, "No, it was not, you dumb motherfucker." I'm like, I said, "Why do y'all listen to this?" And this black was like, "He's right," because Reza Islam still getting up to it. It's still an experimental vaccine. Experimental vaccine. I'm sick of that.
And they actually
I
sitting
can't
around
stand this
wishing
thing.
that people get sick. They're actually wishing that people that took it would get sick, so they could be right. And that type of vitriol is goddamn damaging as fuck. I mean, you had a global pandemic. You had something that affected the whole entire world. The whole entire world, not just the United States. And everybody wants to make it about them. That's a problem. That's a psychological problem. You know what I'm saying? It's a psychological thing. Like something wrong with us as a people. I mean, that's some infantile shit. Like everything is not about you. Everything is not about you. It just isn't, man. When you're a child, you think the world revolves around you. And hopefully when you grow up, you realize it doesn't. But apparently, millions of Americans really believe the world revolves around us. And it doesn't. That shit was way different from damn America.
Well, this country, right? The way our mindset is the world revolves around the U.S. and we're the baddest thing ever, and we're more important than other people, and it's really sick because reality is this: we're all members of the same species, and there are other viruses and bacteria out there that can actually cause great harm to all of us, and even something can potentially wipe us all out.
Man,
But
you got these
people
motherfuckers.
they don't know that. People don't believe that. It's only
You got
God
these
controls
people
everything.
not taking. They don't want to get their children vaccinated now. You're gonna have more people having mumps. You're gonna have more people
Yeah, the
having
measles.
measles.
Remember the
You're
measles
gonna
came
have
back.
more people having polio. It's
But
gonna happen.
it
Like
never went
when
away.
I
But the
grew up,
measles.
when I grew up, and you too, we got chicken pox. People don't even
Yep,
get chicken pox no more. You
I
know what I'm
know
saying? They don't.
because of the
They don't
vaccine.
get chicken pox no more because a vaccine was created for it, and that's herpes zoster 1. You know what I'm saying? That's herpes. Once you got chicken pox, you got it forever. Straight up.
Facts.
You got it forever. It ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So we live with that. But now, they don't. I mean, but you have these people, man. I know grown women and men, in their 40s and 50s who actually believe that shit. They believe that. Like somebody was actually telling me that Jamie Foxx was a damn clone, and that just hurt my heart.
Yeah. You heard I heard all the crap about Jimmy Fox, and people were saying that they're saying that Bronny James reason that he had the reason that he had not heart failure, but he had a cardiac arrest because of the vaccine. I said if he would have been vaccinated probably like last year or a couple years ago. If that was gonna
Man,
take place, that would have took place then. This is ridiculous.
Anything. That's what I'm saying. They're sitting around waiting for something to happen to somebody to blame it on the vaccine just so they can be right. And that's fucked up. That's fucked up. I just want to be right. It's not about the actual science. It's not about what's actually good for humanity. You just got a bunch of people that's sitting around and wanting to be right. That's it, man. And that's what
It's a bunch
the
of ignorant ass
Abos
people,
the same
man.
shit. That's the same shit. That's that Abos shit, all that shit. They just want to be right.
Yeah, so it's a bunch of ignorant ass people fighting like hell to try to make sure that they're right. And they have this ideology now. It's a cult. Even the anti-vax movement is a cult too. It's ridiculous, man. No matter how much evidence you can present, they're still going to say that they're right, and they still believe that that they had no knowledge of RNA, even though RNA was discovered in 1961. Like even the first, I think the first rat was tested in like 1991 or something like that. The first rat where they started running tests, right, with the RNA, new RNA technology. Man, we're talking about 30 fucking years. 30 fucking years. You kidding me? Come on, man. It's just dumb.
I think being skeptical is a good thing. However, your skepticism needs to be tempered with a certain acumen. Like you should be at least knowledgeable about a subject when you're skeptical about it. You know, you can't just be a skeptic for no reason, you know, from a point of incredulity, you know, just because you don't understand it, it doesn't make sense. No, if you're a skeptic of it, you need to research it and understand, create your argument against it instead of just saying you don't believe it could happen, so it has to be that way, or you don't see how things could go like that, so it has to be this. Everything, all that shit is based on the big bad white man in charge of everything. And if anything that we've been corrupted to think is that white people control everything, and they don't.
No, well, no. A lot of these people keep saying the government, the government, the government. I said the government is
When I
not the
say white
one
people,
doing.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, no, but it's black folks saying it now too. They said the government is not the one running the tests. I said we have actual fucking scientists doing the work, bro. You're talking about a corporation. The corporation's not doing the work. Scientists are doing this shit, bro.
I mean, but the government should sanction it because it's for the people. I mean, that's
Well,
the
yeah,
purpose of a
the
goddamn
government is there to fund it. They're there to
Yeah, they
fund it,
should.
right?
They should. I mean, that's our money. That the government is spending our money to support something to research something that helps us. That's how it's supposed to work, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we just
Well, it is.
get
That,
big
that,
bad
that part is
names
that's
views.
actually in the Constitution. So they did what they were supposed to do. The number
That's
one
supposed
objective is supposed to protect protect American citizens, right? So that's what they did when they started funding research in order to find a vaccine. You know what I mean? That makes sense. In order to create a vaccine, so
It just poured out. It poured out
the
a
federal
bunch of
government did its
lunatics.
job.
It poured out a bunch of lunatics, and I hope that we, as a people, as a black people, can stop saying how stupid black people are. You see how many of these white folks caught up in that same rail. No white folks caught up in that shit, hands down.
Shy, I think Shy wants sleep, Sean. Yeah, I don't even think you even had to hop off the panel. I think Shy wants clearly sleep.
Man, that nigga not asleep, bro. We ain't gonna cap for him. That nigga not asleep. He been on there this whole motherfucking time. I don't know.
Shy just want to come on talking about how he not a monk and we don't descend from apes. With absolutely
Yeah,
nothing.
he talking about that melanin bullshit. Like melanin is it's like, melanin is the opposite of kryptonite. Huh?
Yeah, I tell people all the time, melanin, you need to get your black ass outside and get some sun because you need more sun when you have more melanin. We need to be in the sun more.
That facts. No, but this is that's why Dr. Rick Kittle said that he takes 10,000 IU of vitamin D every day, right? Because we don't get black Americans, we don't get enough sun.
We don't get enough.
So that's why you take the supplement.
Yeah, I take it as well.
I do too.
I take it. Well, actually, I don't take it like I should, but I get it every time I go to the doctor. But yeah, we need more vitamin D. You need to get outside and get in the sun more. It's not like
vitamin D is vitamin. It's technically a hormone. I don't know if you need to know about that.
Vitamin D is not a hormone. Vitamin D activates a hormone.
Yeah, right.
You're not getting a hormone from the sun.
Correct.
Yeah. But your body breaks the ultraviolet light down into vitamin D, which does affect your hormones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, you need it. We need it. You know what I'm saying? So we're
Yeah,
doctors,
it's
so we
good.
need
We
more.
need it for immune system.
Yeah, it helps with everything. It helps with all the metabolic functions in your body as far as your cells from your cells you actually digesting food.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
listening to Dr. Rick Kittles. He was having a conversation with other black virologists, and they were stating that how important it was, and lack of vitamin D was one of the main components of black folks, catching, not catching it, but dying from COVID, right? Dying from COVID because we had no protector as far as of an immune system. He said it was
Yeah.
important because the lack of vitamin D played a major role in so many African Americans dying from COVID. This is what Dr.
Quite
Rick
possible.
Kittles.
That's quite possible. That makes sense because it's definitely vital. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, you can do any type of research on it, but most Black Americans have a a, a lack of low vitamin D levels. You know what I'm saying? You can increase your vitamin D levels through certain foods like fatty fish, omega C, I think it's called, fatty acids. You know what I'm saying? You need the sun. Like seriously, you need to take your shirt off and go outside. It's kind of unfortunate for broads because chicks can't walk outside with their titties out. But you really do need to be outside because that's where your body intakes most of the ultraviolet rays through your chest. Because that's your broadest piece. The broadest piece of your body is your chest.
Oh, the dudes in the chat room said everything is there. He said, I'm uncomfortable with dudes saying that they need vitamin D. I wasn't even thinking about it that way, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
No, on a serious tip, man.
No, the serious fascination that we have with this shit now is I'm amazed by it. Like to this day, I'll never say no homo because I always looked at that like, nigga, it goes without saying. You know what I'm saying? I know when I first heard people say it, like I never got into that shit. Or pause, like the new pause. I never got into that shit. Cause like,
No,
nah,
that wasn't a thing on the West Coast. That was an East Coast thing, and it came
No,
like
that was
like
in
New
New
York,
York.
right?
Yeah, that was in New York. Man.
Yeah, because to me, that doesn't make any sense. Because like you having a conversation, it's like it kind of goes to the point of like we that paranoid, we can't even have a normal conversation. We got to worry about everything is gay now. Like that, there was shit said. Remember, we were growing up. There was shit said that you would definitely,
I'll give
consider
you
the gay
an
now.
example. I just seen a joke. It was talking about Little Richard's song, Tutti Frutti.
Right.
And like it said Tutti Frutti on the Rudy, but the original song was Tutti Frutti, Good Booty. And people were saying like he was talking about being a faggot. No, he's not. We was calling cooch booty when I was growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like
Same
what
here.
people used
I
to
mean,
do.
same thing here, bro.
You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
we're the same generation.
Right.
We're the
But
same
see,
here. So yeah.
like now, if you say that, you know what I'm saying, the connotation has changed because we didn't have the homosexual element in the conversation back then at all. It
Yeah,
wasn't
we was
even a
growing. Yeah,
possibility.
we were growing up. We
It
said
didn't even come to your mind.
no, we was growing up. Not at all. We were saying we're gonna get some ass. We
Yeah.
talking about getting. We talking about getting some pussy. That's what we was talking about.
Yeah. And like I seen because I'm like and it's kind of and it just shows how we look at the world the way we see it now as if it's always been like it is. Like the way you look at the world, like the your sensibilities, so to speak. Your sensibilities now have always existed, and that's bullshit. That's just total bullshit. Like
No,
I mean,
shit
he
evolves.
said tutti frutti, good booty, and then he said I got a girl named Daisy. She always drives me crazy. Yeah, he talking about getting some ass. That's what we talking about. That's just how niggas talk. You know what I'm saying?
Remember, dudes used to say shit. These dudes used to say shit like "suck my dick." Not
Yeah, that
that
was
you actually meant it, but it was metaphoric,
yeah.
right?
Well, hey, yo, I'm gonna tell you something. Like that was a West Coast thing because when I was stationed on the West Coast, cats talk like that. I picked it up, and when I came home, my niggas weren't feeling that, yo. For real, like I actually had a nigga like say something to me, like, "Come on, bro, the fuck."
Yeah, I remember
You know
Mike
what I'm saying?
Tyson
'Cause we
say it
don't
all the
talk like
time.
that.
Everybody
Yeah,
don't forget Mike Tyson was saying that shit.
Yeah, that
Nobody
nigga,
was saying shit.
he was fresh out of jail.
But
Man,
yes,
Tyson
like I
was
said,
doing
shit.
way more than that, man. He talking about, I don't even repeat what he said, honestly.
Yeah, the shit. He was talking about,
That was
you know,
crazy.
yeah, he
Talking
went on
about
a real rant.
royalty, love him, and oh man, like, bro,
Yeah, but you know what though? Nobody really flinched on any of that shit back then.
Yeah, that was some prison talk, man. That's
Yeah.
penitentiary talk. If a nigga ever heard it, man, that shit sound crazy as a bitch. I listened to that shit the other day. It's a little jump when the white boy was like, "Hey, say something smart to Mike," and the dude, act like he yelled it. He needs to be in a straight jacket. When
Yeah,
Mike
dude,
turned around, was like,
he said he gonna blank you until he love you.
"Yeah,"
He
he
said, I'm
like,
gonna blank
"White
you. I'm
boy,
gonna blank you until you love me.
talking about
Oh,
kissing and everything, bro. He made it romantic, like, bro, calm down.
Oh, dude, hey, bruh, for real, you take a man like that, he was an abused child, and he never really got to grow up.
Did y'all see the Hulu series on
I
him?
ain't looked at it. I was waiting to look at that with a broad. You know what I'm saying? You know you want to look at something with a chick. I was waiting to
God,
look at it. Is it good though?
it's straight. It's straight. I was confused. I was conflicted at first because he said he didn't.
Yeah,
He
your
wasn't
main sex
involved in the process,
Yeah.
but shit, I didn't. I ain't got Hulu. I stole the show anyway, so shit, they ain't getting
Hold
off
on,
me.
let me respond to everything is everything. Everything is. I don't know how old you are, bro. But I was saying, growing up, when we was growing up, like in the 80s and 90s, that was a thing, bro. Like when I don't know if you're talking about today. Today is completely different than when you were growing up. Maybe I don't know if you're our age or what, but us growing up, bro, that was a normal way of speaking, man.
Caribbean. You know they don't play. You know what I mean?
It's reason like
He's in the Caribbean. He's in the Caribbean. Well, maybe they were different down there, but out here, man. Yeah, nobody was thinking about none of that.
Like it's a terrible way.
Yeah, it ain't that type of ass. Yeah,
we don't mean that. We don't mean it like that.
No, we was talking about getting it.
Like, hey, for real, like I still say it, but a lot of times, like I catch myself when I'm around younger people, because when I was growing up, my uncles and my dad, they called coots cop. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you trying to get some cop? You know what I'm saying?
COT. Yeah, that's their
Now they
old
say
school.
cop. Yeah, and I
Memphis.
still say it. And then there's
Yeah, we used to say that shit too, man.
Yeah, I know
You
y'all
said
did.
we
Snoop
said, man,
Dogg
we
said it.
about to hit the cock, but we're not talking
Snoop
about
Dogg.
no dick.
I remember
We're talking about.
like, and when
I don't understand. Like
Snoop-
everybody don't understand. Like shit changes over time.
when Snoop said it, he was like, and when I bust my nut, I'm raising about the cock. Don't get upset, girl. It's just how it goes. He said cock, and that's real because I still say it. Like I still like if I'm talking to my uncle, you know what I'm saying, he'll say this shit to me, like for real. But like you said, shit does change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people act like they act like this terminology was always this way. No, it wasn't.
And it's regional. It's regional. Like y'all say bitch more than us on the West Coast. Like there was a time we didn't say bitch as much. Y'all say bitch way more than we do. Y'all do, for real. Y'all say bitch. That's something I noticed when I was over there. Bitch and suck my dick. That's y'all say bitch. Man, come on, man. Acting like a bitch. I was like, wow. Cause it's like in the 90s, like that was a bad word to say to a nigga. You fight. Bitch ass niggas
No,
fight.
it was. And no, over here, man. If you call a dude a bitch over here, you getting your ass
Yeah,
stomped.
but y'all would say it amongst
bro.
friends. It ain't no bad thing. I'm just saying y'all would say it amongst friends.
You know, we were saying like this. You like you call when you want to get rid of it, you would call somebody you call him a bitch ass nigga. It's gonna be a problem.
Yeah,
a real problem. You fighting.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something.
It's different contexts with it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I've seen niggas say that to each other. The Florida niggas say that to each other, like, and no disrespect, no, they just call each other that.
Yeah. I seen that. I seen it when I was in Seattle, and I was in Tacoma actually. But yeah, a lot of them cats, they just said that shit. And that shit blew me. But it was their world. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's different region for region. Like in Richmond, we say shawty. When I went into the army, dudes would be like, "Hey man, son, you calling me like a girl," but we say shawty for dudes. We do. I mean, we do. I mean, I got a couple of theories as to why, but we do. It's just something that's regionally. That's something that we say, and we say "cuz." and you could be a blood, and you still say cuz. Cause we not into that gang shit like that. It's more of a cuz, cause we say cuz. You know what I'm saying? Don't have nothing to do with no gang at all.
I still say it today. I'm in California now.
Yeah.
From Tennessee. I still say
Yeah, we
that
say
shit.
cuz. Like, what up, cuz? You know what I'm saying? What up, cuz? We say that shit all the time, nigga.
Yeah,
I
you
was
come
joining
to
niggas.
the
I have
Bay.
on all red. I have on all
You
red
come to the
saying
Bay, you in Frisco, they're gonna be like, what up, Cuddy? What up, cousin? You know what I'm saying? If you come to Oakland, you're gonna be what up, blood. You know what I'm saying? We
yeah,
say
her
what up,
shit
blood, but
bad.
if you go to Frisco, like, what up, Cuddy? Cousin? Or you say
Yeah,
Cuddy,
oh,
Cuddy, and Cuddy even more like a Vallejo thing too. What's up, Cuddy Mac? What's happening?
But you know
blood,
that's
young
something
blood.
we don't really talk about it a lot as far as black people. We don't talk about like how much we show each other love. You know, we're talking about how negative we are with each other. But all of the things we call each other is on some kinship type shit, including nigga. But it's all kinship. It's cuz, it's blood, it's bruh. You see what I'm saying? Everything is folk, it's people, it's all kinship. You know, we all like when we do that, we that's something that is unique with us. We do that in everything when we say it to each other. It's love. It is. But you know, we forget that sometimes and like just put it off on slang. And this slang is it's a lot deeper than just slang. You know what I'm saying? It's a cultural continuum. You know, of us recognizing that we're the same people. You know what I'm saying? And that shit come from slavery in real life, for real.
Yeah, Philly, that's they in the world of their own with the slang.
Talk, man. Hey, you go to Baltimore. Them niggas, man, they talk so funny. They say Doug instead of dog. Oh, you keep
Shit.
giving. You can hear
Yeah.
when
Nah,
when they
I
really
think the
get they
Bay
talk.
Area in the world by itself. Look at this shit. I think we stand alone.
Bay Area slang. Out of pocket.
No,
That
no,
bitch
I
out of
ain't talking
pocket.
about
She just
slang.
like, you know, like, bitch, look at you. How you get down, bitch? You're a representation of me, bitch. You out of pockets.
That's
Doing some
everywhere.
clown shit. Doing some shit that's, you know, you ain't supposed to
No,
be doing.
keep don't keep going.
Got fired on. He
Nah,
took off, you know. Fired on you, you know. Got fired on first sight. You know, ain't no talking, ain't he? You did? Jug. Jug is like, man, you got the line. Like, I got the jug. Feel me? You got the best price. Feel me on the block. For the low, man. The deal of the
that was
day, man. It's a jug. To the neck. Hey, I'm to the neck on this one. Like, it's just me. Like, yeah. Neck. By myself. It's the neck. I'm by myself. Yeah. But we hardly ever to the neck, man. It's twins for the win, man. Swoop. I'm finna come swoop that ditch, man. You better come that hoe. I'm swooping her, man. She open that door, man. I'm swooping the hoe, man. Swoop. This nigga come pick me up. You know, I do the swooping. You did? You ain't gonna come swoop me. I'll be there real quick, man. I'm gonna come swoop you. Juice. Hey, I was juiced when I got that 100,000 out that ditch. Hey, man, just happy as fuck, man. Juiced. Man, I was happy, man. Excited. Bay Area.
Yeah. So man, the Bay Area, man. All kind of weird shit.
everything that they said besides the Jew is something that we
No,
use.
there's more. Believe me, there's far
No,
more
I
than that.
know.
That's
I
like
mean,
some of the old basic shit.
I
We
know,
got
but
more
what I'm
shit than
saying,
that.
look, I know. I mean, I hear E40 talk that bullshit. I disagree with him too, but I hear that, you know, and I know y'all got y'all own flavor. But what I'm saying is deeper than slang. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, man. I think my hand went out.
Nah, that was
Y'all got a
Cujo.
pretty peculiar ass accent there.
Oh, you talking about us? We got. So yeah, we got pedestrian. No, but I understand what you talking about. You talking about a lot more. Our shit still go back to Black American. Our shit still Black American. No matter what, it's still Black
like
American.
everything that you put in there, everything. I under everything. Like we say swoop. You know what I'm saying? I'm swoop you up now. We say that. You know what I'm saying? But we don't say that jug thing. But to your neck and all that shit. I mean, all like I would understand it if somebody said it.
Right.
I would understand it when it be like.
Like we got old shit like chassis. We got other shit like let's see what's some of the old shit. Matter of fact, a lot of that shit, like you guys talking about, like that Dizzle shit, that shit Snoop was doing, that shit don't come from LA, man. That shit come from Oakland. That was the you know the nigga that was slanging rocks and shit like that. That's what they just say that like it was kind of like a pig Latin, called like pig Latin, right? In order to not let the FBI and the Popo know what the hell was going on. So you're talking about, you know what I'm saying, when it, you know, thing, you know, 500, you know what I'm saying, you know, on the Dizzle, you know what I'm saying, about Dizzle, you know what I'm saying, for Shizzle. Shizzle, man. Well, matter of fact, there was a rapper, man, that came out in the 80s. This nigga did a whole rap album rapping just like that with the pig Latin shit. For real, for real. So yeah, nobody, you had to be from here to understand what the fuck you were saying at the time. This all you needed to be from here.
We don't talk about money on the phone to this day. Like for like a quarter ounce of weed, like everybody I know in Virginia, in Richmond at least, we call it a Vic. You know what I'm saying? We call it a Vic for Mike Vick.
Mike
you know
Vick.
What I'm saying? Yeah, he was number 7. You know what I'm saying? So 7 grams. So we call it a Vic. And you got people that's walking around now that say, let me get a Vic. And they don't even know why they say it. You know, I have no idea that it comes from Mike Vick. You know what I'm saying? I hope that shit lives on, because that shit cool as fuck. You know what I'm saying? But we do that. Yeah, we show the niggas some love. You know what I'm saying? On the stream. So that's what a Vic is. A half a man, you know what a half a man that's $50. A whole man is a ball. A ball is $100. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got little shit, it varies regionally, you know what I'm saying? And that's cool. That's the beautiful thing about our people. You know, because we did develop kind of isolators of us, and we develop our own thing. You know what I'm saying? Like in a place like Memphis is very different from Nashville. Richmond is very different from Norfolk. You know, but somebody on the outside looking in would think we're the same. But like, they sound country to us, and we sound country to them.
Memphis is a little bit different than shit everywhere else in Tennessee.
I bet it is. It should be, because that shit basically is goddamn northern Mississippi on the fucking river. That's a different place, man. For real, like I remember when I first went through Memphis, it was cool though. I ain't gonna front you. Like I know all shit is rough. When I went there in the 90s, so you know it was rough in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, nigga, I was good money. I felt like I was at home. You know what I'm saying? It's like straight up. Memphis was, but I feel you though, it was a lot grimier than Nashville. Like it wasn't Baltimore grimy. You want to see some grimy shit, go to Baltimore or Philly or New York. New York is like extra grimy. You know, anywhere.
Is it like that where you guys are you guys like us?
Anywhere in New York.
So you guys like I just want to ask you guys something. Is it like you guys are like our place, man, where you got white folks and Filipino, Asians and Mexicans and shit like that speak like black folk? I mean, they like motherfuckers copy off whole fucking swag.
We don't got them. We don't got a large Asian populations
in the
Mexico.
South. We pretty much you live around Mexico. In the South, it's only
except for Texas.
Yeah, and you see in Texas, the Mexicans, they sound like black folks too.
Black folks. It ain't none of that bullshit.
Now we have that shit out here heavy, man. You come out here, you gonna hear Mexican talking about, and Mexican dudes, Cambodians talking about, oh mamas. They gonna be talking just like
y'all got first generation Mexicans.
No, we got Mexicans that been here for they're like second and third generation too.
Yeah, y'all do. I'm just saying y'all have a lot of first. See, we don't in the South ain't too many like first. Well, I ain't gonna say not too many first generation. It's not too many that adopt American culture like that. Like them motherfuckers still speaking Spanish, don't speak no English and all that.
Shit, man, we got motherfuckers throwing up the fizz face, and they're like they wearing gold grill, wearing the shit, bro, dreadlocks.
You know what I'm saying? But they kind of doing their own little thing. Oh yeah, Texas is different. Yeah, and then like down in Florida, Florida different. You know what
But yeah, everybody act like us here, man. And people say Bay Area culture is Black American culture. I'm gonna tell you straight up. Bay Area culture is Black American culture. Period. And
I'm
matter of
saying?
fact, there was some white folks
Yeah,
that like they were trying to argue this shit. I said, man,
wearing
y'all don't
their
know where none
hats
of
and
this
them
shit come
funny
from.
ass boots and shit. Yeah,
Yes, sir. That shit come from Black
yeah.
Americans. They don't know this shit.
Y'all
But I
been
said all
living
them
with them
bad shit
longer.
can't
They
come from us.
just got here. They just got here, bro. Like you are like I couldn't even imagine hollering at a Mexican chick. I couldn't even imagine it. You know, like the South is segregated as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like the South
Yeah,
is
you
segregated
couldn't
as fuck.
imagine it. I already grew up running. That was just part of being in California.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas from Mississippi.
So, man, we didn't
Yeah,
already
that shit ain't
ran through Mexicans, man. That ain't shit. That's normal. That's normal Bay Area shit. Running through Mexican chicks.
yeah, of course. Of course. We the heart and the soul of this shit. Damn near everything in the country. We really are. Yeah, but the South different, bro. Like we don't have no
I was
like.
knocking Mexican chicks
I remember
within a
I had
mile.
never seen a Mexican. I remember when this nigga told me he was a Puerto Rican. I was so surprised. Like I won't like, cause like New York different. Like I remember my nigga
Really? I
Raheem.
grew up with
This
them out
nigga
here in
last name
California.
Hernandez.
Puerto Rican.
I ain't had no idea. Look. I had no idea.
Is it on me or the Cujo cutting out?
Yeah, he cutting out. I
Okay.
thought it was me too.
Yeah, you know the Dominicans. No, I didn't see a Dominican until I went to the East Coast. So I ain't never met a Dominican in California.
Shit, I still ain't seen one. I don't think so. Cujo still talking too. that nigga going.
Ain't nothing come through. But we got everything out here now. We finally just started getting Dominicans out here. We done had Jamaicans for like 20 plus years now out here. But I didn't grow up with no Jamaicans. We grew up with Trinidadians and Guyanese out here.
I ain't seen no African populations yet. No African groups.
Oh, we did. We grew up with Nigerians and then we had Ghanaians and a lot of Ethiopians, bro. Because we got Ethiopians, especially in Berkeley and Alameda. So we didn't grow up. Yeah.
You in the Black Hub, so I'm pretty sure if it is some Africans there, that's where they're gonna be at.
Yeah, we didn't have them growing up. Space to work at Oakland Airport. A lot of Africans driving. All them cab drivers from Oakland Airport were African. All of them. Nigerians, Kenyans, Rwandans, Eritreans, Ethiopians. Yeah. And when you got Ethiopian restaurants that been here for about 30 years, bro.
I gotta get over there. I no Ethiopian food yet. They say that shit fire.
That shit is fire, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, tear that bread off, dip it into the into the little different spicy vegetables and shit like that, and you get the vegetables, meat, all that shit like that. You dip it and you eat it with your hands. That shit's good.
Yeah, I gotta get up there.
Yeah. We grew up with that shit out here. Cujo dropped off.
Yeah, I'm about to drop off too. Not a coincidence. Sleep. Shot just listening.
You think Shot is listening?
He might be asleep now. When the nigga got on, he was woke.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man. Growing up in the Bay Area, like I said, man, I grew up with Puerto Ricans, so we had them out, even Brazilians, but we didn't have no Jamaicans, man. We had Guyanese and Trinidadians, but we didn't know them. They were Caribbean. Like I had no idea until we got out of school. once we got out of school, then they told us like, man, what the fuck you say something back then? I thought you were just regular like black American, African American. No, them dudes were from the Caribbean. Their parents were from the islands. It's like that shit. Well, you should have said something back then. I didn't know.
Yeah,
They
they
had
grew up.
no idea.
I ain't had no accent, huh?
No accent. No, they grew up with no accent. They said it's like a regular California dude. I just found out another dude that I grew up with was Haitian. Like, all y'all island niggas ain't saying shit, bro. Y'all niggas are just embarrassed about the shit or something. Should have said something. We could have had celebrated the shit or something. We thinking that it's just only black Americans out here, and then we got only Caribbean folk were the Puerto Ricans and the Cubans. That's good. We had Puerto Ricans and Cubans out here. We grew up Puerto Ricans and Cubans, but we didn't have no goddamn Dominicans. I don't understand like how we got no Dominicans out here. That shit was weird to me.
All on the East Coast.
I know. All the Dominicans on the East Coast got no Dominicans. We grew up with as far as Latins, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans. That was a smaller group, right? And then you had Mexicans, Guatemalans, El Salvadorans. You get some Hondurans and a couple other like Nicaragua. Remember the one Colombian chick that was going in our high school. She could barely speak English. Bro, she had a donkey back there. Man, she had that Mexican dude. He was trying to hate. I was dancing with her. He got hot. I said, "Yeah, I'm about to snatch." I wasn't trying to date her. I just wanted to knock him down. You know what I'm saying? All right, let me go on and get off. All right, man. Good night. Hopefully, not a coincidence wakes up and turns the show off. All right, good night, y'all. I'm out.
coincidence. And then he was kind enough to drive me to the hotel. And he said that that a few people recognized me and asked to shake my hand, but he did. The only reason, not because of my scholarship, because I was arrested. Everybody knows. They go, "You're the beer guy. You're the beer guy." I go, "Yeah, I'm the beer guy, man. You know." Do you know how many people have asked me, "Was the beer cold?" I mean, they all think it's original, right? I go, "The damn beer was cold. It was cold, man. It was cold." "How was the beer with the bottle?" "Oh man, it was great. Best beer I ever had in my whole life." I'm making a new film series on Black people in Latin America. I've shot it. I'm just writing the scripts. It'll be on in April, called Black in Latin America. And I was filming just in a middle-class family's home in Brazil. And we had been there with the film crew for about an hour, and an uncle burst in, and he just Googled me. And he'd been across town, man. I mean, drove through traffic. He go, "You're Obama. You're the beer man. You got." I go, "Yeah, man." Even in Brazil, you know. What can I say? What can I say? But thank you so much for being here. I love UCSD. I love San Diego. I don't know it very well. I've lectured here a long, long time ago. Nobody can even remember when. But I have one of my best friends in the world, Anthony Davis, who's professor of music here, and his wife, Cindy, were very close friends. And their son, Jonah, I'm his godfather. So I love coming through and seeing them. But especially, I think whenever I come near San Diego or here, I think about Shirley Ann Williams, who was a great professor of African American literature and a great novelist. And I miss her very much. She died much too young. And earlier at a reception, but I want to announce this in case anybody wants to contribute. I decided to take part of my honorarium and offer it to the university to create a prize in Shirley Ann Williams' honor. So give it up for Shirley Ann Williams. All right, we're going to start with the video clip, and then I'll talk, and then I'll answer some questions. Okay? If we can play that.
Coming to PBS in February, African American Lives 2.
Wow, I'm in for a ride here.
I'm fired up now.
Wow.
I think that's pretty remarkable. It's a very personal look at American history.
It's my family that we're talking about. It's not some story in a book. All of the little stories are amazing, are fascinating.
A lot has been stolen from Black Americans. A lot has been hidden from Black Americans. And so there's always a longing to know who you are and where you come from.
Intimate stories bring our country's past to life.
Cindy Anderson, Charleston, Mississippi. My master was Mr. Herb Kane. Old Mr. Kane bought my father and mother in North Carolina when they was little children. But after I was born, he sold my father to a man named Colonel Wright. 9 years after Red time before I ever see my father again.
You're the only person I know who can reach out and touch a remnant of their family's history in slavery. So that's your great-grandfather, William McAlpine.
Right.
Do you see anyone who could have been his mother?
Well, I guess it could have been one of these two women. Emily, a woman, at $700 value, and Park, a woman, $700.
Right.
So Park or Emily.
The next record we found is dated October 1855. Emily, the woman we thought might have been William's mother, is purchased by another McAlpine heir. And Park has disappeared by this time altogether.
So William is without mother at all.
William's without mother at all.
Okay. Excuse me. It's hard.
I can only, imagine being separated from my daughter. It's just hard to imagine.
And the exploration reveals little-known events in history.
Take a look at this. Chickasaw Nation Freedmen Roll. This document is an official enrollment card for the Chickasaw Freedmen, the former slaves owned by the Chickasaw Nation.
Owned by the Chickasaw Nation.
Owned by the Chickasaw Nation. Your ancestors were enslaved by Native Americans. You are one of the few African Americans who was not enslaved by white people, enslaved by Native Americans.
I don't know how I feel about that. That's mind-blowing.
And I had no idea.
I had neither. This is amazing.
There are moments of heartbreaking tragedy.
Now, Ruth Griffin, your grandmama, had been born and raised in Blackstock, South Carolina. And her family owned land there. Did you know that?
I don't know anything about her background.
According to the 1930 census, the Griffins had disappeared from Blackstock, South Carolina. Now, we know that Ruth moved to Florida, but what happened to the rest of the family? Two of her brothers were named Meeks and Tom Griffin.
I'm going to show you their death certificates.
What's it say? Legal electrocution. Cause of death, they electrocuted mine?
Yep. We discovered that in 1913, your great uncles, along with 3 other men, were charged with killing a Confederate Civil War veteran, a white man named John Lewis. And the more we looked into the case, Tom, the more questions we had. So we discovered that the defense only had 2 days to prepare for the trial. There's no way that your 2 great uncles could have prepared a defense in so short a time. But essentially, the moment that your great uncles, Meeks and Tom, were accused of the murder, they were powerless to defend themselves.
5 Negroes killed in the electric chair with protestations of innocence on their lips. It's too late to overturn the conviction. Huh?
It's never too late.
Clear their names.
We can still clear their names.
Despite the heartache, there are stories of joyful triumph.
This is a land deed from Benjamin B. Flagg, your great-grandfather George Flagg's older brother.
I, Benjamin B. Flagg of B. Flagg of Haywood County, Tennessee, for the sum of $25 cash, have sold to the trustee of Flagg.
That's right. Flagg's.
Flagg Grove Schoolhouse? 1 acre of land.
1 acre of land.
Flagg Grove was my... No.
He made it possible to create Flagg's Grove School.
I went to Flagg Grove School, elementary school. Great. Just great.
Your great-great-grandfather, Julius Caesar Tingman, served in the U.S. colored troops during the Civil War.
I'm gonna cry. I can't believe it. You got me. And there's more?
Guests discover who their ancestors were and where they came from.
You are descended from the Luba people.
Fascinating.
You are 33% European. Really? And you'll see there's no figure for Native American because you ain't got no Native American.
Set the record straight.
So I look like an Irishman to you? I'm here to find my roots. I've been looking for my roots. Looked all over Africa, couldn't find anybody, so I ended up here. Peter, you are descended from a Jewish man.
Well, that's surprising. Every family worth belonging to has a Jew in it somewhere or other.
This suggests that on your mother's side, you are Mende.
I know this is so. There's so many surprises here. But this one it's not a surprise.
And we consider what it means to be African American.
You are what you have to defend. Because it doesn't matter that I'm 19% European and 81% African. In America, I have to deal with the problems that Black people in America have to deal with.
Right.
I have the struggles and challenges that Black people in America have.
Is being an African American then cultural rather than genetic?
For me, it's both. For me, it is absolutely both.
Heritage is so complex that we have to be simple. And we have to consider ourselves global. Human beings are more alike than we are unalike. And no human being can be more human than another.
African American Lives 2.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, how did a guy with a PhD in English literature from the University of Cambridge get involved in doing genealogy and genetics, and what difference does it make to African American history? This is the oldest Gates that we can trace. Name is Jane Gates. She was a slave. And I want to tell you the day that I met her, not literally, obviously, but when I first saw this photograph. It was July 3rd, 1960. And it was the day that they buried my grandfather, Edward St. Lawrence Gates. Edward St. Lawrence Gates was the son of Edward Gates Sr. My great-grandfather was born in slavery, 1857. You can see how fair he is. His father was a white man. And this is my grandfather, Edward St. Lawrence Gates, born in 1879, died in 1960. Now, he was so light-complected that the kids, you know, my generation, the cousins, called him Casper behind his back. He looked like a white man. We couldn't figure out why he looked like a white man, but he looked like a white man. So I am standing in front of his casket on July 3rd, 1960, holding my father's hand. I'm 9 years old. Now, my father's still alive. Thank God my father's 97 years old, Henry Louis. He's the real Henry Louis Gates. My father is the funniest man I know. My father makes Red Fox look like an Undertaker. I'll tell you how funny he is, because this is important to the story. When I was growing up, now I was born in 1950, I wanted to go to Harvard or Yale, and I wanted to be a Rhodes Scholar. I wanted to go to Oxford or Cambridge. My mama, God rest her soul, wanted two doctors. My brother's an oral surgeon, and he's 5 years older than I am, and there was little old me. In my day, little color boys and color girls, as we would have said in the 50s, who were smart would raise to be doctors. That was the next closest thing to divinity that you could be in the Black community. So that's what I was going to be. But I wanted to go to Harvard, Yale, and I wanted to go to Oxford, Cambridge. So I've always been, as our people say, been blessed in the classroom. And I went to junior college, so I'm a big fan of junior college. It's junior college my freshman year. And then I transferred from Kaiser, West Virginia, from Potomac State College to Yale. And I did very, very well at Yale. And I was junior year Phi Beta. I was graduated summa cum laude. And I'm telling you that not to brag, but because I knew that I was going to get one of these fellowships to go to Oxford or Cambridge. Because I was Black, I was from West Virginia. You know, it was 1973, and I had almost straight A's. So, you know, what's not to like, right? So I applied to all of these fellowships to go to Oxford and Cambridge. I applied for Rose, I applied for Marshall, I applied for Fulbright, for Casby, Mellon, all these fellowships. And I knew I was so cocky, particularly I want the students to hear this, I was so cocky, I was so overconfident. I thought I would get all seven, and I'd be pick and choose like a deck of cards, you know, like a hand. So, okay, which one I want to take? But guess what? The first six, I was a finalist for the first six, and I didn't get any of those fellowships. None of those fellowships. And I was in real panic because I hadn't applied to any kind of graduate school because I was going to go to Oxford and Cambridge, right? And my girlfriend at the time is now professor at Stanford, African-American woman, Linda Darling Hammond. Many of you know her. We were a big junior year item at Yale, you know, that's back in the day. We had dueling afros. I had a big fro. I know it's hard to imagine, but it's true. You could go online and look at my whatever the equivalent Facebook was back then. I had Cornel West, my main man. Cornel West looked like a crew cut, that afro. So I tell Cornell, but he doesn't believe me either. So I went to Linda, and I was in tears. What am I going to do? She called me Skippy, because that's my name. My mama called me Skippy, said Linda. So she goes, you're being phony. You're being artificial. Just go in there and be yourself. So I went in for my last, what I have to lose, right? I went into the last fellowship, and I got this fellowship. They only picked 2 of these fellows to go to the University of Cambridge, and I was one of the people. And it was other than the day that my 2 daughters were born, ladies and gentlemen, it was the happiest day of my life, without a doubt. So I went back to Calhoun College at Yale. The dorms at Yale are like here, named colleges. This was named for that great liberal, John C. Calhoun. We used to call it the Calhoun Plantation back in the Wild West days of Revolution. We'd picket and boycott, trying to get them to change the name of this Calhoun College, but they wouldn't do it. So I went back to my room in Calhoun College, and I called back home, and it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll never forget it. And Daddy picked up the phone. And I said, Daddy, put Mama on the extension phone. Remember those days you didn't have 2 phones. You had a phone and an extension phone. I don't know what genius thought of this system, but you had an extension phone. So Daddy was downstairs. Mama was upstairs. I go, Mom and Daddy, you'll never believe it. You'll never believe it. I'm the first Afro-American. Now, remember, this is 1973. We were Afro-Americans back then. I'm the first Afro-American to get a Mellon Fellowship. I am going to Cambridge. I'm going to University of Cambridge. And my daddy, without missing a beat, said, you're the first Negro to get a Mellon Fellowship? I go, yeah, Daddy. He said, they're going to call it the Watermelon Fellowship from now. Now, you talk about politically incorrect. My father is the most politically incorrect person I have ever met. So armed with my Watermelon Fellowship, I went off to the University of Cambridge. I cite that just to say how funny my father is. So go back with me to July 3rd, 1960. I'm holding my father's hand, the same funny man, standing in front of his father's corpse. And I stupidly, looked at how white my grandfather looked. Now, if he looked like Casper, alive with blood coursing through his veins, imagine how white he looked dead. He looked like he was alabaster and been coated with white paint. And I thought he looked ridiculous. And I heard this noise from my father. So I thought he was laughing at how ridiculous we called him Pop Gates was. And so I started to laugh. Now, as we would have said then, all the colored people in Cumberland, Maryland were gathered in the Kite Funeral Home because my grandfather was a prominent man in the Black community. And I started laughing in front of my grandfather's corpse. Fortunately, I looked up to my father to share the joke, and the noise that I'd heard was tears, sobbing. He was crying hysterically over his father's death. And I was mortified at how stupid I had been, how I'd embarrassed myself in front of everybody and all the colored people in Cumberland, Maryland. But nobody noticed me because they were all busy staring at my father. So when I looked at him, I was mortified. And also, it was the first time I ever saw my father cry. So I started to cry too. So it was a very traumatic day. So here's what happened. They buried my grandfather. And then we went back to the Gates family home. And the Gates family home is still there, still the Gates family home. My cousin Johnny Gates owns it. It was bought by Jane Gates. This woman, this is her midwifery costume. She was a midwife. And she bought it. She was a slave until 1865, and then bought a house in an all-white neighborhood in 1870. $1,200, we have the deed. Now, where'd she get that money? She didn't save her pennies in slavery, right? So, this is all, and all her kids look white. So you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to begin to figure out where this came from, right? My father took my brother and me upstairs to in my grandparents' house. Now, I don't know about you all, but back in the day, I didn't even know my grandparents had a bedroom. We never went to your grandparents' bedroom. Things were very formal. I still call my father's 97, so most of his friends have passed, but there are a couple who are alive. I still say Mr. Ozzie and Miss Mary. I never would presume to call them by their first name. I don't know how it is here. You all are more casual in California, but when students come to me, I just turned 60, right? And students say, well, can I call you by your first name? And I go, yes. And they go, what's that? I said, Professor. When you get a PhD, then you could be talking about my first name. So anyway, but I'm old school. So my brother and I are being taken upstairs in my grandparents' house to their bedroom. We didn't even know they had it upstairs, right? So we are looking at each other like, where are we going? And my dad takes us back to their bedroom, and they have a sun porch off their bedroom. It's still there. And Daddy, I can see it just as clear as if it were yesterday. Daddy takes us out on the sun porch, and there's a big cabinet, like a wardrobe, and he opens it, and it's full of bank ledgers. My grandfather was a janitor and cleaned the First National Bank in Cumberland, Maryland, and he was stealing these bank ledgers. So my brother and I looked at each other like, damn, we must be rich, you know. He's got bank ledgers, must be counting our money. But as soon as Daddy opened them, he was looking for something, and my brother and I looking over his shoulder, they were scrapbooks. My grandfather clipped newspapers, and he had two fascinations that I could see even looking over his shoulder, and I own one of these. I have a printout of one. We had a photographer take a picture of one because it's so valuable now, the one that's left in the family. He had a mordant fascination with death, so that every kind of death, people killed in airplane crashes, people killed in railroad crashes, people killed in automobile crashes, but particularly the war dead. Every day in the newspaper, the number of people were killed the day before in World War II. He clipped it every day. So Daddy was turning these pages looking for something. His other area of special concern was Black history. He had all these articles. The first Negro judge in New York City, 1942. I mean, I was amazed to see that he was a race man, deep down. And that was a good thing. What Adam Clayton Powell was doing in Harlem and in Congress, and lots of things like it. Marian Anderson's famous concert on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. All that's in these multiple volumes, these scrapbooks that were made out of bank ledgers. But Daddy's he's looking for something, and finally he finds it, and he goes, here, you boys, look at this. And it was an obituary, and it was an obituary dated January 6, 1888, and it said, died this day in Cumberland, Maryland, Jane Gates, an estimable colored woman. An estimable colored woman. And Daddy said, that is the oldest Gates, and I never want you to forget her. Well, the next day was the 4th of July. We went home that night. And before I went to bed, my father worked two jobs. He worked at a paper mill in the day, and he was a janitor in the evening. So we always had, among the Black community, we always were very comfortable. And I always had my own bedroom, and so did my brother. And more importantly, for my mom, I always had a desk and had a bookcase. And that night before I went to bed, I had one of those red Webster's dictionaries. Remember those Webster's dictionaries? And I kept it on my desk. And the last thing I did before I went to bed, I looked up, Alan, the word estimable, because I didn't know what it meant. And I thought, wow, this lady must be very special. The next day was the 4th of July, and we had what we used to call the colored picnic, the colored cookout, and everybody Black in our segregated town. Piedmont, West Virginia, by the way, is halfway between Pittsburgh and Washington on the Potomac River. And Cumberland, it's right on the Maryland-West Virginia border. The Gateses lived in Cumberland, Maryland. The Colemans, my mother's family, lived 20 miles away on the West Virginia side. So we went to the cookout, and on the way back, I stopped at Red Bull's newsstand in the middle of our town. Population 2,000 people. An Irish-Italian paper mill town with 2,000 people when I was born, 386 of whom were Black. All right, so you get the picture. I stopped at Red Bull's newsstand. I bought a composition book, and you know what I did that night? I interviewed my parents about their family tree. I asked them what their mother's name was, their father's name, where they were born. I had absolutely no precedent for doing this. I have no explanation today of why I did it. But since that day in July 1960, I have been obsessed with my own family tree. So that's how I got interested. Now, I was just a little kid, so I would get bored with these composition books. Sometimes I would even lose them. So I would start the whole process over again. But I never lost the passion for finding out about my ancestors on the Coleman side and the Gates side. And we could go back to Jane Gates, and this was her son. She only told her children, she had 5 children, she only said they were fathered by a white man, which was obvious if you look at her kids, and they all had the same father. But she took the secret of this white man's identity to her grave. And you know how it was back in the day. I mean, way back in the day. People didn't want to talk about slavery. You know, we've lost so many records because our people have suffered so much, and they don't want to relive that pain. And it's a great loss to us as scholars and as people, and as a people, not to have that record. So she took the identity of her lover, the man who fathered all of her children, to her grave. But this was her son, Edward, who he had a 200-acre farm where my father was born. It's still there, Patterson's Creek, West Virginia. And then, as I said, this was his son, Edward St. Lawrence Gates. Well, cut to 1977. You could say, what's the greatest event in the history of miniseries and TV? Roots. So you could say since 1977, I've had one serious case of Roots envy. You know, I had this little composition book. I could go back to my my great-grandmother on my father's side. On my mother's side, great-grandmother. But that was it. There was Alex Haley coming out of the blue, could go all the way to Africa. He could go to the ship that brought his African ancestors over, and then he went all the way back to Gambia. So I was totally jealous of Alex Haley. And so I had a profound and severe case of Roots envy. But I figured, well, I'll never, only Alex Haley could do that, right? So I got to know Quincy Jones in 1999. Anthony Appia, my dear friend, and I edited the Africana Encyclopedia, and then we founded Africana.com, which we needed some investors, and by this time, it's complicated, but I got to be friends with Quincy Jones, still a great friend of mine. And Quincy introduced me to Alex Haley. And more than that, Quincy, it turned out, was obsessed with genealogy as well. Quincy scored the music for Roots. So for Christmas, he would give people their family trees. So, you know, I thought about that, and but there was nothing I could do about that. Well, here's a funny thing happened. You never know. The Bible says be careful what you wish for. In the year 2000, a young black geneticist named Dr. Rick Kittles, who at the time was teaching at Howard University, sent me a letter. He's now at the University of Chicago Medical School. And he said that he was asking various African-American men if they would submit themselves to this new test. And through this test, he could trace on your mother's line where in Africa you were from. Man, that was some serious stuff. And I said, yeah, I mean, I called him right away. And I said, definitely. And he said that of all the people he'd written to, nobody was writing him back. And I couldn't figure out why, but I later found out why. So I said, would you want me to come to Washington? He goes, no, I'll come up to Harvard Square. It's where I was living. So about a week later, he showed up. And now I've had many operations. I broke my hip when I was playing football when I was about 14. It was misdiagnosed by country doctors. So I've had a zillion operations on my leg, right? So I know about having blood extracted. If you could see my veins is, just look at a vial and blood pours out, right? I'm very easy to get my blood. Well, after half an hour, I realized that two things, that Dr. Rick Kittles is a brilliant geneticist. He's not brilliant at extracting blood. I also realized why no other black male was stupid enough to let him come up to try to take their blood. Because that brother kept poking around, and I thought, damn, this Kunta Kinte stuff is hard work. How badly do I want to know where I'm from in Africa? But I really wanted to know. I'd wanted to know since I was 9 years old. So, you know, let's go for it. So finally, see, at the time, you had to extract a lot of DNA in order to run the test. Now, you just swab your cheek or spit in the test tube, depending on the company that you use. We could talk about that a little bit later. So it's very easy and it's very painless. So I waited and I waited and I waited. You know, Rick Kittles went back to Washington. I waited for the result. And I didn't hear from him. So finally, I called him. And you know how people do. He picked up the phone after I called him about 1 million times. He goes, oh, man, I was just about to return your phone call. I said, Rick, what's up, man? Where am I from? In Africa. Where are my people? You know, I want to jump on a plane and go. I thought I'd buy some land, you know, get a fine little African sister, you know, to hook up. I was single at the time, don't get me wrong. I'm still single. Well, so he said, well, we had to run, your results were anomalous. And we had to run them many times. But we finally have figured out where you're from you are descended on your mother's side from the Nubian people. Now, all African Americans, not all African Americans, but many African Americans want to be descended from one or two ethnic groups. Either the Zulu, because of Chaka Zulu, and the Zulu kicked the English in the behind in the Boer Wars, right? Until they finally were overcome. But you want to be Zulu, or you want to be Nubian. Who were the Nubians? The Nubians were the black pharaohs, right? The Nubians are in the Bible. 25th dynasty was the Nubian dynasty. In Egyptian art, they always hated the Nubians. Nubians are always represented as darker. You know, they were warring kingdoms. And Nubia ran from what today's Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, up to the Aswan Dam, the second cataract in the Nile River. And so a Nubian, and all these people wanted to be Nubians, descended from the black pharaohs. So my friend Molefi Asante, you know, the founder of Afrocentricity, we argue a lot in public, but we're very good friends privately. I joke, every time he attacks me, I get a raise at Harvard, so it's cool. So I attack him, you know. We do what Malcolm and Martin couldn't do, you know. Set it up, then we go split the money and slap five and go to Sylvia's, have fried chicken. Believe me, that's a much better way to function than hating each other. So I called Molefi first thing. I said, Molefi, I just got my results back. I am a Nubian. Where are you from? I am the true African prince. My friend Anthony Appiah, whose uncle was the Asantehene, the king of the Asante people. When Rick Kittle sent me a certificate announcing I was Nubian, Anthony Appiah looked at it and said, "What a ton of rubbish." Now, why would he say that? Well, there's a slight problem with being either Zulu or Nubian if you're African American. You know what the problem is? None of our ancestors who came here in slavery came from South Africa, the Zulu people, or from Nubia. None, zero. Egypt is over here. The slaves came from the area from Senegal down to Angola. 97% of the slaves came from that region, all right? So, you know how long it would take it to walk from Sudan to Senegal or to Angola? It just didn't happen. So I looked at Anthony and I said, "You're just jealous." Because I am a Nubian prince. I didn't care. I had it framed. I put it up in my living room so everybody could see that I was from royalty. So I didn't think about it. I thought maybe it was strange. Maybe it was on a trade route. You know, there were great Muslim trade routes. You know, today, this is important for the students. In my time, we were taught that the Africans were these benighted people, and they were too stupid to build a boat or to be curious about the world and cross the Sahara Desert. It was rubbish. Africans were just as curious as anybody else. The Sahara Desert was a highway. It wasn't a barrier. So I thought, well, and there were great trade routes. So I thought maybe my Nubian descendant had come over and ended up being tricked by some white man and ended up in Maryland or Virginia or something. So that was cool. And if I needed an interpretation, believe me, I could have produced one. So, and by the way, you know, the Zulu thing, when Oprah was finally in the first series and we gave her a DNA test, basically the next day she went to South Africa to announce that she was opening what became the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy. She was in an auditorium like 75,000 people or something, and she announced that she just had the test and that she was Zulu. So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business and said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles, and I said, "Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu?" He goes, "No, man, she made that up herself." It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, "Rick, are you in your lab?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Is anybody there?" He said, "No." I said, "When the results come in, make her Zulu, man." You know? I said, "You back there making it up anyway." Nobody believe you can take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy? So anyway, I was a Nubian and it was cool. Well, here's the miracle, one of the many miracles, thank God, that happened in my life. I got up in the middle of the night, and to be honest, I have to tell you the truth, I got up to go to the bathroom. And I was standing there in the bathroom, minding my own business, and I had an idea. And here's what was the idea. I would take this passion I had from the time I was 9 years old in genealogy, and I would get 8 prominent African Americans, and I would trace their family tree back into the abyss of slavery, back to the time when the paper trail disappears, because inevitably it disappears for all of us, all of our ancestors. It just wasn't a paper trail. You can't trace people, there's no printed record. And then when the paper trail disappears, I would do their DNA and tell them where they were from in Africa. I was so excited. I had tears in my eyes, and I couldn't wait till the next day. The next day, I called my buddy Quincy Jones. Now, Quincy is like a vampire. Quincy is up all night long because he was a jazz musician. And when the sun comes up, he goes to bed. So you can't do business with Quincy till after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's just the way it is. So I waited till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I called out to Bel Air, or up to Bel Air now. Yeah, I forget where I am, San Diego. And I said, and he picked up, and this person put him on the line. I said, Q, would you, if I could do for you what Alex did, would you be in a PBS series? I had no money. I had nothing, just an idea. And this is very important to the students. I just had an idea. And I said, would you be in it? And he said, could you do that? And I said, yeah. He said, does it hurt? And I lied and said, no, it doesn't hurt. I said, are you in? He said, I'm in. Now, who's his best friend? Oprah Winfrey. So I said, okay, man, you're in. I waited, beat. I said, would you call Oprah and ask her to be in? He went, no. But he said, I'm going to do something, because everybody hustles Oprah. And if you're a friend, you can't be bringing ideas, because people want Oprah to write a check to do everything. So he said, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to give you her secret name and address. And you write her a letter. And no guarantees, man. And so I wrote a letter, Dear Ms. Winfrey. And, I figured it's like throwing a message in a bottle, throwing it in the ocean, right? A week later, it was a Sunday, my cell phone rang, and it was Quincy calling. And I said, hey, Q, what's happening? And a deep woman's voice said, Dr. Gates, this is Oprah Winfrey. Thank you, Jesus. What are you talking about? Oprah Winfrey was calling me. Powerful people don't call you with bad news. Somebody taught me that a long time ago. If she was calling, it was good news. She didn't call and say, I got your letter and no. And don't write me again. She said, I'd be honored to be in the series. Now, students, why is this important? Because to do the series, I needed $6 million. And it's hard to raise $6 million. So, but when I walked into these corporations and I said, how would you like your product associated with the whole world, knowing what ethnic group Oprah Winfrey's descended from? You know what it's like? You see that ceiling? It was like that ceiling opened up and a giant ATM machine came.
Keep It Quilted means you keep it the best. 3 layers of plush comfort you can see and feel. Keep It Quilted because the best parts of your life deserve the best. So don't settle for anything less. Keep It Quilted with Quilted Northern.
They said, how much you need? It's like that Eddie Murphy routine. Remember when Eddie Murphy, Tony becomes white and he goes to the bank and he goes once, he wanted to fill out the application. They go, what application? There's none of them here. How much money do you need? Well, that's how it was for me. And the result was African-American lives. And this was the poster. I don't know if you could see it, but in the upper left-hand corner, Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi heard that we were doing the series and called and demanded to be in the series. Tony and I graduated from Yale, as I said earlier. Our classmate was Dr. Ben Carson, and you know Ben Carson's chief of pediatric neurosurgery at Johns Hopkins, the first surgeon successfully to separate Siamese twins and joined at the head. I didn't want all entertainers and athletes. I wanted to show white people, as we say, that they were, black doctor neurosurgeons. His brother was serious. Mae Jemison, the first black astronaut, graduated African-American studies major at Stanford, then went to medical school, first black female astronaut. You can't get more scientific than that. There's the big O under her. There's Quincy in the middle. Chris Tucker, I'd gotten to know Chris Tucker by this time, who's, I think, a genius, one of the funniest people. Bishop T.D. Jakes, I wanted a man of the cloth or a woman of the cloth. And T.D.'s my homeboy from West Virginia. Not that many black people in West Virginia. So I wanted T.D. to be in it. And then my colleague under Chris is Sarah Lawrence Lightfoot, who's a professor at Harvard of sociology. And the result was African-American lives. It was a total risk, a total gamble. And you know what? It was got the biggest rating of any documentary in the history of PBS. Thank you. Well, I learned, I had to do a lot of research to put this together. And I learned a few facts that I want to share with you. And then I'll stop and I'll answer some questions. But this is fascinating. It has implications for everyone of African descent in this room. We're all Africans. I was talking to the students, I had a great meeting this morning. We're all descended from Africa, but 50,000 years ago. And most of that African DNA, as it were, has disappeared. And it's complicated to explain. But what we do is test your ancestry back for with one test, the last 500 years since the time of Columbus. And that would pertain to the people who are black, quote unquote, in this room. Well, when I went to Harvard in 1991, I raised money to count the slaves. There were a group of scholars who were trying to count the number of Africans brought to the New World, the entire New World in the slave trade. And some were in Liverpool, some were in Angola, some were in Cuba, some were in Brazil, all these scholars. And someone came to me and said, if you raise money, that you could bring these people together, it would be historic. And that's what we did. The result, you could go home and look at it. It's free online. It's called the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. And these scholars looked at 36,000 voyages of slave ships. It was capitalism. So the records were there. It was property, right? And those records are still there. And guess what? They counted 12.5 million Africans shipped between 1502 and 1867 to the New World. 12.5 million, 15% about died in the Middle Passage. So let's say 11.2 million, we know, Africans, our ancestors, got off the slave ships in the New World. Here's the amazing fact. Of that 11.2 million, only 450,000 came to the United States. Only 450,000 Africans came to the United States between 1619 and, well, the end of slavery was 1865, but most of 99% of the slaves are here by 1820. All the rest, over 10.5 million, went to places essentially south of San Diego, Texas, and Miami. They all went to the Caribbean and Latin America. Isn't that astonishing? And we know that over 5 million of those slaves, that's what this slide shows, went from Africa to South America. Just under 4.5 million were shipped directly from Africa to the Caribbean. And 388,000 Africans were shipped directly from Africa to the United States. And another 60,000 touched down briefly in the Caribbean and then came to the United States. And we know where they were shipped from, so that we know that 16.7% of our ancestors came from eastern Nigeria, Igbo land. 2.4% came from Benin and western Nigeria. 24% came from Congo, Angola. That means if I did the DNA of every black person in this room, 1 in 4 of you would descend from an ethnic group that is clustered around Congo, Angola. It is an amazing, amazing tool, and this thing didn't exist 15 years ago. So that we know that another 24% of our ancestors came from Senegal and Gambia, and that's where, remember, Alex traced his family to. So it's an incredible, an incredible tool. We also know that how American are African Americans? Well, by the day Thomas Jefferson, who was the father of the Declaration of Independence and the father of Sally Hemings' children, by the way, the day that Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, 75% of our African ancestors were here in this country. By 1800, 80% of our ancestors were here. And by 1820, 99.7% of our ancestors were here. Here's another amazing statistic. 1860, there were 3.9 million slaves, according to the federal census. And there were 488,000 free colored, as they were called, or free African Americans. Now, this is the shock. Of that figure of 488,000 free African American people, only, I'm sorry, of that figure, there were only 225,000 living in the North. More free Negroes lived in the South and stayed in the Confederate States and the border states where slavery was free through the Civil War than lived in the North. This is counterintuitive because we're raised to think that the slave was the first to read and first to write was the first to run away, as Ishmael Reed puns. But that's not the way it was. And why would that be? Because in many of these states, when you were free, your master, in order to discourage your master from freeing you, your master had to give you property and had to give you enough money to survive. So what are you going to do? Go to New York? Go to Philadelphia where you knew no one, or stay in the South? And that's what they did. This is the kind of amazing stuff that we discovered. Now, we gave everybody in the series 3 tests. If you're a man, we gave you a Y-DNA test. If you're a woman who had a male descendant of the father or the grandfather, we gave that man a Y-DNA test. The reason the men are men in this room is because of Y-DNA, but women don't have Y-DNA. We all have mitochondrial DNA. And your mitochondrial DNA you inherit from your mother. Your Y-DNA from your father, if you're a man, is exactly the same. Your mitochondrial DNA from your mother is exactly the same. Yours is, whether you're a man or woman, is the same as your mother's, hers is the same as her mother's, hers is the same as her mother's. That's why they can trace you back to Lucy, or trace us all back to Lucy through your DNA. And finally, the pie chart is your admixture, in which we examine how much African ancestry you have, how much Native American or Asian ancestry, or how much European ancestry. And this chart shows you the number of ancestors you have of the 6th generation. We have 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, all the way up to 64 great-grandparents. And this is how your DNA markers are passed down. Your Y-DNA is passed down from a father to his sons, and a mitochondrial DNA is passed down from a mother to the son or daughter. And what we do to trace your African ancestry, have this huge database. We go all over Africa testing people, and we say, what is your ethnic group? And they might say Igbo or Yoruba. And then we test this young lady right there. And if you match in the computer, it's like, ding. If you have the same mitochondrial DNA structure as the person who says they're Igbo, and lots of Igbo people, then that means you share an Igbo ancestry in common. It's as simple and as complicated as that. We call it guilt by association. And that's how we find. Now, this is, and I'm going to wrap up and take a few questions because they have to take me to dinner after this thing is over. We sign books because I could never eat before I talk, and I want a glass of wine. I can't come to California and not do that. But doing these series, I found that the big 3 myths of African American genealogy. The first one is that I am descended from an Igbo princess, and she was so beautiful that her foot never touched the sordid soil of slavery. That there was a German count walking by the shipyard, the docks in Charleston, and he looked over and saw my great-great-grandmother and said, man, she is fine. That is my Igbo princess. And he goes and he buys her and makes her his wife, and they live happily ever after. It never happened. Never happened. And Malcolm Gladwell. I was on Martha's Vineyard a couple summers ago. A very prominent African-American woman said to me, I said, do you know where your ancestors were in slavery? She said, we were never slaves. So get point number 2, because my great-great-grandmother was an Igbo princess. And there was a German walking by, and he bought it. I go, oh, really? And the next day, and I told her that was true. She got very angry at me, so I decided to be cool about how I told people that they were believing myths. The next day, Malcolm Gladwell, who's in my last series, Face of America, I called him, and I said, Malcolm, would you be in my new series? He said, yeah. And I said, how far can you trace your ancestry? He said, oh, man, I'm so glad I got somebody to tell. You know, we found out I'm descended from an Igbo princess. I go, yeah, I heard that story. The third myth, okay, I want everybody to be honest, just the African Americans in this room. How many of you are descended from a Native American? Just raise your hand. Don't be ashamed. There you go. Look at all them Native Americans. Well, I got news for you. None of y'all descended from Native American. My grandmother had high cheekbones and straight black hair. None of y'all descended from Native American. Well, I got news for you. None of y'all descended from Native American. Well, I got news for you. None of y'all descended from Native American. Well, I got news for you. None of y'all descended from Native American. Well, I got news for you. None of y'all descended from Native American. My grandmother had high cheekbones and straight black hair. Every Negro I know claimed that in 1950. Well, guess what the DNA evidence shows? Only 5% of the African American people, 1 out of 20, have any significant Native American ancestry. But 1 out of 20. But on the other hand, 58% of the African American people have a significant amount of white ancestry. You know that those high cheekbones and straight black hair, that came from your white great-great-grandfather. The average African American and the average Native American never saw each other. I don't know about you all, but you can't sleep with, the internet can do a lot, but you can't sleep with somebody you can't see. The average admixture for African Americans is the average black person is 77% black, 17.5% European, and 5% Native American. Now, I was telling the students this morning, I went to see LeBron lose against the Celtics on Tuesday night. I'm very happy to say, yeah. And I was thinking, if I did the DNA of all the black men on the court, which was everybody on the court when I got this idea, if I did the DNA of all the black men on the court or all the black men in this room, 1 in 3 of you descend from a white man. 30 to 35% of all African American men and their Y DNA goes to Europe, not to Africa, because of enforced sexuality, rape, or at the best an unequal power relationship. Because I found Morgan Freeman in African American Lives. His white overseer impregnates black slave. That's Morgan's great-great-grandmother. So you figure it's rape, right? Well, guess what? I ended up showing him their tombstones. They lived together illegally in Mississippi from the time of the abolition of slavery to their death. So they had some kind of connection. So that maybe it is possible. I don't know. It's complicated. How can you love somebody who owns you? But who am I to say? But it was very complicated. But in most cases, it was enforced sexuality at the least and rape at best. Here are the figures. 1% of the African American people have at least 50% European ancestry, the equivalent of one parent. 19.6% of the African American people have at least 25% European ancestry. 58% of us have at least 12.5% European ancestry, the equivalent of one great-grandparent, and only 5% of the African American people have at least 12.5% Native American ancestry, equivalent of one great-grandparent. So for those of you who raise your hand, I've identified the Native American tribe you're from. It is the Blackfoot tribe. That is where I am. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, what we were trying to do is use the new sophisticated tools of genealogy, ancestry tracing, and genetics, not to take our people back to the future, but to take them black to the future. Thank you very much.
I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
Yo, y'all appreciate all y'all sitting here for these 7 hours. I did take a little nap. My bad, y'all. But I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow, and we're gonna pick up where we left off at. Destroying these Abos, destroying the pantsuitos, all this fake history about Black America. We attacking. All right, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night / morning, and I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. Peace.